Chapter 1120. My mind power has been tempered at the peak of the half-step saint realm since I obtained the mind power light balls dropped by the fallen saints in the sacred burial mountain rain. Changing his hand seal, Lin Chen formed the grand beginning sacred scriptures cultivation hand seal and pressed down with his will. Crack, crack, crack. A clear cracking sound reverberated within Lin Chen's spiritual sea. His spiritual bridge had been broken. No, to be precise, it was more like it had split apart on its own, condensing into a more dense and vast mind power fluctuation. Buzz. Lin Chen's mind power recondensed and then exploded into a starry sky. At this moment, a gust of wind blew outside the sacred burial mountain range, and the clouds lost their color. Everyone was shocked and horrified. This was a sign that one's mind power had entered the saint realm. It meant that another 6 saint realm wills had been born between heaven and earth. It was as if a starry sky had descended from the sky. This starry sky that was condensed from spiritual energy covered a distance of 1,000 miles. The stars were as vast, boundless, indistinct, unreachable, and magnificent. What a huge amount of mind power! It's several times stronger than when I broke through. They did it. They did it again. They didn't take a risk to advance this time. It's a steady accumulation of mind power that allowed them to enter the saint realm. What a monster. It's one thing for one person to have such a strong accumulation of mind power, but all 6 of them are so steady. Could it be that they can really create a legend and advance as one? The saints' hearts trembled. The phenomenon in the sacred burial mountain range had alarmed even more powerhouses, and their eyes were fixed on this side. Boom tilde. Lin Chen's mind sea began to evolve into a galaxy, and his mind power was as numerous as the stars. Every star was Lin Chen's mind power. Even if his body suffered a destructive blow and his mind power was severely damaged, as long as one star's mind power remained, Lin Chen's mind power would last forever. Compared to his previous mind power, the half-step saint realm and the saint realm's mind power couldn't be compared at all. Just 1/10 of Lin Chen's mind power now was enough to crush his previous self. Up until now, Lin Chen hadn't really activated his life potential. His physical body and mind saint realm were both achieved naturally. However, Lin Chen's mind power was the most focused at this moment. He fell into a state of deep meditation, and his consciousness returned to his first encounter in this world. Continent of the 9 states, spirit state, wasteland realm, Shunwu sect. He had restarted his life. He had reviewed his journey and experiences. Everything Lin Chen had experienced would become the foundation for him to transform his life level. In this state, unless one was killed, one's consciousness would not awaken. Not only Lin Chen, but everyone else as well. This was the eve before the sharpening of one's soul and the accumulation of one's spirit reached its peak. Once he was interrupted, his consciousness would be in chaos and he would be injured by the backlash. His chances of entering the saint realm would be extremely slim. 2 powerful saint realm experts of the Purple Cloud King Valley were secretly guarding Lin Chen from the spatial crack. They had come precisely because of this, and this was also a death order that the little demon empress had given them. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was inside the 9-colored light cocoon, was radiant and full of energy. His hair was light and his facial features were glowing. This was the result of his spirit entering the saint level. However, this was also a small detail that Lin Chen had forgotten. After one's saint rudiment stage mental energy was upgraded, in order to perfectly fuse with the host's body, there would be a small amount of mental energy refinement. Spiritual power was the form of consciousness. When one's spiritual power broke through, it would also transform one's body into one that was suitable for one's current spiritual realm. Although there were not many masters present who possessed saint realm mental energy, many of them knew that this was just an ordinary mind tempering. However, no one, including Lin Chen, had expected that the routine mental cleansing would bring about another earthquake that shook the sacred boundary. A faint mental energy divine light washed over Lin Chen's body. His face and temperament were completely different. However, the same was true for all the geniuses of the Black Horse Club. When the saint realm mental energy divine light washed over their faces, a thin layer of mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing was slowly taken off. All the saints were stunned. The geniuses stared fixedly at the people of the Black Horse Club. As the mental energy refinement washed over them, their pupils trembled with fear. The mental energy refinement would wash away everything that was not suitable for the host's body, including Lin Chen's paper-thin thousand illusion mask. At this moment, the masks fell off. All of them had the same youthful face. The moment the masks fell off, the minds of the people present were not enough to process it. Beside poisoned Saint Yu, Sun Yue covered her red lips with her hands. Her gentle eyes were filled with disbelief. Yu Yulan and Yu Qingli stared at the 6 people, their hearts trembling in shock. Country Lord Fu Sheng and poisoned Saint Yu's jaws dropped. The Saint Realm experts from the mystic domain were shocked and stunned. The saints from the southern mountain range and the geniuses from Xuanyu were dumbfounded. Lin Chen, it was still Lin Chen. These 6 people's faces, figures, and even auras were exactly the same. 6 Lin Chens? The scene was extremely strange. It was so quiet that no one spoke. They stared fixedly at the 6 people, using all their strength to examine them. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. However, the result of everyone's investigation was the same. These 6 people were all Lin Chen. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. Everyone's scalp exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, everyone was really dumbfounded. The saints, geniuses, elders, and everyone else looked at each other. They were all shocked, bewildered, and stunned. No one could tell what was going on. What was going on? What the F***CK was going on? Where were the people from the Black Horse Club? Could it be that they were all fake? How could this be fake? They truly existed. They were geniuses who had ascended to the genius ranking. Then, a thunderous thought struck everyone. Everyone's scalp went numb, and their hearts trembled. A saint from the mystic domain seemed to have awoken from a dream. His mouth trembled as he spoke. So it's like this. I finally know why. No wonder all the members of the Black Horse Club in the Conference of the 4 Powers were level 8 alchemist. Perhaps, from the beginning to the end, there was no such thing as the Black Horse Club, and there was no such thing as the 6 geniuses. In other words, the one who refined the level 8 embryonic pill at the Conference of the 4 Powers was Lin Chen. At the Conference of the 4 Powers, the young elder Zhan De who created the level 8 embryonic pill was also Lin Chen. From the southern region's Fu Saint Nation, he had achieved a magnificent feat that even an 8th-tier alchemist could not achieve. The one sword unique in supremacy, Zhan De Shui, who had restored the appearance of the Holy Nation's princess, was also Lin Chen. The one who sneaked into the Chen family's Purgatory Volcano Island and used the Purgatory Volcano as a firework for the Shintoku show was also Lin Chen. In other words, the ones who entered the Rainbow Island that day were not the 6 geniuses of the Black Horse Club. The one who really massacred the genius list was Lin Chen alone. He swept the genius list with his own strength. The one who entered the sacred burial mountain range, slaughtered dozens of sacred beasts, saw through the Clear Sky Sage King's plot, and dominated the Black Horse Club was also Lin Chen. The so-called Black Horse Club where the 6 geniuses played with the Clear Sky Sage King and destroyed the God's Stone Tablet was also done by Lin Chen alone. The monster-level geniuses on the genius list were suddenly enlightened and terrified. Why was it that in the sacred burial mountain range, everyone in the Black Horse Club knew the battle skills that only one person knew? Why was it that when one person in the Black Horse Club had a breakthrough in cultivation, everyone else had a breakthrough? Because they were all the same person. This Lin Chen had deceived everyone. There was no such thing as the Black Horse Club in this world. There was only a young man who was like a god descending to the mortal world. With his almost heaven-defying legendary experience, he rose from the mystic domain and fought all the way until now. Chapter 1121. The geniuses of the Black Horse Club were all the same person. This piece of news was like an unprecedentedly heavy bomb, blowing everyone up to the sky. Sun Moon Hall, 100 Saints Gate, Dark Sky Hall of the Southern Region, Purple Cloud Valley, and all the other forces and experts were shocked by this news. His camouflage skills were beyond everyone's imagination, making some people admire and exclaim in admiration of him. Black. All the geniuses of the Black Horse Club are Lin Chen alone. This is too ridiculous. This old man didn't even dare to think about it. This Black Horse Club. No, this Lin Chen, how heaven-defying is he? No wonder. No wonder that Child Ching Yu said that the people of the Black Horse Club could cultivate their battle skills at lightning speed. So, Yulai is like this. The ancestor of the heavenly ghost fortune-telling palace was trembling all over, as if he was drunk. As a saint-level fortune-teller, he had seen all kinds of strange things. But Lin Chen's trick of crossing the sea by deception had trapped everyone, not to mention the geniuses. Even the extremely experienced old antiques were stunned by this fact. There were even a large number of people who couldn't come back to their senses. Almost no one had thought about this problem. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Every member of the Black Horse Club was clearly registered on the genius list with their ranks and titles. Because of this, no one doubted it. Even after entering the genius ranking list, it could be faked. This Lin Chen was simply heaven-defying. This kind of cloning technique that was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake was unheard of by the knowledgeable saint-level expert. Should we make a move? This kid has too many secrets on him. Just a little bit is enough to transform us to a whole new realm. Do you want to die? Didn't you see how strong that demonic saber is? If you dare to have any ideas about Lin Chen, she will fight her way out. Even if you have 100 lives, it won't be enough for her to kill you. If you want to go crazy, go ahead. This old man won't accompany you. That demoness saber can even swallow space easily. If you are targeted by her, you won't be able to escape unless you have the strength of the Tianming Saber Saint. Some of the restless saint-level experts wanted to make a move, but their companions and elders quickly stopped them or retreated. The situation was extremely chaotic. For Lin Chen, the number one on the genius ranking list and the demon ranking list had come. Who knew what would happen if the fight continued? Then, some saint-level experts looked especially solemn and even their bodies were trembling. It was extremely frightening. Looking at the geniuses on the genius ranking who had cultivated for 1,000 years, each time they went into seclusion for 8 to 10 years, it was as simple as eating and drinking. As for him, he was just a young man in his early 20s, not even 100 years old. Compared to a genius who had cultivated for 1,000 years, he was like a child. But at such a young age, he had already reached the level of a saint-level body, saint-level spirit, saint-level alchemist, and saint-level blacksmith. No. To be precise, he was equal to 6 saint-level alchemists and 6 saint-level blacksmith. How terrifying would the future of such a young man be? No one dared to imagine. Just like how they didn't dare to believe that they could witness the Trinity becoming saints. Lin Chen's potential was immeasurable. So Prince Lin Chen is him. Yu Yulan was intoxicated. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were intentional, but the flowing water was unintentional. No wonder I always have an inexplicable fear when I see Sir Lin Chen. It turns out that he is the Jundok Shui. He is the Jundok Shui. Yu Qingli pursed her red lips. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Sun Yue stared at the 6 Lin Chen. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and the light in her eyes seemed to be bright and dim. No wonder, when she was on the Rainbow Island, she had an illusion that Lin Chen was a little like the Jundok Shui young master. So he was him. He had always been Lin Chen. Poison Saint Yu suddenly asked Country Lord Fu, "How many acupuncture points do you think this saint son-in-law of yours can explode?" The country lord was stunned, and his mouth was full of bitterness. He smiled bitterly. This title of saint son-in-law, my Fu Saint country really doesn't deserve it. With Lin Chen's performance and the potential he had shown, not to mention a rank 4 saint country, he would be treated with the highest respect in any rank 6 force. The country lord thought for a while and said, "Maybe, someone who can challenge the demon genius list but might not succeed, exploding 6 saint points consecutively. Of course, I can't be sure. The strongest genius in my Fu Saint country only managed to explode 3 saint points in history." The innumerable Green Palace's Ao Ching stroked his beard and nodded. "Ian, I agree. This old man also believes that the result will be between 5 and 6 saint points. The more saint points one explodes, the more difficult it becomes. From the 5th saint point onwards, every step after that is on the level of creating history." Poison Saint Yu looked at Lin Chen deeply and said, "No, maybe it's more than that." Poison Saint Yu's evaluation of Lin Chen seemed to be extremely high. While the saints were in an uproar, and their hearts were in turmoil, Lin Chen, as the person in question, didn't notice it at all. This was the moment in his life when his life potential was stimulated to the extreme, and nothing would allow him to be distracted. Lin Chen's consciousness, thoughts, fighting spirit, and life potential were rising higher and higher, becoming clearer and clearer. The situation is so complicated now. If I can only explode 4 or 5 saint points, it will be hard to get out of this situation and turn the tide. I want a higher, more heaven-defying advancement. For this, I will bet everything on it. Lin Chen was burning his boats, and an unstoppable aura was brewing in his heart. Lin Chen's 9 tribulations fate will started to melt and flow throughout Lin Chen's body, fusing with the ancient god's nirvana power to form a brand new power, and like a dragon, it gathered an inch below his heart. Boom tilde. Endless 9-colored divine light rose from Lin Chen's body, and everyone held their breath. At this moment, Lin Chen's 6 clones gathered power together and aimed at an inch below his heart. The hexagonal star's light became even more dazzling. Lin Chen's aura was like an overturning heaven and earth, overturning heaven and earth. His blood and chi were like millions of dancing dragons, roaring and howling. His consciousness was as vast as the stars, and it was as if he was opening up a new world. Now is the time. The first saint point, open for me. All of Lin Chen's 9 tribulations' origins were like the sharpest spears in the world. Under the condensation of his main body and clones, they burst forth with the most powerful aura and suddenly collided with the hexagonal star an inch below his heart. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. This collision was like the eruption of millions of volcanoes. This explosion was like millions of giant dragons breaking through the sky. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire body shone with divine light, and his aura surged and surged, sweeping across all directions. He and his clones suddenly shattered the 9-colored light cocoon covering their bodies. Bang! 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 The space crystal wall was shattered into countless pieces, and the young man bathed in the 9-colored divine light was reborn. Lin Chen had reached the saint realm, the moment when the 3 of them became one. Chapter 11:22. Just the opening of the first saint's acupoint was enough to shatter heaven and earth. The Mountain Sea prison could not even compare to 1% of it. Lin Chen's aura had become the center point of the sacred burial mountain range. This old man has never seen such a terrifying phenomenon of opening the first saint aperture. This kid is 2F** king strong. We've all underestimated him. He didn't even activate his own potential when his body and spirit reached the saint level. It's not over. It's not over yet. He's starting to explode his acupoints. Countless saints turned pale with fright, and for the first time, they lost their composure and roared. Bam! The second saint's acupoint opened like a dragon soaring into the sky. Its aura was no less powerful than the first one. Lin Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. His robe fluttered in the wind as divine radiance shot up into the sky and illuminated 1,000 miles. His imposing aura swallowed the world as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. His 5 clones shone with 9-colored divine light. Their hair fluttered in the wind. Their pure faces glowed with the radiance of new life. All 5 of them closed their eyes. Transcendence. Bam! Kaboom! The third saint's acupoint exploded. Saint Chi flowed through the next saint's acupoint and nourished Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's body seemed to have opened up a universe. 3 acupoints exploded in a row, shaking heaven and earth. Fourth saint's acupoint, open for me. With a thought, Lin Chen and his doppelganger gathered their strength at the same time. Saint Chi rushed into the position of the next saint acupoint. Bam! 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 This time, it was a chain explosion. Lin Chen's 4th, 5th, and 6th saint's acupoints exploded. He really broke through. Oh my god, that's a record that many of the monsters on the monster ranking board failed to break. He's already at the 4th saint's acupoint, and he can still reach the 6th one. Oh my god, does he still have energy left? There must be more. The 6th saint's acupoint exploded consecutively. There's hope for him to reach the 7th. Both Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace and Emperor Fu Sheng lost their composure and shouted. What? Xiao Jing of the Absolute God sect had an ugly expression on his face. Back then, he had only exploded 5 Saint Acupoints, but that was already enough for him to be ranked on the Monster Genius list. Now, Lin Chen had actually surpassed his results from that year. This mortal, whom he regarded as trash, and as insignificant as an aphid, was actually standing at a higher starting point than he. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jing, don't put on that dog face. How could the man that I, the little demon empress, want to protect be an ordinary man? Let me tell you, he is far more than that. The little demon empress was in a carefree mood, and her charming smile could captivate all living things. When she looked at Lin Chen from the corner of her eyes, her heart slightly throbbed. You can even force back that Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you should be far more powerful than this. Ao Qing of the innumerable Green Palace couldn't help but hold her breath. Exploding 6 Saint points in a row was already an extremely heaven-defying achievement. The early stage of the Saint realm had 1 to 3 Saint points. Middle stage, 4 to 6 Saint points. In the later stage, he would have 7 to 9 Saint points. The 10th Saint point was the peak of the first heaven realm. The 11th Saint point was the second heaven realm. 4 to 6 Saint points was the middle stage of the first heaven realm. Lin Chen was already at the peak of the middle stage of the first heaven realm. The 7th Saint point was the late stage of the first heaven realm. Exploding one's acupoints in a row was countless times more difficult than ascending to the heavens. This was a watershed point in the cultivation of a realm. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Lin Chen's performance seemed to have exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Chen and his 5 avatars' auras soared, and their saint energy filled the sky as they collided. Bang! Boom! Boom! When the 9-colored holy light exploded, the 4 seas were leveled, and the 8 desolates and 6 directions gathered. The 7th Saint Acupoint exploded. Boom tilde! Lin Chen's body was surrounded by 7 hexagonal stars, and his might was shocking. All the saints and geniuses felt their scalps explode. 7 Saint points exploded in a row. What kind of peerless talent was this? Throughout the history of the sacred boundary, how many people in the true saint realm could achieve this? A new star is about to rise in the sacred boundary's 36 regions. Another peerless genius is about to descend in the sacred boundary. The 2 retired saints burst into tears. They were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. However, Lin Chen's actions were never logical. A ball of dazzling light appeared in the space between Lin Chen's eyebrows. As expected. After my physical body reaches the saint realm and my mental energy reaches the saint realm, both will be of great help to me. His physical body reaching the saint realm would allow Lin Chen's life force to break through the limit. Coupled with the nirvana energy of the ancient god realm, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Entering the saint realm could greatly improve Lin Chen's spiritual sense, allowing his fighting spirit, awareness, courage, and perception to reach a whole new level. Lin Chen's spiritual sense and saint force instantly locked onto the location of the 8th Saint Acupoint. 8th Saint Point, break it. Lin Chen's roar shook the heavens and the earth. He mobilized all the power of his 5 clones, and all kinds of saint energy turned into a mighty force that could destroy all 3,000 worlds. It rushed into the 8th Saint Point. The space shook and trembled. As the wind and clouds changed, the mental energy of Lin Chen and his clones shone down millions of beams of 9-colored light. Rumble. Bam. The 8th Saint Point, open. At this moment, all the excitement, joy, jealousy, anger, and envy stop. The voices and discussions of the leaders and elders from the Southern Domain, Man Domain, Wonder Domain, Yang Domain, Xuanyu, Yellow Domain, Sword Domain, and so on came to an abrupt end. The crowd and sages floating in the air looked as if they had just seen a ghost. They stared at Lin Chen and the other clones in disbelief. The 8th Saint Point. 8 Saint Points exploded in a row. Countless people felt dizzy from the shock. Before they could even react, Lin Chen had already exploded his 8th Saint Acupoint. A god had descended. The saints almost went crazy. Is this guy still human? The more saint points explode, the more terrifying it is. I felt it very clearly back then. The later stages of Saint Points exploding isn't just a matter of talent. It's the tempering of the soul and the accumulation of mental energy. This kid's experiences and encounters so far must be far beyond our imagination. Look at him now. His aura is like a rainbow, swallowing the heavens. He has a feeling of dominating the world, and his aura is still ancient. He doesn't look like someone who exploded 8 Saint Points at all. What on earth did he go through to be able to reach such a level? Han Yizhi, who was trapped in a difficult battle, felt Lin Chen's breakthrough and smiled. As expected of the class monitor, the little demon empress smiled. As expected, you didn't disappoint me, Lin Chen. When the 2 Purple Cloud King Valley's elders who were protecting Lin Chen in the dark witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, the first-generation founder of Purple Cloud King Valley, the existence who left behind a shocking legend from the sacred boundary, had never reached this height. Potential was potential, and strength was strength. But at least Lin Chen now had the possibility of reaching the peak. In other words, this kid's potential has already surpassed the strongest ancestor of Purple Cloud King Valley. The 2 elders' hearts were in a perilous situation. Young Miss's eyes were indeed sharp. This kid's future was limitless. Chapter 11:23. The ancestor of the heavenly ghost divination palace trembled. To be able to explode 8 acupoints in a row, what exactly did this Lin Chen experience? A fortune teller of his level had seen too many strange and bizarre events in history. Within the scope of my ability, looking at the history of the sacred boundary for nearly 10 million years, which monster on the demon genius list exploded 5 or 6 acupoints in a row when they became a saint? They didn't experience killing many saints. These monsters even went against the heavens and killed saints when they were 5th Tribulation Combat Emperors. What kind of mental training and mental accumulation did this Lin Chen experience to be able to explode 8 Saint acupoints in a row? Countless old saints were shocked, startled, and dumbfounded. They racked their brains but still couldn't imagine what this kid had experienced to be able to accumulate so much energy to explode 8 Saint acupoints in a row. Everyone was looking forward to the moment when Lin Chen came out of seclusion. His entire body was enshrouded in holy light. His flesh shell was condensed, and the mental strength of all the clones was condensed together. The 5 clones and Lin Chen's main body were all sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Everyone was stunned. He didn't come out. Suddenly, another change occurred, with Lin Chen as the center, abruptly rising. Boom! 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 The wind and clouds changed and the mountains and rivers trembled. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. Lin Chen's actions never followed common sense. At this moment, 4 dazzling polar stars appeared in the void above his head. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 treasures with different colors and energy fluctuations were like the rotation of stars. They were complete low-grade odd crystals. 4 low-grade odd crystals: dark type, fire type, earth type, and water type. This kid actually took out 4 low-grade odd crystals in one go. What was he trying to do? The first to react was Ao Qing from the innumerable Green Palace. The power of odd crystals can help the host to break through to the Saint realm to a certain extent, but does he want to refine 4 low-grade odd crystals on the spot? An unprecedented and terrifying thought rose in everyone's heart. At this moment, Lin Chen opened his eyes and they shone brightly. The power of the odd crystal, enter the body. The 4 low-grade odd crystals rotated like polar stars and entered Lin Chen's body. With the heavenly cycle shift, the mountains and seas roared. The 5 clones and Lin Chen's main body all suppressed the 4 low-grade odd crystals. One of Lin Chen's eyes was red and the other orange. The Tai Heaven fueling technique was activated to the extreme. With his current cultivation and the power of his mental cultivation method, it was not something that the War Emperor and the 9 calamities of creation could compare to. The 4 odd crystals entered his body and were instantly controlled by Lin Chen. His elemental attribute value skyrocketed. Received 78,000 advanced fire energy points, 67,000 advanced water energy points, 64,500 advanced dark energy points, 69,700 advanced earth energy points. After absorbing 4 odd crystals, all advanced elemental attribute values were increase. Boom tilde. Lin Chen's aura rose to a whole new height. Lin Chen's eyes completely blossomed with a domineering aura that looked down upon the heavens and the universe. Everyone who was staring at him was shaken to the core by his gaze. In terms of spiritual accumulation, when he was in the 9 states, Lin Chen dared to challenge a false god with his war emperor cultivation. When geniuses of the same age were complacent about being able to challenge those of a higher level, Lin Chen's opponents were the saints, the most vicious criminals in the holy purgatory. After Lin Chen entered the sacred boundary, his opponents were not the geniuses at the bottom of the genius list, but the saint. From killing 4 saints in seconds on Dark Island, to facing the pursuit of a group of saints, to killing 14 saints in one slash on Chilean Island. Then, he fought against a 4th-level saint, barged into the sacred burial mountain range, and slaughtered sacred beasts like slaughtering pig. Who could compare to such experience and accumulation? In terms of spiritual tempering, Lin Chen broke through the situation and went head-to-head with the legendary Clear Sky Sage King. Even when facing the will of a god, he still revealed his edge. Even the divine might could not suppress him. Such courage, such fighting spirit, how many people had there been in the past and present? And that Lin Xingchen, I can feel that I will have a battle with him. I have never believed in my destiny. If he appears in front of me again, I will defeat him. Lin Chen's potential was condensed to the peak. Now is the time. 9th holy point, open for me. At this moment, Lin Chen poured all his sacred power into the 5-odd crystals in his body and activated the power of the 5-odd crystals. All of them poured into the position of the 9th holy point. Boom tilde, bang tilde. This explosion was like the death of a new star. It was like a singularity in the universe had exploded, and a new scene appeared in Lin Chen's body. Bang, 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 bang. The power this time was 10 times more terrifying than any of the previous times. Fortunately, the saints were prepared and immediately activated their defenses to block it. Heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon lost their colors, and everything was overturned and destroyed. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have been turned upside down by Lin Chen's explosive aura. The battle between the little demon empress and Xiao Jing was interrupted by this explosion. Han Yiji's spiritual shield was shattered into nothingness, and her battle with the 8 saints was forcefully interrupted. The only ones who were not affected were Luo Yaro and the other saints who were hundreds of miles away. Even with the protection of the holy light, most people still felt their eardrums vibrate and almost lost their hearing. They felt as if the world was spinning. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and a portion of the miasma in the sacred burial mountain range was dispersed. Countless people looked over and saw 6 tall and slender youths standing in the air. Their bodies were shining with 9 hexagonal stars, as if they contained heaven and earth and swallowed the sun, moon, and stars. Silence, a strange silence. Everyone was scared stiff. Looking at the 9 shining holy points of Lin Chen and his avatars, they looked as if they had seen a ghost and were so scared that they could not say a word. 9 consecutive holy points exploded. Ning Qingxuan's hanging heart finally calmed down. Lin Chen used the power of his avatars and odd crystals to finally break through the shackles and reach an unprecedented peak. Huff tilde. Lin Chen let out a long breath. When he opened his eyes again, there was a divine light in them. He stood on the holy dragon, and the Saint Realm Dragon Phoenix was at his feet. The 9-colored divine light was like a rainbow piercing the sun, and the star-like spiritual power enveloped the sky. The youth was dressed in a silver robe, and his eyes were overbearing as he looked down at everyone. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. There was a sense of dominance in his laughter, but he was not conceited. This is the holy power of the Saint Realm, the pure power of the Saint Body, and the spiritual power of the Saint Realm. How wonderful, it is no longer temporary and ethereal, it belongs to me forever. Lin Chen's expression was intoxicated. Right now, he felt as if he had become a completely new species. He could affect heaven and earth with a single thought or move. Now, even if he casually activated his holy aura, the lethality of a finger was countless times more terrifying than the 9 tribulations star that erupted when he was a 5th tribulation combat emperor. It was no longer a surge in strength, but a complete transformation of the level of life to a whole new realm. Lin Chen looked around at Luo Yaro the little demon empress, and Han Yizhi in the distance. Looking at the thousands of saints who were thousands of miles away, everyone who was swept by his gaze felt a bone-chilling sense of crisis, as if Lin Chen had seen through all their secret. The saints were scared. Lin Chen's heart was no longer stirred. Not long ago, he had to fight with all his might against a few sages and fight to the death. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Now, it's just SOSO. He could come and go from the thousands of saints in his sight. The thousands of saints present could no longer threaten Lin Chen. In this vast sacred boundary, he was no longer an insignificant mortal. Lin Chen turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Jing of the God Extinction Sec. Their gazes met in midair, and the space seemed to distort. Lin Chen's mouth curled up, and his arrogance overflowed. Demon Genius List. I heard you wanted to kill me. Chapter 1124. The little demon empress smiled charmingly and whistled at Lin Chen. Who asked you to woo the girl of my dreams? She is the most monstrous existence in the history of the Divine Flame Palace. Lin Chen came to a realization when he heard what the little demon empress said. He looked at Xiao Jing and said, I will definitely go to the Divine Flame Palace. As for you, you can either scram or I will play with you. No matter how strong your potential is, you have to survive. You are just a late first heaven true saint. This young master can beat you to death with one hand. Xiao Jing sneered coldly. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen's doppelgangers released a powerful aura. Consumed 399 mid-grade talent points. Stolen attribute points, 400 fire attribute energy, 450 high-grade rune energy, 200 high-grade rune energy. Lin Chen used the divine theft omen on all the true saints within the range of his innate talent and stole a considerable amount of attribute point. His rune energy was currently at 0 points. If he wanted to fight, he would need to replenish his attribute points. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at Xiao Jing. Why don't you give it a try? In a one-on-one battle, Lin Chen wasn't a match for someone on the monstrous talents list. However, if he attacked Xiao Jing together with all his doppelgangers, even if he couldn't win, he would be able to give Xiao Jing a taste of his own medicine. Xiao Jing's expression didn't change, but the killing intent in his heart soared. 9 acupuncture points. This brat's potential is beyond common sense. In the future, as long as he doesn't die, he will have the qualifications to enter the Divine Flame Palace. The little demon empress stopped Xiao Jing and waved her hand at Lin Chen. Leave this fellow to me. You settle your own matters first. The corner of Xiao Jing's mouth twitched. Everyone's understanding of Lin Chen's domineering attitude was once again refreshed. A first heaven true saint dared to challenge a monster on the monstrous talents list. This brat really couldn't be judged with common sense. Lin Chen is indeed very strong. I've heard that he has many orange-grade battle techniques. In addition to his clones, I don't think anyone can threaten him unless there are at least 10 second heaven true saints. Not necessarily. Exploding 9 acupoints is indeed a terrifying and heaven-defying talent. But in terms of the overall situation, it's a different matter. The most important thing right now isn't Lin Chen. No matter how strong he is, he's only at the first heaven true saint realm. It's impossible for him to turn the tide of the battle. The most important thing right now is the battle situation of the female devil. We know very well how difficult it is to fight against a saint realm expert. Any mid-second heaven true saint with 14 saint points would be able to suppress Lin Chen. The sages of the various forces saw through the situation at a glance. The adversity had not changed. If Lin Chen wanted to break out of the encirclement, it would depend on the battle situation of the devil cultivator woman. That's Lin Chen, son of Heaven Yin's target. 9 exploded acupoints. Truly terrifying. No wonder he became the prey of son of Heaven Yin. At this moment, 2 gloomy grey shadows appeared beside the grey-robed man out of thin air. He hurriedly cupped his fists respectfully. Welcome, captains. The other 4 sages bowed respectfully. Yen, we just happened to assassinate a target in the southern region. The 2 of us are the fastest to arrive. Since son of Heaven Yin has spoken, we will chase after him and kill him in one strike. The distorted grey shadow ordered, "Let's do it. Leave the people from Purple Cloud King Valley to us. You guys take down that brat." Lin Chen looked deeply at the little demon empress before turning to look at Han Yizhi. Her clothes were whiter than snow and her eyes were as bright as the stars. The gentleness between her brows revealed a hint of shyness. Her smile revealed a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country to pale in comparison. Lin Chen was slightly dazed. He rubbed his chin and laughed naughtily. "Not bad, Yizhi. You look pretty good in men's clothing." Han Yizhi was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yes, handsome Lin did not know that Han Yizhi was a man. Han Yizhi was a cute boy. The entire Class 66 knew that. Class Monitor Lin was the only one who was kept in the dark. It was no wonder. When he first met Han Yizhi, his shy and timid appearance was even more lovable than a girl's. Class Monitor. Han Yizhi smiled faintly and did not expose him. "You've really turned the world upside down this time." Lin Chen pulled Han Yizhi behind him and said with a smile, "Then let's make it bigger." His gaze fell on the 5 saints from Sun Moon Hall and the 100 Saints Gate, as well as the 3 saints from Dark Sky Hall. His fighting spirit erupted. "You all wanted to ambush me, Lin Chen, when I was in seclusion. Looks like I'll have to give you all a big present." Lin Chen circulated his mental cultivation technique and prepared to go all out. "Be careful. Someone is ambushing us. It's the people from 9 Shadows." 2 voices entered Lin Chen's ears. They were the 2 elders from Purple Cloud King Valley. Bang! 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 A terrifying energy wave exploded from tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, shaking the space and causing it to fly everywhere. Everyone was shocked. This was a destructive force that could only be caused by someone at the 4th Heaven True Saint realm. Lin Chen's sharp senses picked up the killing intent, and he reacted at the same time as Han Yizhi. "Why are you sneaking around? Scram!" Lin Chen roared. His main body and his 5 avatars gave a single thought, and the annihilation spiritual light beam shot out. Kai tilde. Rumble tilde. The beam of light shattered, and 4 figures appeared in the void. Their auras were extremely strange, and they gave Lin Chen a sinister feeling. "What sharp senses. This brat is a little troublesome. Attack him in close combat. End the battle quickly. He's just a 1st Heaven True Saint." A battle between true saints could change in the blink of an eye. Seeing that someone had ambushed Lin Chen, the 8 saints from Dark Sky Hall came back to their senses and charged towards Han Yizhi. They didn't want him to help Lin Chen. "Class Monitor, leave these 8 fellows to me. You focus on dealing with them." Han Yizhi transmitted her voice. Her deep eyes became especially pitch black, as if she was looking into a boundless hell. In that instant, Han Yizhi's spiritual power rose explosively. It was more than twice as strong as before. If it was said that Han Yizhi could only barely stop the 8 saints before, then the current him could fight them head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Raw tilde. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding, and Lin Chen left his back to Han Yizhi. He stepped on the holy dragon, and it soared into the sky with a domineering aura. "Just 6 1st Heaven True Saint. You're courting death." The auras of the 4 true saints soared, and holy light rose into the sky. Only 2nd Heaven True Saints could see the 4 of them. They were all 2nd Heaven True Saints with 16 to 20 saint points, and they were all veteran True Saint. The 4 true saints' palms glowed with holy chi, and dozens of flying daggers shot towards Lin Chen. The flying daggers were as light as snowflakes, and wherever they passed, there was no earth-shattering aura. They only sliced through the crystal walls of space. "Ha ha ha, what kind of trash battle technique is this? Let this marshal teach you what the ultimate flying dagger technique is." Lin Chen's aura was overflowing as the holy chi in the 9 sacred caves was injected into his 5 odd crystals, causing the odd crystal power to surge out. Lin Chen flicked his wrist horizontally and flung out his palm. 4 flying daggers as thin as cicada wings appeared. A Sage Realm cultivator who used the vanishing shadow flying dagger 4 times in a row would no longer have to bear the aftermath of collapse. Activated Blink Shadow, consumed 292 intermediate talent points. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. 20 flying daggers that looked like streaks of light on a horizontal surface were like shadows, releasing a ferocious force that could cut off all means of retreat and an unstoppable mental power. Lin Chen's flying dagger contained an aura of death. It contained the power of mental strength, pure strength, and odd crystal holy qi. The streaks of light struck the fourth saint's assassination daggers with unerring accuracy. Rip tilde. Bang. 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 Space was torn apart as the flying daggers intertwined. The two daggers collided and cancelled each other out. Lin Chen's battle intent surged as the holy qi in the 9 sacred caves surged into the sky. His eyes revealed a domineering aura that looked down on the world. So this is my holy power. It feels so good. Lin Chen's combat strength left the 4 true saints speechless. The thousands of veteran true saints were stunned. One person withstood the killing moves of 4 true saints. Something's not right. How is this brat as strong as a ghost? This doesn't seem like the combat strength of a first heaven true saint with 9 sacred caves. Chapter 11:25. While the 4 saints were distracted, Lin Chen held the dark phoenix spear in one hand and stepped on the dragon to fly up. When he injected his holy qi, the second-grade holy spear finally shone with its unique sharpness, golden brilliance piercing the sky. This was Lin Chen's first battle after becoming a saint, so he wouldn't be afraid no matter how many saints came. With a twist of the spear, Lin Chen's spear went all out. Rumble tilde. Streaks of imperial golden rainbow light streaked across the sky, crushing everything in its path. The power of the saint power was earth-shattering. Sword fury sky. Mirror moon imperial god. The 4 clones activated the 2 offensive runes and went all out. 5 types of odd crystal power were activated one after another, and the half-orange tier battle skills displayed the power of an orange tier battle skill. It was as if the mountains and seas were shaking, and it was earth-shattering. The 4 Nine Shadows assassins finally showed a serious expression. They held the giant scythe in their hands and slashed across the sky, splitting the attacks in all directions. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of the 4 saints at all. He led the 4 clones straight into their close combat area. They were proficient in assassination and had great movement techniques, but the +15 dragon flash of the clones wasn't to be trifled with either. He actually clashed head-on with the 9 Shadows assassins. Lin Chen's Holy Phoenix Wings and Dragon Flash were even more terrifying when used together. It was almost comparable to an orange tier movement technique, and he clashed head-on with the strongest 9 Shadows assassin. This person was a 2nd-level Saint Realm perfection with 20 Saint point. 9 Shadows first-rate expert, Heartbreak Red. Lin Chen raised the Dark Phoenix Spear, and the tip of the spear glowed with an indestructible golden light. With a series of stabs, the spear pierced through the spatial crystal wall. Heartbreak Red's black robe was like the night, and his holy scythe tore at Lin Chen from below with the moon fishing style. With a flick of the spear, both sides were shaken apart. With a stomp of his feet, his dragon body turned into a ray of light and shot into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen decisively used the Azure Dragon possession, and the Imperial Golden Qi and Everlasting Azure Light covered his entire body, turning the Holy Dragon into his defensive capital. 9 Shadow Killer pushed out his giant scythe with lightning speed and charged forward. Lin Chen raised his head to avoid the attack. Who would have thought that he would use his scythe to hook Lin Chen's back? If Lin Chen was hit by this attack, even if he didn't die, he would lose his ability to fight. Whoosh tilde. With a flash of after-images, Lin Chen narrowly avoided the attack. The Dark Phoenix spear in his hand spun and smashed towards the top of his head. The power of the fire-type odd crystal was activated and the tip of the spear rolled up waves of fire. Bang! The scythe slashed down, tearing apart the waves of fire. The two of them suddenly clashed head-on in a melee. Talents triggered, assault, laceration, super chaos. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of holy light as they shuttled back and forth. Their spears flashed, and the scythe shadows overlapped. Layers of holy light exploded as they fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the entrance of the sacred burial mountain range to the sky. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Every time they collided, the shockwaves would shatter the crystal walls of the space and cause the ground to collapse. Although Lin Chen was at a disadvantage, he was still fighting more and more bravely. He was actually on par with Heartbreak Red. The moment the 4 saints were tied down, Lin Chen's 5th clone pulled the Sky Azure Imperial Thunder Sacred Bow. Lightning flashed and aurora flowed. Feather of auspicious light. Lin Chen's clone pulled the bowstring, and after pulling the bowstring to full strength, he shot out light feathers. The aurora-like arrow chi fell like meteors and split into 5, shooting straight at the 4-9 shadow assassins, forcing them to activate their second sacred weapon or defensive skill. Lin Chen's sacred point formed an acupoint that appeared in the peach blossom plant pouch. While he was absorbing silver Saint Origin coins to replenish his lost holy chi, he was also using combat skills. He wasn't weak at all. He had plenty of silver Saint Origin coins. Ha ha ha, great. Come on, let's see who can last longer. My Black Horse Club isn't afraid of a protracted battle. Lin Chen's laughter shook the heavens, and he was extremely arrogant. Hiss. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This old man has seen some of the top 1,000 geniuses in the genius ranking who have cultivated an orange-ranked mental cultivation technique. Even with their strength, they were only able to fight against second-level true saints with 11 saint points when they had 10 saint point. He only has 9 saint points. How can he fight against so many people? Isn't this too ridiculous? How can this brat's combat strength be so monstrous? Many of the veteran true saints couldn't help but tremble in fear. Their scalps went numb, and their hair stood on end. Lin Chen's 5 clones and his main body made up 6 first-level true saints with 9 saint points. How could they fight against 4 second-level true saints with 16 saint points and above? They were evenly matched. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a true saint to fight against someone with a higher cultivation level. The amount of holy chi a saint point could contain could determine the outcome of a battle, not to mention the important divide between first and second level true saint. With every additional saint point, a true saint would undergo a qualitative transformation. They acknowledged Lin Chen's talent and knew that Lin Chen cultivated an orange-ranked mental cultivation technique. They also knew that Lin Chen had cultivated several types of orange-ranked combat techniques. They also didn't overlook the fact that he had refined 4 low-grade odd crystals. Many of the combat techniques he had used just now had the shadow of orange-ranked combat techniques. Even so, wanting to challenge 4 veteran true saints with 16 saint points and above with 9 saint points was complete nonsense. According to their estimates, even if he used the power of the odd crystals and orange-ranked mental cultivation technique, each Lin Chen could at most challenge a second-level true saint with 12 saint points. That was already the limit. That's not right. Did you guys notice? His holy chi is dense and overbearing. It's not at the level of 9 saint points. It's at least the power of 14 saint points. Those with keen eyesight immediately noticed the abnormality. His holy chi is dense. There really is a problem. No, look carefully. Look carefully again. This kid is using orange-ranked techniques to squander his holy chi. It's too fast. But there are no signs of it drying up at all. In a battle between true saints, other than a life and death battle, it was rare for them to use up all the holy chi in their saint points. This was equivalent to running out of ammunition and food and cutting off one's own escape route. It was extremely difficult to replenish holy chi. With the mental cultivation technique's efficiency of refining heaven and earth spirit chi into holy chi, even an orange-ranked mental cultivation technique would take more than 10 years to fill up a saint point with holy chi. The common methods to replenish holy chi were: 1. Consume a sacred pill. 2. Refine large amounts of silver and gold sacred origin coins. 3. Absorb strange energy of the same attribute between heaven and earth. During the battle on Chilean Island, Lin Chen had used the ultimate return to origin talent the entire time. It could only heal his injuries but not his holy chi. This was one of the reasons why he had tried his best. But now, Lin Chen was wantonly squandering his holy chi. There were no signs of it drying up at all. Lin Chen had Tai emptiness and 3 spiritual plants of providence that could produce silver sacred origin coins. He was not afraid of the consumption of holy chi at all. Clang! The tip of the spear swept across the sky and knocked away Heartbreak Red's scythe. Immediately after, he swung his right fist. The wind from the fist was swift and fierce. Other than the 7 types of dragon power, It was actually mixed with vigorous spiritual power. Heartbreak Red pushed his palm horizontally, and with a bang, a mushroom cloud of 100 jong high was formed between the two of them. Strong gales swept in all directions, and the two of them were forced back. Heartbreak Red retreated 7 steps, and Lin Chen retreated 10 steps. Lin Chen shook his numb arm. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The warm-up is over. The seeds of victory have been sown. It's time to play my trump card. System: convert all the blank attributes into strengthening points. Activate automatic strengthening and strengthen my Phoenix Spear, Qingtian Sword, Azure Moon, and Azure Imperial Thunderbow. 7. 5 million blank attribute points have been converted. Host has 68. 85 million points. Automatic strengthening begins. Consumed 13,442 strengthening points. Phoenix Spear plus 1 strengthening successful. Consumed 89,029 strengthening points. Phoenix Spear plus 11 strengthening successful. Chapter 1126. At the same time, Lin Chen's heart was in a blurry, grayish-white space. In Tai space, there was a scene that only Lin Chen could see. Tai space had the full power of a cultivator. And in that blurry space, there were 9 majestic hexagonal stars floating in the air. They were 9 saint points. 9 saint points in Tai space plus 9 saint points in Lin Chen's body. In other words, the saint chi that Lin Chen and his clones could use wasn't just 9 saint point. Instead, it was a total of 18 saint point. This was the reason why Lin Chen dared to challenge those above his level. After countless eras, the Tai Sky Technique's heaven-defying ability was finally revealed from Lin Chen's body. Heartbreak Red said coldly as it prepared its killer move. I have to say, you really are a monster. No wonder Yin Son of Heaven sent us out to kill you in advance. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Yin Son of Heaven? Back then, when the ancient god was heavily injured and sneaked into the sacred boundary, he had taken in a disciple who was extremely talented and was listed on the monster ranking. This person was Yin Son of Heaven. So you are Yin Son of Heaven's lackey. What a pity, you will definitely die today. Otherwise, I would have let you pass a message to him that I will find him sooner or later. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Heartbroken Red suddenly faced the sky and laughed loudly. You will never understand the greatness of Yin Son of Heaven. Die, Lin Chen. 100 Saint Yama Kings laugh in unison. Wang tilde, Wang tilde, Wang tilde. Behind Heartbreak Red, the saint light dimmed as the 20 saint points sent out a huge amount of saint chi, turning into a sea of blood. The sea of blood transformed into hundreds of illusions that surrounded Lin Chen. His face, which was originally in his 40s, started to age rapidly. His hair turned white, and he became hunchbacked, looking like a skinny old man. It's the Hell Yama technique. Are these guys from 9 Shadows? King Fu Sheng's expression changed slightly. The Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace's ancestors' expression darkened. Oh no, Lin Chen is in danger. This Hell Yama technique needs vitality to activate, and they actually fought to this extent. Who is the mastermind behind this? Oh! Lin Chen smiled mockingly. You seem to be very cool. Suddenly, Mr. Lin pretended to be mysterious and said, do you know that there is a rule in this world? That is to never fight the most handsome one in the sacred boundary, or you will be punished by the heavens tilde pa. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Chen activated his superimposed Super Chaos. Super Chaos innate skill has been triggered. A total of 11 statuses have been triggered. 4 targets have fallen into a super chaotic state. Duration, 30 seconds. Wang tilde, bang, bang, bang. The holy chi in the 4-9 Shadows Assassins' Saint Caverns exploded, almost injuring them severely. What the hell is this thing? Part of my holy chi is out of my control? My consciousness is in a mess. Is it this brat's doing? The 4 of them were shocked. Their blood, Saint Chi, and even their consciousness were in chaos. Kai tilde, rumble tilde. Before the first wave subsided, another wave appeared. The space around the 4 of them was filled with hellish grayish-white wind blades and tornadoes, or red lotus-like purgatory flames. The purgatory flames burned the space, breaking the crystal walls and transforming into fire dragons. Activated 2 high-level blue rank shorekill techniques. Targets locked. 4. Initiating bombardment. Hiss tilde. The group of saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Beating up handsome guys would really be punished by the heavens? There was such a thing. Just like what that brat said, he has many tricks up his sleeves. Die for this seat. As long as we can complete the Yin Sun of Heaven's cooperation, we will be able to obtain many low-grade odd crystals. The moment the shorekill technique locked onto him, Heartbreak Red's hand seals change. Wung tilde. The 100 Yama phantoms shook together, bursting with terrifying saint light sound waves. It was like a performance from hell, trying to crush Lin Chen. Heartbreak Red actually wanted to fight Lin Chen to the death. Lin Chen's battle intent soared, and he smiled evilly. Try my +12 Ghost Phoenix Spear. Imperial Sky. Saint Chi was injected into the wheel light odd crystal again. Lin Chen held the spear and swung it across the sky. The spear tip shot out a golden rainbow that pierced through the sky and split into 5, like a circular light surging. Bang! 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 The sound waves exploded and tore open a space crack. The 100 Yama phantoms were cut in half, and half of them quickly dissipated. What? Heartbreak Red's expression changed. How did this brat's strength suddenly increase? He calculated the limit of Lin Chen's strength before using the secret technique. Even if part of his strength was affected by the super chaos, it was still enough to crush Lin Chen. Die for me. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a light that stirred the wind and clouds. He changed his blade and held Azure Moon in his hand. With a blade in hand, Lin Chen's domineering aura reached the sky. He injected all his Saint Chi into the 5 odd crystals. The saints were shocked. He was actually able to control the power of 5 odd crystals at the first level of the Saint realm without exhausting his Saint Chi. How strong was this brat's foundation? Is he really a first-time saint? Why is his Saint Chi so smooth and not inferior to the veteran saints? Rumor has it that when Lin Chen massacred the 14 saints on Chilean Island, he temporarily advanced to the saint realm. I'm afraid it has something to do with this trump card. He has experience controlling Saint Chi, and this is definitely not his first time fighting. Wait a minute. This blade, look at this blade. While the saints were discussing, a few veteran sword saints were shouting crazily, as if they were drunk. All of Lin Chen's doppelgangers attacked together. His sacred weapons were all strengthened to +12, and their power increased sharply. At this moment, all of the 9 shadow assassins were affected by their killing moves and super chaos state. Less than half of them could deal with Lin Chen's strength and Saint Chi. With the injection of Saint Chi, pure power exploded. Lin Chen suddenly waved his blade, and the Azure Moon slashed out with a blade that could overturn everything in history. The rapidly rotating Aurora blade light cut through the space and crushed the spatial crystal walls. The momentum was like a blade that could split the universe. The charm of this blade was so brilliant that even the sword saints were amazed. In the next moment, the saints were shocked. Not good. The saints all activated their defenses in an instant. The blade light trembled slightly and split into 5, slashing at the Yama phantoms in all directions. The blade light swept across 3,000 miles and slashed hundreds of Yama phantoms. However, it wasn't over yet. Bang tilde tilde. The spinning Aurora saber chi that was hundreds of meters long suddenly exploded. The 5 rapidly rotating blade lights exploded into fragments that filled the sky. Thousands of Saint Radiant's blade chi shattered into exquisite and translucent jade fragments. They shone with a myriad of colors and turned into a hurricane. The entire heaven and earth that was shrouded in demonic chi was instantly shrouded in 9-colored fragment. All the geniuses were stunned. So beautiful. The female geniuses let out heartfelt exclamations in their hearts at the same time. Was it beautiful? The saints couldn't help but sneer. Only the saints could deeply feel the sharpness that could penetrate everything. Lin Chen put away his blade and smiled slightly. There were gods in the primordial times whose tears left no trace. This blade is my farewell gift to all of you on your way to hell. Heartbreak Hong's pupils shrank. Chapter 1127. Tens of thousands of blade energy fragments were like raindrops, hurricanes, whirlpools, storms, and the most beautiful and dazzling storms in the world. They fiercely attacked Heartbreak Red, who was enveloped by the shorekill technique. Bang! 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 Like an unprecedented storm, the fragments of the saber energy struck the spatial position of the Heartbreak Red. The terrifying saber light's aftershocks destroyed the entire space. The earth-shattering explosion was like an apocalyptic disaster descending upon the world. The blade energy fragments, along with a corner of the sacred burial mountain range, were twisted into nothingness. The geniuses who had been shocked earlier all turned pale. The sharp blade energy fragments still shot out for hundreds of miles, forcing many saints to defend themselves and block the blade energy fragment. When the blade energy fragments dissipated, 9 colored divine radiance floated down from the sky like snowflakes. There were only 6 tall youths left outside the sacred burial mountain range. The youth stood with his hand on his blade, and the 9 colored divine radiance floated down from the sky like snowflakes, adorning his silver robe. The saint dragon was entrenched under his feet, and his doppelgangers were in different directions. He was like an overlord who had descended to the world, and no one could suppress his sharpness anymore. I actually shed tears. When many people came back to their senses, they found a line of tears at the corner of their eyes. The pupils of some saints shrank slightly. Dead. The 4 Saint Realm assassins of the 9 Shadows organization were completely annihilated. They died without a complete corpse. This blade is too perfect. What a powerful attack. It's like rain pouring down from the sky. The blade energy is boundless and has endless changes. When it reaches the peak, it explodes into fragments and twists the enemy. Its power doesn't decrease but increases instead. This is an orange-grade blade technique, and it's not an ordinary incomplete orange-grade combat skill. Many sword saints and sword saints were either trembling with excitement or gasping in amazement. This blade couldn't be any more perfect. The 4 saints were in the chaotic state and in the range of the shorekill technique. Coupled with the doppelgangers delaying them, they didn't even have a chance to escape in the face of this flawless blade. Ha ha ha. As expected of the person that our miss likes. This brat's performance is a bit too shocking. Even this old man was scared stiff by him. He hasn't used his last trump card, and he can already kill 4 saints by himself. The 2 old men from the Purple Cloud King Valley laughed heartily. The 9 Shadows captains who were delaying the 2 old men had heavy expressions on their faces. 4 Second Heaven Saint Realm experts had died, and both of them had to suffer a heavy punishment. What a genius. Ha ha, our 9 Shadows loves to kill geniuses. The 9 Shadows captains chuckled sinisterly as they looked at Lin Chen's eyes. Although I don't know why you 9 Shadows are eyeing this brat, this old man will give you a piece of advice. This brat might be the future son-in-law of our Violet Cloud King Valley. Don't think too much about it. Once he enters the monstrous genius list, you can try to touch him. The 2 old saint of the 2 saints of the shadows of Saint the 2 captains' expressions were as gloomy as the sharp light in the darkness. Finally, I'm no longer that weak battle emperor. Lin Chen let out a long sigh as the light in his eyes grew even brighter. These 18 saint caverns were different from the other 18 saint caverns. Each saint caverns of the saint realm contained different amounts of saint chi. If a saint point of the first level could hold 10 holy chi, then each saint point of the second level could hold 20 holy chi or even higher. Lin Chen roughly estimated that the power of his saint chi was comparable to that of an ordinary second heaven true saint with 14 saint points. In other words, Lin Chen's cultivation was at the late first heaven true saint realm. He was in the mid-second heaven true saint realm. Coupled with the fact that the Tai Fuqian mantra had accumulated an extremely high amount of elemental attribute points, his cultivation base was comparable to a second-level Saint Realm expert with 15 Saint Point. With the addition of the power of the 5-odd crystals, the many half-orange grade techniques that were forcefully upgraded to orange grade combat skills, and the strengthening of the sacred weapon, Lin Chen's combat strength was comparable to an ordinary second-level perfect sage with 19 to 20 sacred point. As long as the other party wasn't a monstrous genius, there weren't many second heaven true saints who could threaten Lin Chen. A person with 9 Saint Cauldrons had the combat power of 20 Saint Cauldrons? This was unthinkable anywhere in the sacred boundary. A first heaven true Saint Realm expert was already so ridiculous. What would happen if Lin Chen opened 20 or 30 saint points in the future? I'm just laying the foundation now. With Tai Futian around, when I break through the 31st saint point and enter the 4th heaven true saint realm, my combat strength will skyrocket. Lin Chen made up his mind and used his doppelganger to sweep across the battlefield. He collected all the attribute light balls and the 4 orange crystal treasure chests dropped by the 4 saints. System notification: host has advanced to the true saint realm. Activating the Heavenly Dao Attribute Picking System's 7.0 upgrade requirement. Please check the system for more details. When the system screen popped up, Lin Chen didn't even have time to check the system. Rumble. A ray of azure holy light descended from the sky. More than half of the demonic chi in the air was suddenly dispersed. This was an unprecedented scene. Luo Yaro Er's demonic chi could even cause heaven and earth to wither. Right now, there was actually an overflowing sense of vitality. Another expert has arrived. This one is stronger than any of the previous ones. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Bang! 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 After the ray of holy light descended, a terrifying aura rose from the battlefield in the distance. Demonic chi filled the sky, and holy light exploded. A moment later, a beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Chen. Her aura was weak. It was Luo Yaro. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous true saints appeared and surrounded Lin Chen, Luo Yaro and the others. Among the 15 true saints, one of them was a 4th heaven true saint who had lost his right arm. It was a ghastly sight. The remnant aura of the devil blade lingered on his arm. In order to delay Luo Yaro, they had paid a heavy price. The person in the lead had his hands behind his back. He had a handsome face and looked like he was in his mid-20s. His eyes were as blue as the ocean, and there was a hint of vicissitudes between his brows. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, and the holy chi he emitted made Lin Chen's hair stand on end. This old fellow's aura is so terrifying. He's even stronger than the 2 elders from the Purple Cloud King Valley and the 2 true saints from before. He might be a super expert who has opened 49 or even 50 saint point. Lin Chen's heart sank. Among the group of true saints, a small portion of the forces saw the newcomer clearly. It's actually Jiyu Wanchuan from the southern mountain range. That old fellow has also come out of seclusion. It's said that he opened 49 saint points 2 million years ago and stepped into the late 5th heaven true saint realm. Jiyu Changtian and the great Sun Saint Monarch are both in the early 5th heaven true saint realm with 43 saint points. With another late 5th heaven true saint realm expert, I'm afraid Lin Chen and the devil girl won't be able to escape. The moment Jiyu Wanchuan arrived, the situation changed instantly. Originally, the 14 true saints were barely able to delay Luo Yaro. However, the moment Jiyu Wanchuan arrived, Luo Yaro was at a disadvantage. Your Excellency Jiyu Wanchuan, why are you the only one here? Jiyu Changtian asked through voice transmission. Jiyu Wanchuan looked at him calmly and replied, "Do you think those old fellows have nothing to do? Some of them are still in seclusion in secret realms. Some of them are still roaming the dangerous regions of the southern mountain range. Some of them are still in seclusion. How can they rush over in such a short time? However, it's fine. This old man alone is enough." Chapter 11:28. Since you've already become a Saint Realm expert, I'll carve out a path for you to escape. You can run by yourself. Luo Yaro's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Chen. Although her expression was cold, there was a complicated look in her eyes. Lin Chen's performance earlier, in her eyes, had already exceeded her expectations by far, far too much. Perhaps, this was what her mother had said, impossible. Lin Chen flatly refused. "I've already become a Saint Realm expert. Why would I be afraid of these old bastards? If you want to leave, we'll leave together." Luo Yaro coldly said, "Can't you see the current situation clearly? If I don't cover your retreat, you won't have a chance to escape. They've already notified more people. If you delay any longer, neither of us will be able to escape." Lin Chen smiled. "It's fine, it's not the first time. At worst, I'll just die with you." Luo Yaro was stunned. "You're the brat that this witch wants to protect." Ji Yuanquan suddenly spoke, his eyes looking straight at Lin Chen. There was even a faint trace of saint aura pressing down on him. That's right. What advice does Senior have for me? Lin Chen faced Ji Yuanquan, neither servile nor overbearing, and even smiled at the latter. Ji Yuanquan was moved. Not many geniuses in the top 1,000 of the genius ranking were able to remain so calm and unaffected by his saint aura. Lin Chen laughed in his heart. Even God aura couldn't suppress him. His saint aura was still somewhat lacking in front of this Lin Chen. 9 saint acupoints opened at the beginning. This brat is truly a peerless monster. Ji Yuanquan's heart shook, but his expression didn't change. Little friend, this old man came here to capture this witch. As for your relationship with her, this old man will wait for you to return to the upper echelons before making a decision. Considering your talent, this old man can ask the upper echelons to give you a way out. Don't try to resist. Otherwise, your existence will only become a shooting star in history. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. Being too long will lead to suffering. A handsome man will need someone to hammer him. If Senior doesn't move aside, then I can only force my way through. Other than being handsome, the only good thing about me is that I'm good at fighting. What a good fight. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, this old man will experience it for himself. Ji Yuanquan raised his hand, divine radiance fluctuating. Luo Yaro gripped her demonic saber tightly, her demonic energy overflowing to the heavens. At this moment, whoosh tilde, 3 streaks of light descended. They were the 2 elders of the Purple Cloud King Valley and the little demon empress. Surnamed Ji, can you give my Purple Cloud King Valley some face? This brat is a close friend of my Violet Cloud King Valley. Are you trying to mess around? The 2 leading elders said in a deep voice. Ji Yuanquan was slightly surprised. He glanced at the little demon empress and Xiao Jing. I didn't think that even the 2 of you on the monstrous geniuses ranking would come. Today's event is truly lively. Subsequently, Ji Yuanquan changed the topic and said indifferently, my target isn't him. If he stepped aside himself, it would naturally be fine. But now, he's courting death. The little demon empress stood in front of Lin Chen. A layer of frost appeared on her delicate and beautiful face as she said coldly, Old man, you want to start an all-out war with my Purple Cloud King Valley? When these words came out, the expressions of the various saints were extremely interesting. The little demon empress had directly placed Lin Chen on the Purple Cloud King Valley's united front. The 36 regions of the sacred boundary were all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although the Purple Cloud King Valley was a superfamily with an unknown background, it didn't mean that they could cover the sky with one hand in the southern region. Lin Chen was extremely touched in his heart. A cold snort came from behind Lin Chen. You're quite charming. Lin Chen coughed lightly. About that, little vixen, this time you should step aside. You've already helped me enough. Lin Chen didn't want to drag the entire Purple Cloud King Valley into this. Lin Chen, is there something wrong with your head? If this beauty doesn't help you, how are you going to escape this time? Don't tell me you want to fight this old monster at the peak of the 5th heaven true saint realm? The little demon empress was stunned. Lin Chen laughed involuntarily. All right, I have my ways. Lin Chen shielded the little demon empress behind him as he faced all the saint realm experts surrounding him and said in a clear voice. I'll only say this once. No matter what grudges you have with her, I don't care. No matter how many people come, I'll still take her away today. Either you scram now, or... Lin Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Boom tilde. Lin Chen actually issued a challenge to 15 experts at the 4th Heaven True Saint Realm and above. A 1st Heaven True Saint Realm challenging a 4th or 5th Heaven True Saint Realm? The saints shook their heads, and those who were jealous of Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Arrogant, too arrogant. This Lin Chen, does he really think that he can defy the heavens just because he's a saint? After the 4th Heaven True Saint Realm and the Augmenting Cavern Realm, it's almost impossible to challenge someone with a higher level with a single saint point. What a joke. Does this kid think that he can challenge a 5th Heaven True Saint just because he has some talent? Which fourth heaven true saint here can't press him to the ground with one hand and hammer him? Ha ha ha. Gu Wanchuan suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter shook the space, causing it to tremble. It's been many years since I last appeared. Who would have thought that such a strange genius would appear now? Should I say that you're brave or reckless? Even the little demon empress' beautiful face was filled with disbelief. She stretched out her delicate hand and placed it on Lin Chen's forehead with a puzzled expression. You don't have a fever. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Chen, don't tell me that you're so focused on exploding your acupoints that you've blown up your brain. Or was there something wrong with your head in the past? If there's something wrong, go back to the Purple Cloud King Valley. I'll help you find someone to cure it. Let's not lose our minds, okay? Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't be bothered with this little demoness and transmitted his voice to the two elders of the Purple Cloud King Valley. Seniors, I want to deal with the following matters myself. Please take this little demoness away. I can't let the Purple Cloud King Valley be completely involved in this battle. The two elders had no choice but to reach out and grab at the void, teleporting the extremely unwilling little demon empress to the side. Little guy, you're on your own. That old thing Gu Wanchuan can't even last 3 rounds with the two of us working together. A weak sound transmission reached Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen whistled frivolously at Luo Yaro, a great beauty. I'll leave those 3 fifth heaven true saints to you. You don't have to fight to the death with them. Delay them for 15 minutes. I'll go help you after I've dealt with the 12 fourth heaven true saints. The saints almost thought that they had heard wrong. After you've dealt with the 12 fourth heaven true saints. Oh my God. A first heaven true saint fighting against 12 fourth heaven true saints. Did this Lin Chen really become stupid after exploding his acupoints? Luo Yaro's cold face was slightly complicated as she stared at Lin Chen. She nodded and said, En u boom tilde. Gu Wanchuan stepped into the air, and a wave of holy light swept through heaven and earth. Today, let this old man see what kind of ability a young man like you has to break through our encirclement. Luo Yaro's figure tilted slightly, and after images filled the air. She actually dashed towards the 3 fifth heaven true saints, leaving the 12 fourth heaven true saints to Lin Chen. Chapter 1129. Swoosh. A devilishly beautiful blood-colored sword gleam flashed out from Luo Yaro's demonic blade. Wherever the sword gleam passed, everything was sucked dry. Life was extinguished, and light was distorted and dimmed. The saint's holy aura came to an abrupt halt and collapsed instantly. Jiyu Changtian and Lord Fenshen hurriedly unleashed their orange rank battle techniques. The power of an orange rank battle technique unleashed by a fifth heaven saint was enough to destroy billions of lives. However, the sword gleam trembled and swallowed everything. The full power of the 2 fifth heaven saints was instantly sucked into the sword gleam and devoured cleanly. Their expressions changed slightly. This witch is getting serious again. As expected of the demonic blade, Gu Wanchuan struck out with his palm. This palm strike seemed ordinary, but it caused space to flip over in an instant. The sword gleam was squeezed thousands of times by the saint power until it shattered. The shocking battle started again. On the other side, Xiao Jing looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile, as if he wanted to see him die with his own eyes. Although the little demon empress was flustered and exasperated, she could only watch from the side and help Lin Chen guard against Xiao Jing to prevent him from launching a sneak attack. Lin Chen looked at the 12 saints around him. It could be said that none of them placed him in their eyes. The 12 veteran saints were only recovering from the battle with Luo Yaro. After dealing with this brat, go and support the other 3. The one-armed fourth heaven saint sneered in disdain as boundless 9-colored starlight flowed into Lin Chen's palm. His lips moved slightly, as if he was chanting something. System, activate the Sovereign's Descent innate skill. Sovereign's Descent innate skill activated. Energy accumulated, 39.7 billion points. It will increase the host's next attack. When Lin Chen entered the ancient battlefield in the sacred burial mountain range, he had activated the Sovereign's Descent innate skill in advance. He had killed many saint beasts along the way and accumulated a terrifying amount of energy. Lin Chen looked around and smiled coldly. Absolute life and death, activate. Kai. Lin Chen chose the one-armed saint as his target. Orange flames flowed around his body as his life essence started to burn. Ka. Crack. On Lin Chen's body, an illusory 10th saint point was gradually forming. Lin Chen burned his saint body in exchange for power. The power he gained from burning his saint body was far greater than what he had gained when he was the War Emperor. Not enough. Heaven-defying one. Activate. Host used, one-time use, orange rank active talent, heaven-defying talent. Begin entering heaven-defying state. Warning. This innate skill is an extreme offensive innate skill. Please pay attention to the direction of your attack. When the host's attack can break through the enemy's defense and enter the enemy's body, it will cause instant death. Range of application. Temporarily effective for those below the 9th Heaven Saint stage. Temporarily ineffective for those in the 1st Revolution to 9th Revolution Saint stage. A blue divine light flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. Boom tilde. When Lin Chen activated his 3 innate talents, the one-armed saint turned his hand and grabbed at Lin Chen. His 5 fingers exuded the power to shatter a meteor, condensing into a giant flaming hand that grabbed at Lin Chen. This palm strike was enough to heavily injure any 3rd Heaven Saint stage expert. The other party didn't place Lin Chen in their eyes at all. In fact, there were already 10 true saints rushing towards Luo Yaro 4th Heaven Saint realm, right? Try this. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the 9 tribulations star streaked across the sky. The destructive aura it emitted caused the faces of many 3rd Heaven Saint realm experts to turn solemn. Xiao Jing's brows furrowed tightly together. This brat is actually able to unleash such a strange attack at the 1st Heaven Saint realm. If he was in the same realm as me, the one-armed Saint realm expert was slightly surprised. Interesting. Is this your final counterattack before you die? You might be able to deal with a 3rd Heaven Saint realm expert, but it's not enough to deal with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, boom tilde, the 9 tribulations star trembled, and its power increased by more than 20 times. The Sovereign's Descent was activated. This was the strongest move Lin Chen had ever used, the 9 tribulations star. All the true saints present were shocked. What kind of attack is this? A 1st Heaven Saint realm expert can unleash such a strange attack. Even if I use my odd crystal, I don't dare to say that I can escape unscathed. A trapped beast is indeed difficult to deal with. Many 3rd Heaven Saint realm experts felt their scalps going numb. The one-armed 4th Heaven Saint realm expert shook his head and laughed. As expected of a peerless genius. He has some killing moves. Buzz. The 9 tribulations star split into 5. The one-armed Saint realm expert was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying attack could be split into 5 different types. 5 streaks of 9-colored light shot out like shooting stars, and they collided with the giant flaming palm. Bang! 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 The giant flaming palm was torn apart, and the 9 tribulations star continued to descend towards the one-armed Saint realm expert. Not good. As he retreated, he waved his arm, and holy light coiled around him like a dragon, forming a shield that protected him. Kai. Boom tilde. 5 pillars of 9-colored light shot out from the heavens and earth, and they revolved slowly. The destructive power of the 9-colored light swirled in the air, destroying everything in its path. Finally, the 5 pillars of 9-colored light merged into one, forming a beam of 9-colored light that pierced through the heavens. The monster-level geniuses swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Thinking back to a few days ago, the gap between them and Lin Chen wasn't that big. Even if they weren't his match in a one-on-one battle, they could still pose a threat to him if they attacked together. But now, attack together? They wouldn't even know how to spell the word death. They would repeat the history of the genius list once again. The beam of light dissipated, and the one-armed Saint realm expert's figure slowly appeared. His clothes were torn, and his only remaining arm was dripping with blood. A sinister smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Good, good. What a peerless genius, Lin Chen. Even I was injured by you. You are indeed a monster. The genius's pupils constricted. Lin Chen's attack was so terrifying, but he only suffered light injuries. As expected, the difference between the 3rd heaven and 4th heaven true saint realm is huge. Lin Chen is going to be taken down. King Fu Sheng's heart thumped. He didn't think that Lin Chen could unleash another attack like he had just now. "Old Mo, I'm going to help the seniors. I'll leave this brat to you." The last old man in green robes was talking to the one-armed Saint Realm expert when he suddenly froze. The fourth heaven true Saint Realm expert called Old Mo turned to look at the old man in green robes and spoke with difficulty. "I think," crack, crack, crack. A shocking crack appeared between Old Mo's eyebrows, and his body began to shatter like porcelain. His life force was quickly extinguished, and in the end, he exploded. Bang! With a loud explosion, the one-armed Saint Realm expert exploded. Light balls filled the sky, and a 5-colored supreme treasure chest floated in the air. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. An extremely strange scene appeared. The one-armed Saint Realm expert, Old Mo, exploded, and his saint body turned to dust. He died without even a trace. Silence. A strange silence filled the air. The leaders of the forces from all over the world, as well as the old antiques and Saint Realm experts, stared at the void as though they had seen a ghost. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they didn't dare to believe it. They even thought that they were hallucinating. Dead. A fourth heaven true Saint Realm expert had actually fallen. A reclusive old monster from the southern region who had lived for millions of years, an expanse cavern Saint Realm expert who had opened 32 Saint Meridians, roaming the sacred boundary unhindered. He was a genius of his generation and was worshipped by countless mortals. He would be considered a peak expert in a 5th-grade sect. However, he had actually died at the hands of a young man who hadn't even reached the 2nd heaven true Saint Realm, a 1st heaven true Saint Realm expert who had jumped 3 levels to kill an expanse cavern saint. Moreover, it was with one move. He had died without even a trace. Devil. This Lin Chen is definitely a devil. He's definitely not human. No one knew who it was, but when they regained their senses, their emotions exploded. Chapter 1130. Devil. This brat is definitely a terrifying devil. We can't stay here any longer. Retreat. This is too terrifying. This old man has never seen such a ridiculous 1st heaven true saint before. This brat is definitely not a human. His origin is already mysterious, and he has an affair with the Devil Queen. There's a high chance that he's a spy from the devil race. The saints felt their scalps go numb as a chill ran down their spines. Those saints who had admired Lin Chen earlier were all certain that Lin Chen was a spy from the devil race. That was too ridiculous. When a person encountered something that exceeded their knowledge, their thoughts would stop for a moment and they would give up on thinking. Some of the true saints directly brought their geniuses and retreated. Some even tore through the void to escape. In the short span of 10 breaths, there were only 300 true saints left. The reason why the remaining 300 true saints didn't leave was because their geniuses were still in the Holy Burial Mountain range. Their names hadn't disappeared from the genius rankings. For the safety of their geniuses, they braced themselves and waited outside. Even if they wanted to watch the battle, they hid far away. That was because a 1st heaven true saint killing a 4th heaven true saint in an instant was too terrifying. This wasn't something that could be considered shocking because of one's talent. It was something that could create a huge wave of panic. F***CK, if you don't run now, are you waiting for death? What kind of concept was it to kill a saint in an instant? This meant that Lin Chen had the ability to kill over 1,000 true saint. That was countless times more terrifying than a 5th heaven true saint. Oh my god, am I seeing things? The green-robed old man's mouth twitched, and his entire body trembled. Enemy target eliminated. Absolute life and death talent removed. An azure light flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. This is the power of a heaven-defying talent. As long as I break through the opponent's defense, it's an instant kill. An unprecedented aura and battle intent rose from Lin Chen's body, domineering, sharp, and cold. Killing intent soared to the heavens. The strongest offensive orange rank talent in history, heaven-defying talent. With this talent, as long as Lin Chen didn't meet an existence that could suppress him, his chances of victory would never be zero. This was the first time Lin Chen felt the absolute difference between orange talents. He was almost certain that this talent was even more terrifying than instant light split shadows. If Lin Chen didn't have the Sovereign's Descent and the heaven-defying technique, he wouldn't have been able to break through a fourth Heaven True Saint's defense even if he fought for 10 days and 10 nights. The 10 fourth Heaven True Saints who were trying to support Jiyu Wanchuan felt their hair stand on end, and their eyeballs nearly fell out of their socket. Although Old Mo's cultivation is the lowest among the 12 of them, he is still an Expanse Cavern Sage. The situation has changed. Deal with Lin Chen. Damn it, be careful of this brat's attacks. Keep your distance and fight him. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. 11 fourth Heaven True Saints surrounded Lin Chen. What's wrong, guys? Aren't you going to provide support? Lin Chen laughed mockingly. It was as though killing a fourth Heaven True Saint was as easy as killing a chicken. The Azure Dragon soared into the sky and collected all the attribute light balls and supreme treasure chest. The 11 True Saints were on high alert as though they were facing a great enemy. There was no longer any trace of contempt in their eyes. It was as though they were encircling an ancient demon god. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seniors, you have to pay the price for looking down on the younger generation. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. Golden light flickered in his palm, and a piece of shoulder armor with golden divine radiance appeared in his hand. Golden God of War set, God of War Vambrace. I, Lin Chen, will say it one more time. Scram now, or die. Boom tilde. An earth-shattering killing intent swept through the entire area. With a single shout from Lin Chen, the 11 Saint Realm experts were shaken to the core. Even though Lin Chen could unleash the 9 Tribulations star once more, he didn't have the Sovereign's Descent. It was extremely difficult for him to break through the defense of a fourth Heaven True Saint. However, he still had his strongest trump card, the God of War Vambrace. The God of War Vambrace might not be able to reverse the situation, but with the God of War Vambrace and the heaven-defying armor, everything was possible. Brat, we're not some small fries. Show me your strength. Let us show you how terrifying a fourth Heaven True Saint is. We won't be injured like Old Mo. A middle-aged man with an eagle-like face sneered. Don't talk nonsense with this brat. Kill him. Don't give him a chance to retaliate. The 2 sword saints shouted as the odd crystals in their bodies shone brightly. They actually used the power of the odd crystals in the first exchange. Roar tilde. The 2 sword sages activated the power of the odd crystals and slashed down with their holy swords. The cold air of the 9 heavens condensed into a mighty sword chi ice dragon. It froze 1,000 miles and froze the sky. A pitch-black saber light slashed from the west, and a golden dragon descended from the void above his head, forming the word kill in the shape of a hand seal, crushing Lin Chen. Kai, Kai, Kai. The space was sliced into nothingness as streaks of sword chi cut through the void and split the sky into 3. The Expanse sword sages condensed the power of the odd crystals to use an orange sword technique. The power was enough to slice the periphery of the sacred burial mountain range into pieces. A section of golden Gungjin finger light that pierced through the earth veins tore through the clouds and came crashing down. Another holy light dragon appeared. Dragon shakes the heavens and earth. The sky wolf howled angrily and charged forward, pouncing towards Lin Chen. It was too imposing. The combined attack of 11 fourth Heaven True Saints was akin to encircling an ancient demon. It was even stronger than when they had encircled Luo Yaro. Since you guys still want to fight, I'll play with you guys. Lin Chen was overflowing with arrogance as he put on the God of War Vambrace. Wung tilde. Rumble tilde. The afterglow and golden light of the God of War illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Heaven and earth trembled, and space trembled. It was as though an ancient god had descended. Lin Chen's hair danced in the wind as golden light enveloped his body. An invincible force that could destroy the heavens awakened within his God of War Vambrace. Lin Chen's pure strength soared from 200 million dragons to 5 billion dragons, 10 billion dragons, 30 billion dragons, 50 billion dragons, 80 billion dragons, and it was still rising. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Lin Chen raised his fist and smashed it forward. The terrifying pure strength shattered the crystal walls of space. With a flash of golden light, it was as though heaven and earth had been overturned. Rumble tilde. With a flash of golden light, Lin Chen destroyed the killing moves of several sword saints. With a wave of his fist, he destroyed the orange rank killing moves of several fourth heaven true saint. Lin Chen strode forward, and his fist smashed down like a giant hammer. The pure power that could penetrate the continental plate was mixed with the momentum that could push through space. The space below and the foundation of the outer ring of the sacred burial mountain were all smashed into pieces along with the massive amount of holy chi attack. Bang! 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 Cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire foundation was shattered by the force of the punch. The eastern side of the holy burying mountain range was filled with broken earth veins. Lin Chen had smashed them into pieces. Heaven and earth were plunged into chaos. What? The 11 true saints felt their scalps tingle, and their eyes narrowed. Crushing him head-on? There was no technique involved. There was only pure strength that could shatter space and shatter the world. This brat was as strong as a monster. With the god of war vambrace on, Lin Chen was no longer as dangerous as before. Even though the blood in his body was boiling, he was no longer bleeding from his 7 orifices. All of you, die. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen circulated the power of the god of war vambrace, and he charged forward like a god of war. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen's pure strength tore through space as he appeared above the true saint's head. He aimed a palm strike at the top of his head. This palm strike contained the might of the god of war. Chapter 1131. His 5 fingers exuded a boundless force that seemed capable of suppressing ghosts and gods, and a resplendent golden light shot out. Bang! With this palm strike, mountains and rivers turned to dust. That 4th level true saint was reduced to a human skin, all of his saint acupoints shattered, and he died in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream. The azure dragon flapped its wings again and disappeared. Before the god of war vambrace could absorb the attribute light balls, he snatched away all of the attribute light balls and treasure chest. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the true saints reacted, Lin Chen had already raised his hand and punched out once more. His fist was like a dragon, and the golden light pierced through the sky. Not good. The 3 true saints were shocked, and they hurriedly activated their odd crystals to protect themselves. However, before they could escape into the void, they were struck by the golden light fizz. Boom tilde. Kai. Sonic booms reverberated through the sky, and the sound waves seemed to overturn heaven and earth. The 3 4th level true saints spat out blood as they retreated. A single punch was enough to injure 3 4th heaven true saint. Rip tilde. Lin Chen didn't even bother to look at the 3 injured 4th level true saint. WH. What? My saint acupoints are shattering. Why? This old man has dominated the southern region and created many legends. Why would I die in the hands of this brat? The 3 true saints' pupils constricted, and the light in their eyes dimmed. Their saint bodies crumbled, and attribute light balls fell to the ground. 3 5 light supreme treasure chests floated into the air. A 4th level true saint had fallen once again, defense broken, instant kill, god of war vambrace plus heaven-defying armor. Without a doubt, Lin Chen's strength had surpassed all of his previous battles. He had reached a whole new level. As long as he broke through their defenses, even if it was just a slight injury, it was still an instant kill. His terrifying strength didn't only bring about destructive power. The speed of his flesh was close to 100 billion dragon power points, and Lin Chen was like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the 2-sword saint. I've given you 2 chances. Since you want to kill me, I, Lin Chen, will accompany you to the end. Lin Chen struck out with his palm, unleashing a terrifying attack. Close to 100 billion dragon power points smashed the surrounding space crystal walls into paste. Space exploded one after another. As the light collapsed, the 2-sword saints were horrified. The brilliance of the odd crystals condensed rapidly, and the 2-sword saints slashed out a glacial sword chi in an attempt to freeze Lin Chen's power. TSK. Bang. Bang. Lin Chen shattered the icy cold sword energy with a single palm strike. Then, he threw out several punches in succession. Golden light flashed explosively, shaking the sun, moon, and stars as he ruthlessly bombarded the 2 holy sword. The sky and earth were spinning, and the mountains and rivers were turning upside down. The sword light dissipated, and the ice fog that filled the sky exploded. The sacred swords in the hands of the two sword saints shattered on the spot. The impact caused their blood and chi to churn, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Quick, retreat. This kid's pure strength is too terrifying. It's not something an expanded aperture cultivator can withstand. The two sword saints looked at each other. Just as they were about to run away, their saint bodies suddenly split open. From the moment their saint bodies were injured, their flesh, blood, and bones began to collapse and be annihilated from the inside. The holy armor and armor on their bodies couldn't withstand it at all. Even a piece of it was annihilated and shattered. As long as there was a slight injury, they would be turned into ashes, and not even their spatial rings would be left behind. The azure dragon was like a bolt of lightning as it continued to collect hundreds of attribute light balls and 2 5-light supreme treasure chest. These were the attribute drops of genuine fourth heaven true saints, and Lin Chen's attributes skyrocketed. Lin Chen didn't care about what he obtained after opening the 5-light treasure chests. His killing intent soared to the sky as he turned his gaze. Devil, a peerless devil. Quick, run. How can there be such a heaven-defying human in this world? This kid isn't human. What kind of demonic means is this? Getting injured and dying? Even a fifth heaven true saint isn't that terrifying. This old man doesn't want to die yet. The last 6 fourth heaven true saints felt their scalps turning numb as a sense of fatal danger rose in their hearts. Without caring about anything else, they retreated and tore through space to escape. Lin Chen used his overwhelming dragon force to leap through space, and his aura soared to the skies. He no longer forced himself to use the god of war Vambrace, and he could use pure strength to move around. The god of war Vambrace suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light that gathered in his hands. Lin Chen punched out in the direction the 6 true saints were escaping. This punch was like a billion dragons descending from the heavens. This punch was like the collision of 2 continents. Tens of thousands of rays of light floated around like coiling dragons as they tore apart heaven and earth. The wind from the punch formed a spiral of golden light that smashed through the crystal walls of space. The wind from the punch was like a cosmic storm that swept through the galaxy. Kai tilde. Ka, Ka, Ka. Space exploded, and the 3 fourth heaven true saints were sent flying. They were actually sent flying out of the crack in space by Lin Chen. The wind from the punch pierced through their defenses, and their bodies were injured to varying degrees. Before they could even react, their bodies had already crumbled apart. Senior Jiu Wanchuan, save us. The last 3 true saints wailed in despair as their eyes rolled back into their heads. Their bodies were filled with cracks, and they died without leaving behind even a speck of dust. The holy dragon swooped down and collected all the attribute light balls and treasure chests of the fallen fourth heaven true saint. Obtained 1,114 high-grade cultivation technique soul essences, 6,511 high-grade fire attribute energy, 9,401 high-grade rune energy, 8,499 mid-grade talent points, 4,800 high-grade lightning attribute energy, 2,440 high-grade spirit points, 80,000 strengthening points, 10,222 mid-grade heavens Tao points, 300 set essences. Every attribute light balls value was ridiculously high. Opened 9 5-light supreme treasure chests. Obtained life awakening function key, 40,000 points of set essences, 100,000 mid-grade heavens Tao points, 2 low-grade spiritual plant of destiny seeds, permanent orange-grade talent fragments. Annihilation, 1/3, Annihilation tear fragment, 2/3, 100,000 high-grade cultivation technique soul essences. The eastern periphery of the Holy Burial Mountain Range was a complete mess. The heavens had collapsed, and the earth had cracked. The earth veins had been flipped upside down, and the space was like glue. The remaining 300 true saints who were spectating the battle narrowed their eyes. This scene was both horrifying and strange. At the same time, it shook the hearts of all the true saints present. In the short span of a few breaths, Lin Chen had really turned the tide of the battle around with his strength alone. Out of the 12 fourth heaven true saints, 9 had died. 9 of them had died in the hands of a young man who had just entered the true saint realm. Psi tilde tilde. Oh my God, is this really not an illusion? A fourth heaven true saint. Even in my holy sect, he would be a first-rate grand elder. He belongs to the highest level. 9 of them died in one go? We've all underestimated him. This kid has the potential to shake the sacred boundary. The 36 regions of the sacred boundary are going to change. This old man has never heard of such a heaven-defying battle in the history of the sacred boundary. Many true saints were about to go crazy. From the moment Lin Chen had entered the true saint realm, everything he did had never progressed according to common sense. It had completely exceeded their understanding, and each matter was more ridiculous than the last. The 2 captains of the 9 Shadows Assassin organization and the true saints of Dark Sky Hall saw that the situation was not right, and they fled in the blink of an eye. The little demon empress covered her red lips with her jade-like hands, and her charming eyes flashed with surprise and shock. That golden bracer of his seems to have turned into a brand new bracer. He's too strong. He's a few levels stronger than when he defeated Lin Xingchen. The little demon empress was certain that if Lin Chen hadn't met the other requirements, he would have entered the monstrous geniuses list with this battle. Xiao Jing's expression was extremely ugly. After a few changes of expression, he finally chose to flee into the void. This time, I've stopped the war god's bracer from absorbing the attribute light balls. Its power has already stopped increasing, and more than half of its energy has been used up. I have to end this battle before the energy of the war god's bracer runs out and the heaven's deity state end. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly as he ignored the injuries in his body and the last 3 Saint Realm experts who were trying to escape. With a flash, he charged into the strongest battle circle. 9 people actually died. Jiyu Wanchuan and the other 2 were shocked beyond word. Just how shocking was this youth going to be? Chapter 1132. He actually, really did it. Luo Yaro's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Rip tilde. Lin Chen tore through the void and arrived. Without a single word of nonsense, he aimed a king punch at Jiyu Wanchuan's position. Jiyu Wanchuan did not dare to underestimate Lin Chen. His 5 old fingers grabbed onto the blue Saint Ocean above his head and absorbed it into his palm. Like Saint Qi turning into Gang Gang, the vast and mighty Gang Gang force clashed with Lin Chen's palm. 100 billion dragon power points against a level 5 complete saint. Clang tilde. Bang tilde. A metallic explosion resounded in the sky. Lin Chen retreated a dozen steps, while Jiyu Wanchuan retreated 5 steps. Lin Chen's qi and blood were churning, and his saint qi was shaking. However, Jiyu Wanchuan was not hurt at all. He was on high alert against Lin Chen. Rip tilde. Rip tilde. Space was torn apart. Jiyu Changtian and Lord Fenshen were pushed back by Luo Yaro's attack. Their saint qi was churning, and their faces were slightly pale. With Lin Chen's help, Lord Fenshen and Tianming's sword saint could not stop Luo Yaro, who was fighting with all her strength. If the battle dragged on, they would definitely be killed by the demonic sword. Luo Yaro flashed to Lin Chen's side, and the 2 stood side by side. Lin Chen did not say anything. He grabbed Luo Yaro's slender hand and punched 3 times in the direction of the 3. The wind from the punches was like an angry dragon piercing through the sky. The 3 of them had seen the miserable state of the 12 saints. They did not dare to underestimate Lin Chen's attack, and they used all their strength to defend. While the 3 of them were defending, Lin Chen suddenly sent out a telepathic message. Little Vixen, Iji, see you next time. Using super-dimensional teleportation, 2202 intermediate talent points consumed. Teleporting target, 1, teleporting to space 2. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen and Luo Yaro turned into a beam of light and jumped through space. They flashed far away and disappeared. What? Jiyu Changtian and the others were shocked. What kind of spatial secret technique is this? He can travel through the void right under our noses without leaving any trace. I can't even see which direction he's escaping in. The great sun-burning heaven sage was moved. The 2 of them wanted to search for Lin Chen's aura and continue to pursue them, but Jiyu Wanchuan stopped them. Forget it. With just the 3 of us, we won't be able to keep them here. Even if we catch up to them, more people will have to die to keep them here. Are you willing to pay that price? Ji Yuanchuan swept a glance at the two of them as he recalled how Lin Chen had killed a fourth heaven true saint in an instant. Both of them couldn't help but shudder as their hair stood on end. They won't be able to escape. The people that this brat killed today all have powerful backgrounds. In addition, he is related to that witch. The higher-ups won't ignore this. Let's go. Ji Yuanchuan flicked his sleeve and decisively chose to leave through the void. More than 300 Saint Realm experts were flabbergasted. They couldn't accept this result for a long time. Lin Chen had killed 9 fourth heaven true saints, and he was still able to escape unscathed with the witch. Although we already know that Lin Chen's methods are unpredictable, we still didn't dare to imagine this result. The ancestor of the Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace shook his head and sighed. With his ability, he will definitely be able to create a new world. Little girl, don't worry and cultivate. Ao Qing smiled meaningfully at Ning Qingxian, who was now relieved. Poison Sage Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw how depressed his granddaughter was. Yu Qingli was depressed, and Yu Yulan felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. The things that had happened in the Holy Burial Mountain Range would definitely cause a huge commotion in the sacred boundary. The Clear Sky Sage King's scheme, the birth of a peerless genius, and the killing of a fourth heaven true saint would definitely push the sacred boundary to a new era. When everyone left, a pair of deep and gloomy eyes opened in the depths of the Holy Burial Mountain Range. They stared at the blue dome of heaven, as though they had been there since ancient times. No one knew that after Lin Chen's battle, an even more terrifying battle broke out in the Holy Burial Mountain Range a few days later. Lin Chen teleported to the location of his doppelgangers. When the battle with the 12 fourth heaven true saints broke out, his doppelgangers had split up and fled in different directions. Lin Chen had already prepared a plan to escape. As long as he could deal with the fourth heaven true saints and delay the last 3 fourth heaven true saints, he would be able to pull Luo Yao away with him using the super-dimensional transmission technique. In a secluded and empty valley, Lin Chen sat in front of a waterfall as he panted heavily. He felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Those old fellows finally didn't catch up. I'm so tired. The blue light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and Lin Chen felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Lin Chen felt a complicated feeling in his heart, and he sighed. The heaven-defying physique has ended. It's a pity that the strongest offensive ability can only be used once. The next time he met a fourth heaven true saint, it wouldn't be so easy to kill them. Even with the battle god's braces, he wouldn't be able to kill them easily. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Lin Chen smiled at Luo Yao. Didn't I say that they wouldn't be able to stop this handsome ass? That's because you're lucky. Luo Yao replied indifferently. Fortunately, it's an ordinary fifth heaven true saint. With the temporary boost from your protective equipment, you're barely able to contend against him. Even though we're all in the true saint realm, there's a huge difference in the combat strength of some true saints. Lin Chen was stunned. What? Luo Yao continued, do you know why the monstrous geniuses of the human race can't kill each other? Even though it was extremely difficult for a true saint realm expert to challenge someone of a higher realm, there would be a qualitative change due to the fourth heaven and fifth heaven true saints. A powerful fifth heaven true saint realm expert would be able to crush a dozen people like that with a single hand. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He could defeat a dozen of them with a single hand. Why was this different from what he had heard? Luo Yao seemed to have guessed his reaction. She sat quietly beside the waterfall. The mist was dense, and her tender and delicate lotus-like jade feet adorned the surface of the lake. It was like a dream. The beautiful woman brushed aside a strand of her black hair and said with an indifferent expression, in terms of body refinement strength, a first heaven true saint realm expert like you will be able to unleash a strength equivalent to 100 million dragon points after using cultivation techniques and battle techniques. A second heaven true saint point will be 200 million dragon points and a third heaven true saint point will be 500 million dragon points. Without using odd crystals or orange rank techniques or other special factors, a third heaven true saint realm expert with 30 saint points will have an overall strength of 8 billion dragon points. A fourth heaven true saint realm expert with 31 saint points is also known as the acupoint expansion realm. They will be able to expand the space of the saint points and greatly increase the capacity of the saint points. The foundation of acupoint expansion depends on the saint points of the previous realm. A third heaven true saint realm expert opening a saint point is equivalent to 500 million dragon points. An ordinary true saint realm expert opening a saint point in the fourth heaven true saint realm would increase the acupoint expansion by 3 to 5 times. For most true saints, the first acupoint expansion determines the upper limit. The subsequent acupoint's expansion will not exceed the first acupoint expansion. The best state is to be equal to the first acupoint expansion. If we calculate it by 3 times, then opening a saint point will increase the strength equivalent to 1.5 billion dragon points. If we calculate it by 5 times, then opening a saint point will increase the strength by 2.5 billion dragon points. Luo Yaro's simple and clear explanation left Lin Chen dumbfounded. Based on the standard line, opening a fourth heaven true saint realm expert saint point would increase the strength by 1.5 billion to 2.5 billion dragon points. If they were to calculate the strength of a fourth heaven true saint realm expert with 40 saint points, 8 billion dragon points plus 2.5 billion dragon points x 10, the overall strength of the fourth heaven true saint realm expert would exceed 33 billion dragon point. If a third heaven true saint realm expert met a fourth heaven true saint realm expert, it would be 8 billion dragon points against 33 billion dragon point. There was only one word for death. The latter didn't even need to use any battle techniques to kill a third heaven true saint realm expert. Not to mention 30 saint points against 40 saint points, even 30 saint points against 31 saint points would be extremely difficult. A true saint with 31 saint points would have 1.5 billion dragon points more than a true saint with 30 saint point. The difference of 1.5 billion dragon points was something that Lin Chen, who had always maintained a high level of body refinement, was extremely clear about. If he sealed all of his cultivation and skills, and if he didn't use any runes or talents, he would be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation with a body refinement saint who had 300 million dragon power points with just his 200 million dragon power point. At most, Lin Chen's vitality would be slightly stronger due to the red gold vine and long Qingguo. If his opponent had 400 million dragon points, Lin Chen would probably be crushed to death. Chapter 1133. The difference between a third heaven true saint realm and an early fourth heaven true saint realm was at least 1.5 billion dragon force points. Even if one had an orange grade battle technique and the power of an odd crystal, it would be difficult for a third heaven true saint realm cultivator to defeat an early fourth heaven true saint realm expert. Luo Yaro saw Lin Chen's surprise and continued, "You don't have to be surprised. I'm only talking about ordinary saints. If it's a top genius or on the monstrous genius list, how many times do you think they can expand their acupoints? What if they expand one holy acupoint by 10 times? One holy acupoint can increase their lethality by 5 billion dragon power. 10 holy acupoints can increase it by 50 billion dragon power. This is only the fourth heaven sage realm. What about the fifth heaven sage realm? The sage realm is the transformation of the holy aura. The holy power above the sage realm is doubled or more. For example, in the expanded acupoint realm, the base of one holy acupoint is 2.5 billion dragon power. Doubling it is 5 billion dragon power. Opening all 41 to 50 holy acupoints is 50 billion dragon power. What if the other party's expanded acupoint realm base is 10 times? Even if it's only doubled, it's 100 billion dragon power. 58 billion dragon power plus 100 billion dragon power. With the help of odd crystals and orange combat techniques, do you think you have a chance of winning? Luo Yaro's explanation made Lin Chen break out in cold sweat. If it wasn't Jiyu Wanchuan but a fifth heaven sage realm on the monstrous genius list, he probably wouldn't be able to escape even with the war god Vambrace and heaven defier. Seems like I still have a long way to go. Lin Chen sighed in his heart and asked, "By the way, now that I've escaped, can you tell me how to enter the holy prison?" Luo Yaro looked at him coldly. "Yes, it's very simple." Lin Chen was surprised. "Really? What is it?" Luo Yaro looked indifferent. Get caught. Lin Chen. Are you kidding me? Luo Yaro ignored him. Silence. After a while, Luo Yaro suddenly said, You seem to only care about the holy prison. Do you know my name? Lin Chen choked for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly. What's your name, beautiful lady? Luo Yaro didn't look at him. I don't want to say. Lin Chen was stunned. What the hell? You're the one who wants me to ask you, and you're the one who doesn't want to say anything? Lin Chen was a little angry. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't say anything, I'm going to pull out my gun. Clang. The blood-red demonic blade was placed horizontally in front of Lin Chen's crotch. Lin Chen's tiger body shook. Luo Yaro said indifferently, Come on. You take it out, I'll watch you take it out. Do you want to take it back or take it back and forth? Lin Chen. We're all civilized people. What can't we talk about in bed? Oh, I mean, what can't we sit down and talk? Right. Why are you pulling out a knife? Luo Yaro suddenly stared at him, a faint smile appearing on her peerless face as she said, It seems that your charm is quite great. When you became a saint, there were quite a few girls who were worried about you. I wonder if the power of your spear is as great as your charm? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Well, my dear, when are you going to tell me your name and how to enter the holy prison? Luo Yaro put away her blade and said indifferently, When I'm happy. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. When I first met you in the Jojo continent, you were so king cold. Have you ever been happy? Who cares? As long as it's a girl, I don't believe that I can't handle her. Lin Chen looked around and snapped his fingers. Got it. Lin Chen rushed into the canyon. Luo Yao glanced at him from the corner of her eye. After a while, he stood at the mouth of a volcano and channeled a wisp of fire tribulation holy energy into the volcano. Rumble tilde tilde. The volcano trembled and suddenly erupted. Terrifying volcanic lava shot into the sky. Lin Chen drew his bow and shot an aurora arrow through the volcano's lava flow and exploded. Bang! 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 Lin Chen's holy energy dyed the volcano's lava into a myriad of colors. It was beautiful, like a rainbow of fireworks. Then, the rolling lava condensed into a few dazzling words, Look at the girl in front of you. Bang! 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 The volcano erupted one after another. Lin Chen drew his bow again. When the lava exploded, the colorful fireworks condensed into a string of words in the sky. Dare to hear the name of a fairy? There was a question mark behind the fireworks. Luo Yaro burst into laughter, as her cold and indifferent eyes finally regained some luster. She stood up and stared in Lin Chen's direction as she transmitted her voice. The way to enter the holy prison is to go to the Eye of the Storm in the sacred boundary. There is a spatial crack at the bottom of the eye, and it leads to 3 devil's dens. If you use my devil seal to enter, you can avoid the devil's den. After passing through the devil's den, you will arrive at a gap in the 17th level of the holy prison. I have already left the path to the Eye of the Storm in your devil seal. Remember, before you reach the 6th heaven true saint realm, you are not allowed to go near the Eye of the Storm. Lin Chen was stunned. Then, he went wild with joy. Yao Luo Yao My name is Lin Chen. Don't forget. Her voice echoed in his ears. When Lin Chen looked around again, the beauty had already turned into a wisp of smoke. Luo Yao Lin Chen's heart was complicated. After becoming a true saint, he could guess why Luo Yao did not absorb the devil chi in his devil seal. After absorbing the devil chi, she would lose control of herself. In the end, she did not choose to control herself. Although the devil seal is still here, this ticking time bomb has been temporarily relieved. I really don't know if Luo Yao is a friend or foe, Lin Chen sighed. He retracted his thoughts and sent all his clones back. In the realm of nothingness, devil chi rose. This place was like a devil's domain. In the void, there were countless devils singing demonic songs. Luo Yao opened her beautiful eyes. A trace of struggle and complexity flashed across her usually cold expression. What is this feeling of joy and discomfort? Familiar memories flashed through her mind. The youth's warm arms and the beauty's dreamy murmurs echoed in the endless void. Is this the feeling of being protected by someone? Class monitor, are you all right? 4 streaks of light streaked across the sky. It was Han Iji, the 2 elders of Purple Cloud King Valley, and the little demon empress. Iji, how did you know I was here? Lin Chen was surprised and happy. I left a mental imprint on your body. Han Iji smiled, causing Lin Chen to blush. Lin Chen was stunned. Mental imprint. Why didn't he feel it? Was Iji so strong now? He actually didn't feel a mental imprint on his body at all. Han Iji's aura was simple and deep. It was definitely not something that could be achieved through normal cultivation. It was very likely that she had received an inheritance. However, an inheritance also required a heaven-shaking opportunity to transform in such a short time. Good boy. You made all of us misjudge you. The 2 elders of Purple Cloud King Valley smiled as they patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and said, well, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. The 2 elders were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Keep a low profile? In another year or so, you will probably become the most colorful person in the sacred boundary. Keep a low profile, my ass. What's your relationship with that witch? The little demon empress asked Lin Chen in a rare serious manner. Everyone was stunned. Then, she seemed to realize that she had asked a question. She coughed lightly and said, I'm not interested in you. I just feel that you are too close to her. I can protect you once, but I may not be able to protect you a second time. Lin Chen's heart was filled with gratitude. Without mentioning anything else, this little vixen definitely had a heart that valued friendship. He would remember it in his heart. Don't worry, I don't really have a relationship with her. Even now, I'm not sure if we are friends or foes. It's just that there are some issues that I must stand on her side. Lin Chen knew that great kindness could not be thanked with words. He would remember the kindness of Purple Cloud King Valley today in his heart. Class monitor, you have to be careful. Han Iji said seriously, Class monitor, the top forces of the southern region will definitely not let this matter rest. They might even issue a warrant for your arrest. Next time, if there are experts pursuing you, they will definitely be at a level far higher than that battle. Class monitor, you can only avoid this calamity if you join a 6th rank sect or above or enter the monstrous genius ranking. Chapter 1134. Enter the monstrous genius role. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. He vaguely knew that the monstrous genius role was not so easy to enter. One had to complete many tests and standards to pass and become a member of the monstrous genius role. After entering the monstrous genius role, the privileges one would receive would be like heaven and earth compared to the genius role. The genius role's privileges in front of the monstrous genius role was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Entering the monstrous genius role, in a way, was equivalent to obtaining a death-free gold medal. The 2 elders of Purple Cloud King Valley winked and said, Lin Chen, if you marry into our Purple Cloud King Valley, all your problems will be solved. The 2 elders gave Lin Chen a you know what I mean smile. Lin Chen was stunned and looked at the little demon empress. The beauty twirled her hair with her slender fingers and said with a smile that was not a smile, What, have you fallen for this, miss? Lin Chen stared at a certain plump and smooth part of her and nodded seriously. There really are 2 points. No, there aren't many, just 2 points. The little demon empress covered her chest and gave him a fierce look. Lin Chen shuddered as if he had been electrocuted. This woman was really a seductress. Actually, there is another way. Han Iji smiled and said, I know that you don't like to join sects, but if you can obtain a candidate for the monstrous genius role, you should be able to make the southern region's forces not dare to act rashly. Candidate for the monstrous genius role? Lin Chen was surprised. The top forces will give out candidate tokens. As long as you gather 3 tokens, you will be able to participate in the selection competition. Because the monstrous genius role prohibits open life and death battles, and the number of spots is limited, they will often carry out selection competitions to keep those geniuses who have the potential to enter the monstrous genius role. After all, the monstrous genius role is the rare genius of the sacred boundary. Han Yizhi took out a blue jade token from her storage ring and handed it to Lin Chen. I just happen to have a candidate token here. Class monitor, you only need to gather 2 more. Lin Chen took the token and looked at it. The material of this token was special, and when he held it in his hand, it was as vast as holding a star. He said in surprise, "How did you get this?" Han Yizhi smiled but didn't say anything. She couldn't tell the class leader that this was a gift from my pursuers, right? The 2 elders from the Purple Cloud King Valley looked at each other and said, "That's good. It just so happens that our Violet Cloud King Valley has a representative competition to participate in, and the prize for the champion is a reserve token for the monstrous genius list. How about it, kid? Do you want to give it a try? Representative competition?" Lin Chen smirked. What representative competition? Could it be a competition of handsomeness? If it's a competition of handsomeness, then there's no need to compete. No matter how I think about it, I'm the winner. The 2 old men laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, that is an alchemy representative competition where geniuses are as common as clouds. Even my Purple Cloud King Valley doesn't dare to say it's a sure win. Moreover, you've defeated my Purple Cloud King Valley's youngest Saint-grade alchemist. With you participating in the competition, no one in our valley will be unconvinced. The little demon empress clapped her hands. That's right, that's right. If you go, it will definitely be very interesting. Alchemy. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Interesting. After my mental strength has advanced to the Saint realm, I wonder how far my alchemy level will go. Let's give it a try. If that's the case, then the remaining tokens are settled. Because I also have a banquet for you to participate in, and the prize is also a reserve token for the monstrous genius list. Lin Chen was surprised. How can there be such a coincidence? Why do I feel like I'm reading a novel? The 2 old men looked at each other and said in surprise, "Is young Master Han talking about Fairy Scarlet's banquet?" Han Yizhi nodded. "That's right." Lin Chen was stunned. "Young Master Han? Hey, hey, hey. Seniors, my little Yizhi is so beautiful, so fresh and cute, and you actually call her young master." Lin Chen was a little angry, but this time it was the 2 old men and the little demon empress who were stunned. Ha 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 ha. Heavens, there's an idiot here, ha ha ha. The little demon empress held her stomach and laughed on the spot, tears almost coming out of her eyes. The 2 old men were surprised and asked Lin Chen tentatively, "Lin Chen, how long have you known this Han?" "Han Yizhi. We knew each other before coming to the sacred boundary," Lin Chen said bluntly. Only Han Yizhi was a little shy. She coughed lightly and said, "That, class monitor, don't tell me you know him, but don't know his name." The little demon empress laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. "Name? What name?" Class monitor Lin Chen was confused. The 2 old men looked at each other and said in unison, "He is the number 1 on the genius list, the amazing child, known as the sacred boundary's number 1 beauty, Han Yizhi." Lin Chen looked like he was struck by lightning. His mouth gradually widened, and he looked at Han Yizhi in a daze. Facing Lin Chen's gaze, Han Yizhi was a little uncomfortable. Her little face was slightly red, and her little hands were clasped together. She said shyly, "Class monitor, I'm a boy. Everyone in class 66 knows." "What the hell?" "The whole class knows, and only I, the class monitor, am kept in the dark." "Good, this bunch of brats, how dare they hide it from me?" Lin Chen suddenly recalled that when he was at the Han family, Sister Ruoyon asked him if he liked boys. At that time, Lin Chen was still confused. So it was because of this. Yizhi is the sacred boundary's number 1 beauty. This is a little too much information. Lin Chen really couldn't accept this fact. Wasn't this even more exciting? I will attend Fairy Crimson's banquet. Class monitor only needs to be there. Class monitor, this is my spatial jade slip. You can use it to find my location. Yizhi has been away from the sect for too long, so I have to return first. Han Yizhi nervously handed a jade slip to Lin Chen for some reason, and then flew into the air. There's still some time before Fairy Crimson's banquet. Class monitor can participate in Purple Cloud King Valley's representative competition first. Looking at Han Yizhi, who was running away like a frightened little rabbit, the little demon empress' eyes became more and more ambiguous. When she looked at Lin Chen, she said with a naughty smile, "Is there really a saying in this world that the opposite sex is only for reproduction, and that walking together is true love?" Lin Chen was stunned, and then he put his hands on his waist, and the corners of his mouth rose crazily. "What do you know? The sacred boundaries #1 beauty follows my lead, which means that I'm a man of a higher level than the sacred boundaries #1 beauty, understand? But I'm very low-key, and I don't care about these empty titles. I don't want those. The person who should be handsome will always be handsome." The little demon empress pretended to be disgusted. "You're more likely to be the sacred boundaries #1 shameless." Lin Chen said, "Being shameless proves that I'm completely handsome, and it's natural to be handsome." The little demon empress said, "I think you can really write a book. You can teach others about being shameless to a new level." The two elders looked at this pair of weirdos bickering as they flew to Purple Cloud King Valley, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This Lin Chen, he was really comparable to their miss. 10 days had passed since the sacred burial mountain range battle. Southern region, Heaven Ascension Peak. Heaven Ascension Peak was a sacred ground, and even ordinary saints had no right to approach it. There was only one word for trespassers: death. At the foot of Heaven Ascension Peak, more than 10 second Heaven Sage Realm Guards were gathered, and their gazes were filled with reverence and disbelief as they looked at the peak of the mountain. Today, Heaven Ascension Peak gathered mighty figures from all over and held a conference. The target of this conference was actually a young man who had just become a Saint Realm cultivator. Chapter 1135. On Heaven Ascension Peak, dozens of spiritual storms floated above the mountain peak. Inside these spiritual storms, there were raging flames that soared to the heavens, landslides, tsunamis, and the splendor of the sun and moon. There were also wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that contained everything in the world. Hidden within, there were terrifying superstorms that were flickering. They were a group of unparalleled wills that were close to the level of Saint Spirit. The masters of these wills were unimaginably strong. After talking for so long, should we kill him or keep him alive? A spiritual storm that was as bright as starlight roared. "Kill him. This brat is related to the Devil Lady, and he can see through the scheme and deal between the Clear Sky Sage King and the Devil race. He must be related to the Devil race. We'd rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go." Another spiritual storm said, "You're really talking nonsense. If it's really the Devil race's scheme, why would they expose this brat in front of us? Killing a peerless genius of the human race because of some random guesses? Aren't you guys living in the stomachs of dogs?" Following that, another ball of lightning roared furiously. "What do you know? There are always exceptions to everything. That demoness probably didn't know that she would be discovered by us in the saints' world. This kid must have accidentally exposed himself because he went to save her. This brat must be killed." He slaughtered 9 saints of the southern region, and every one of them was a 4th heaven true saint. They are the pillars of the human race. Killing one is one less. This brat has already fallen to the Devil Tao. He deserves to die. Boom tilde. Sword chi shot out, and the spiritual storm that contained the sword Steely and sword storm roared. "You can't kill him. Not to mention that this brat exploded 9 acupoints. Have you guys seen anyone who can kill a 1st heaven true saint? This brat will be a peerless genius of the human race. You can't kill him. If he is related to the Devil Lady, why would she let him stand on the brink of death? Everyone knows that this matter is extremely dangerous, and there's no guarantee that it'll succeed. Clearly, this brat isn't related to the Devil Lady. Old ghost, you're the one who's confused, right? Didn't you hear Wan Quan's report? That little bastard didn't kill the Saint Realm experts by normal means. Once the Saint Realm experts were injured by him, they would automatically disappear. This isn't a means of the human race. It's a vicious trick of the demon race. Do you dare to say that there was such a unique skill in the history of the human race? You are nurturing a tiger. If we leave this brat here, what will happen to the southern region's reputation? There is also the Clear Sky Saint King, who is such a big problem. Don't leave a seed of disaster here. If you need to kill him, forget it. Send 10 Saint Astral Realm experts and 1 Life and Death Realm expert. We can kill him with a flick of a finger. No matter how many variables there are, we can deal with it. Who dares? Let's see if any Life and Death Realm expert dares to touch him. I'll exterminate his entire family. How many years has the southern mountain range been peaceful? You've started to exterminate entire clans for no reason. Are you trying to stir up internal strife? Rumble tilde tilde. Outside Heaven Ascension Peak, the space within a radius of a few thousand miles was actually trembling. A group of absolute Sage Realm experts actually quarreled here because of Lin Chen. Just the aura of their quarrel was like the arrival of doomsday. The sun and moon lost their light, and the heaven and earth lost their color. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation nearby. Otherwise, they would have fainted from this aura alone. Some of them had to be killed, some had to be kept alive, some had to be captured alive to investigate their secrets, and some had to be carefully nurtured. Nobody could come to a consensus, and everyone had different opinions about Lin Chen. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly intense, and no one could completely come to a decision. Kai. Rip tilde. A sonic boom landed on the summit of Heaven Ascension Peak without any warning, stopping the quarrel. Who are you? Why have you come to my Heaven Ascension Peak? Inside the dozens of mental storms, a Sage Realm expert asked. The newcomer was dressed in a red dress that was as beautiful as fire. Her figure was voluptuous, and her scarlet eyebrows were like the mountains in late autumn, overlooking all the mental storms. The woman in red flicked her sleeves and said sternly, "Cut the crap. Black Horse Club's Lin Chen is protected by my Divine Flame Palace. None of you are allowed to touch him." The woman in red's words stirred up 1,000 waves. She's actually from the Divine Flame Palace? Divine Flame Palace? You're from the Divine Flame Palace? The dozens of mental storms spoke solemnly, and 2 of them roared with blade chi. This is the southern region, not a place where your Divine Flame Palace can do whatever you want. Rumble. Space was overturned, and the entire Heaven Ascension Peak shook violently. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, and all kinds of flames enveloped the entire Heaven Ascension Peak, causing the first Heaven True Saints guarding outside to turn pale with fright. Who's not convinced? Come out and try. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you're convinced. The woman in red flicked her fingernails, and her red lips curled into a domineering smile. Don't think that you're safe just because you're a bunch of mental energy. If I want to find you, I'll follow your mental energy until I find your true body. Who's not convinced? The moment her words left her mouth, the mental storms were shock. The Divine Flame Palace was so domineering. Most importantly, this woman's cultivation was unfathomable. Ari, why is the Divine Flame Palace interfering in the matters of the southern region? A sigh rang out in the air, and a white-robed old man floated down from the sky. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and a pair of mysterious golden eyes stared straight at the woman in red. You should know that the Devil Lady's influence is huge. With just your Divine Flame Palace, do you think you can suppress the entire sacred boundary? Once this matter reaches the upper echelons, you should know how serious the consequences will be. The moment the old man with golden eyes appeared, the atmosphere of the mental storms changed. The matters of my Divine Flame Palace are not for you to criticize. Who would have thought that the woman in red would flick her sleeves, and her 5 fingers would grab at the void? There wasn't any earth-shattering momentum or Saint Chi, but the space around the old man was instantly crushed. The white-robed old man was instantly crushed into nothingness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of rays of mental energy appeared in the air, condensing into the appearance of the white-robed old man with golden eyes. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. The woman in red raised her brows with interest. Oh, your spiritual realm seems a little interesting. Do you really want to fall out with us? The old man with golden eyes questioned in a deep voice. Whether this matter reaches the upper echelons or not is another matter. The woman in red flicked her fingers and said indifferently, I'm just here to tell you not to touch this kid. The old man with golden eyes frowned. The Divine Flame Palace can't protect him forever. The woman in red stretched out 2 slender fingers. 20 years, this is the time limit I'm asking for. If you old fellows from the southern region touch a strand of his hair within 20 years, I'll personally exterminate your entire family. If he enters the demon genius list within 20 years, it's not up to you to decide what to do with him. If he doesn't enter the demon genius list after 20 years, you can kill him however you want. Chapter 1136. Everyone was stunned speechless. A young man who had just entered the true saint realm wanted to enter the demon genius list in 20 years. One had to know that the cultivation of the true saint realm wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Every time one opened a saint point, it would take tens of thousands of years. Although monster-level geniuses couldn't be measured by common sense, it was impossible for a peerless genius on the demon genius list to shorten the time by so many times. Alright, according to what you said, the 6th grade sects of the southern region will not send any experts to deal with him for the next 20 years. However, we won't interfere with the 5th grade sects below us. The golden-eyed old man said indifferently. The meaning behind his words was simple. The 6th grade sects and above would not interfere in this matter for the next 20 years. However, the same couldn't be said for the 5th grade sects. This was their bottom line. They couldn't allow their 4th heaven true saint realm experts to be killed without being able to do anything. Where would they put their face? Hehe, Lin Chen brat, just treat it as leaving some small troubles for your growth. This is all I can help you with. The rest is up to you. The lady in red and everyone else came to an agreement. After signing the contract, she left immediately. She came in a hurry and left in a hurry. When she left, all the spiritual cultivators were puzzled. Old Chen, why didn't you make a move to suppress this woman? She's too arrogant. She doesn't put the southern region in her eyes at all. That's right. Our spiritual avatars and your avatar will definitely be able to suppress this woman. Many true saints were filled with killing intent. The golden-eyed old man shook his head and laughed. You guys are underestimating her too much. Not to mention your spiritual avatars, even if all of our main bodies were here, we wouldn't be able to defeat her. Instead, we would all be killed by her. The best outcome would be 1 or 2 escaping. Hissed Tilda. The moment these words left his mouth, many spiritual cultivators were stunned. Every single one of them was an immortal realm expert in the southern region. Their true saint realm cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. It was fine if their spiritual avatars weren't a match for her, but even their main bodies would die. The golden-eyed old man looked into the distance and said meaningfully, "That woman is willing to give us face because of that lord." However, this old man is curious. Even the Divine Flame Palace is protecting Lin Chen. What kind of background does he have? Violet Cloud King Valley, Violet Realm Valley. These days, Lin Chen had been recuperating and fighting with the various saint stage powerhouses one after another. Even if he had the Tai Fu Tian technique, he still couldn't bear it. Most importantly, the use of the war god Vambrace at the end had drained Lin Chen of his physical strength. Fortunately, Lin Chen had enough silver saint origin coins. After spending another 1,000,000 silver saint origin coins, Lin Chen's saint acupoint and greater saint acupoint were filled up again. Ordinary first-layer saints did not have the ability to spend millions of silver saint origin coins in a matter of minutes. In the secret room, Lin Chen went into seclusion and opened the system. Due to the host's advancement in cultivation, some of the growth attribute values have automatically transformed into higher attribute values. Heavenly Tao Possession System version 6.0, host, Lin Chen, cultivation, late first heaven true saint realm, 9 saint points, high-grade essence, 28. 8 billion points maximum strength, 200 million dragon power, high HP, 1, 6 billion advanced spirit, 1, 88 million points, early stage saint rudiment stage late stage, high-grade cultivation technique soul essence, 1, 5 million points, high-grade rune energy, 1. 49 million points, mid-grade heavens Tao points, 1, 78 million points mid-grade talent points, 880,000 points set essence, 140,000 points blank attribute, 0 points strengthening points, 74. 09 million points high-grade elemental energy, 880,000 points of fire element, 710,000 points of earth element, 440,000 points of wood element, 450,000 points of metal element, 780,000 points of water element, 550,000 points of lightning element, 410,000 points of wind element, 680,000 points of light element, 740,000 points of darkness element. Cultivation technique status column, open, bloodline status column, open, life awakening column, open, passive talent column, dual cultivation union, assault, laceration, quasi-orange rank super chaos, orange rank extreme god possession fragment, 3/4, active talent column, god stealing omen, fatal bloodthirst, superdimensional transfer, ultimate moment, ultimate origin, sovereign's descent, quasi-orange rank absolute life and death, orange rank instant light split shadows, orange rank annihilation rupture, 2/3, sure kill skill column, open, unique rune column, open, innate skill combination column, open, activating life awakening function. Life awakening will awaken the functions of the host's body, thereby allowing the host to obtain a more powerful ability or divine ability. Life awakening will consume a large amount of heaven's path points. Activating the key and activating the system's new version update. Please collect the following attribute points: 2 million heaven's path points, 2 million advanced cultivation technique soul essences, and 500,000 set essence points. Lin Chen's system was like heaven and earth compared to before. Each attribute point was more ridiculous than the previous one, and it had increased by tens or even hundreds of times. The attribute points required to update the system are too ridiculous. It wasn't easy for me to kill so many saints, and I still need so many attribute points. Lin Chen was speechless. Then, with a flip of his hand, the dimmed god of war Vambrace appeared. System, I want to restore all the set essence points to the god of war Vambrace. Tilde. A series of starlight rays flowed from Lin Chen's glabella into the god of war Vambrace, and its luster recovered slightly. Lin Chen frowned. It seemed like he had to collect more set essence points in the future. If he encountered another battle like the one at the Holy Burial Mountain range, the god of war Vambrace would only be able to fight one more battle before it ran out of energy. About 100 billion dragon power points is far from the limit of the god of war Vambrace. It's the limit of my physical body and cultivation. As long as I have enough set essence points, I can unleash even more terrifying power. After Lin Chen became a saint, the most direct feeling he got from wearing the god of war Vambrace was not the violent power, but his ability to control the increase of pure power. When he was a war emperor, wearing this thing was like committing suicide. It felt like he had jumped into an abyss. He had no control over it, and he had no idea how much power it would release. Now, Lin Chen could control the increase of power within a limit. This would become his most important trump card. Lin Chen opened the talent column and looked at the new talent fragment he had obtained. Low-grade orange talent fragment. Consume a large amount of talent points to increase the host's next attack. It has the effect of tearing apart the enemy's defense, suitable for orange-grade battle techniques, and inflicting continuous destruction. If the enemy is injured by the attack of this talent, regardless of the severity of the injury, the enemy will not be able to recover or heal for a month. The injury will continue to exist. Note, only effective for 9th Heaven Saint Realm cultivators. It will not be effective for first transformation saints and above. Lin Chen was shocked. This new orange-grade talent fragment not only prevented the enemy from recovering after being injured, but it also had an evolved version of the tearing effect. Purple talents, whether passive or active, were mostly ineffective against orange-grade techniques. It was very simple. Every orange-grade technique was at the level of destruction. It was like giving a giant a small knife, and its combat power would not change. I just need one more fragment to obtain it. This new talent must be a new trump card. The more, the better. Lin Chen opened the new function, Life Awakening. Life Awakening function. Consume heavenly Tao points to awaken the host's body parts, abilities, and body parts. Body Awakening, Eye Awakening. First stage, Rippling Eyes. Consume heavenly Tao points to activate. Effect, if successful, the target's lust will increase by 50%. If failed, the berserk nature will increase by 50%. When Lin Chen read the Life Awakening function, he was even more shocked. This life-awakening function was like a different type of strengthening function. As long as one had enough heavenly Tao points, they could even awaken the two brothers. Lin Chen laughed out loud. What kind of F***king ability is this? Chapter 1137. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. This is too godly. This is life awakening. It's just that the consumption of heaven path points is a little too high. The strength of the flesh shell is something I need. Not to mention the vitality brought by body refinement, the foundation of my Ars Vambrace is also pure strength. Lin Chen sent out a thought and chose flesh shell awakening. It was simple and direct. Consumed 500,000 mid-level heaven path points to awaken the strength of the flesh shell. Ka. 2 green lights shone from Lin Chen's body. They disappeared in a flash, and his flesh and bones were replaced. His pure strength had reached 300 million dragon power point. Awakening complete. Increase host's pure strength by 50%. I still have 28 million heaven path points left. I'm going to participate in the alchemy representative competition next. Spiritual awakening is more important to me now. System, consumed 980,000 heaven path points to awaken my spiritual power. Consumed 880,000 mid-level heaven path points to awaken your spiritual power. Host's spiritual power has awakened to the middle stage of the first stage. Spiritual awakening speed has increased by 2 times. Buzz. Lin Chen instantly felt his spiritual thinking speed increase by more than 2 times. In the past, he could form 100 hand seals in an instant. Now, he could form 300. He even had the illusion that he could use the alchemy hand seal without forming any hand seals. This spiritual awakening, together with my Tai Sha holy scripture, will have a miraculous effect in alchemy. And this eye awakening, TSK, amorous eyes. Interesting. System, how many heaven path points do I need to awaken my eyes for the first stage? Replying to host, 300,000 points. Yes. Just 300,000 points. Consumed 300,000 heaven path points. Host's eye awakening, amorous eyes. Consumed heaven path points to activate. The amount consumed depends on the target. Effect, if successful, the target's lust will increase by 50%. If failed, the target's rage will increase by 50%. Lin Chen smiled playfully. If this move was used in a group battle, its effect would be outstanding. It would be comparable to the super chaos talent. Right, I haven't seen what that little fellow stole. Only then did Lin Chen remember Little Shadow. He exited the system and sent his consciousness into the peach blossom pouch. At this moment, Little Shadow had shrunk into a ball of black fog. A faint dragon figure appeared and disappeared, and a demon rose. Lin Chen's stockpile of pills decreased by a lot. It was obvious that he had entered a state of seclusion again. But according to the agreement, without Lin Chen's permission, Little Shadow did not touch a single pill above the 8th grade. Beside Little Shadow, there were only 2 things. There was a piece of red satin and a blue jade-colored rod. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He also had 3 pieces of the scarlet satin. Its material was extremely unique and simple. Until now, he still couldn't understand what it was used for. From the principle of the Heavenly Song Academy, to the fake deity of the Holy Purgatory, and then to the Clear Sky Saint King, Lin Chen had managed to collect 4 fragments. What did this Little Shadow steal for me? What about orange tear cultivation methods? What about the alchemy hand seals, the peerless pills, or even a few low-grade odd crystals will do? Lin Chen's consciousness form appeared in the peach blossom plant pouch. He sat on the ground, holding the blue jade rod that was 1 section long and 1 section short. He entered a rare state of confusion. Why would there be a rod in the Saint King's coffin? And this rod was a bit similar to the massage rod that Lin Chen saw on Earth. And it was 1 section long and 1 section short? Thinking about it, the Clear Sky Saint King had a majestic and righteous appearance. He had a peerless sacred weapon in his left hand and a massage rod in his right hand. Lin Chen had goosebumps just thinking about it. He directly threw that thing on the ground. This was too ridiculous. Drawing water with a sieve for nothing? The Saint King took out a massage rod from the coffin. Crazy. Is this world crazy, or am I crazy? No. At the clear sky Saint King's level, ordinary things can't enter his eyes at all. Something that even he has to carry around and put in the coffin, it can't be ordinary. Lin Chen resisted the rejection in his heart and grabbed the massage rod to study it. 2 days ago, the geniuses who had stayed in the tomb seemed to have received the clear sky Saint King's instructions and left safely. The moment the geniuses who had submitted to the Saint King left, a thick miasma enveloped the mountain range. The sacred burial mountain range was once again plunged into chaos. Without a true Saint Realm cultivation base, no one could enter. Just as Lin Chen was recuperating in the Violet Boundary Valley, a new battle broke out in the sacred burial mountain range. In the inner circle of the sacred burial mountain range, 4 exquisite red ancient formations rose and fell. A figure charged into the Saint King's tomb. With a sword in his hand, he slashed through the 9 heavens and 10 land. The Blood Devil burial formation of the clear sky Saint King could not stop him at all. One had to know that this formation could easily kill a 5th heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Other than Luo Yaro who was an extraordinary existence, there were not many people in the sacred boundary who could break through the formation, unless one used strength to crush them. Young man, what are you trying to do? The clear sky Saint King's angry roar shook the heavens. The clear sky Saint King was about to vomit blood. This kid's aura is extremely ancient and noble. It's even more terrifying than the demon genius's list. What kind of background does he have? 2 of his most precious treasures had been stolen by Lin Chen, and this person had broken through the formation. His tomb had been broken through twice by 2 juniors. Right now, he was starting to wonder if his clear sky Saint King title was not good enough. Or was it because the youngsters nowadays were too monstrous? The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more ridiculous. I really don't know if this king's substitute will be able to compete with them after he comes out. Golden light flowed through his eyes as he looked at the ancient formation in the sky. That person was dressed in green robes, and his expression was cold. He was holding a piece of scarlet satin in his hand. You're the clear sky Saint King, right? Hand over this item. Otherwise, I'll make your tomb sink forever. The clear sky Saint Kings will froze for a moment before his anger soared to the heavens. Could it be that you're also in cahoots with Lin Chen? This king's scarlet satin was stolen by that little bastard Lin Chen. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, anger appeared in his eyes. Lin Chen? Chapter 1138. Within the peach blossom pouch, Lin Chen felt his scalp go numb as he stared at the blue jade stick in his hand. Lin Chen shook it a few times, and a thumb-sized seed rolled out of the translucent blue jade stick. So far, this was already the 6th one. There's no mistake, these seeds are all spiritual plants of fate. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Oh my god, this blue jade stick can actually produce spiritual plants of fate. Lin Chen pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how to use this blue jade stick. It seemed like there was an upper limit to the number of seeds it could produce. After reaching this limit, Lin Chen couldn't produce any more spiritual plants of fate. Strictly speaking, the seeds that fell out of the blue jade stick are not true low-grade spiritual plants of fate. They're more like incomplete ones. Other spiritual plant seeds have a variety of charm, color, and energy fluctuations. These seeds are all of the same hue, so there's a high chance that they don't have any special seeds. Lin Chen studied the seeds for a long time, and finally determined the value of these spiritual plants of fate. They weren't complete low-grade spiritual plants, and they wouldn't produce special low-grade spiritual plants like clear jade dew or scarlet gold vines. They could only produce silver Saint Origin coins and 7th-grade mortal-grade heavenly treasures. However, this was still an extremely heaven-defying treasure. The sacred boundary had never revealed any legends about a treasure that could produce spiritual plants of fate. The value of this item was the same as Lin Chen's wandering god tree. As long as it was exposed, it would cause a storm of blood. Right now, the wandering god tree is still in the late stages of growth. What I lack is the heavenly one holy water, and I don't have any extra resources to nurture these spiritual plants of fate. Furthermore, my plant pouch can only store 5 types of spiritual plants of fate. After killing the 9 fourth heaven true saints, Lin Chen had obtained the remaining 2 types of low-grade spiritual plants of fate. What he lacked now was the space and time to nurture them. Ha ha ha. That old fogey, the Clear Sky Sage King, will probably be angered to death after I stole his treasure. Lin Chen felt incomparably carefree. He summoned his pill furnace and all of his clones. White Dragon Gate, Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace, Fu Saint Country, Ice Heart Palace, these forces have all helped me a lot. It's a good opportunity for me to focus on refining pills and repay them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Half a month later, Mysterious Realm, Ice Heart Palace. A divine radiance descended upon Ice Heart Palace. Why has your excellency suddenly come to my Ice Heart Palace? Ice Heart Palace's palace master's voice came from afar, and the palace master's voluptuous figure appeared high in the sky. The sudden arrival of a saint was a big deal for any rank 3 sect. The saint smiled and cupped his fists. This lowly one is from the Southern Territory's Purple Cloud King Valley. I have received Lin Chen's instructions to send a gift of thanks to Palace Master Iceheart for her assistance. Inside the hall, Iceheart Palace's palace master trembled. This name was simply too resounding in the 36 domains. When Iceheart Palace's palace master received the other party's storage ring, she released her mental energy to investigate. 3 Heavenly Gate establishing sage pills, which can increase the chances of a battle emperor breaking through to the saint realm. And this is the method to become a saint by absorbing pills into the body and using the body to nourish the pills. And a low-grade spirit plant seed? Iceheart Palace's palace master was shocked to the point of dizziness. Every single one of the treasures in this storage ring was extremely important to a rank 3 sec. Since palace master has accepted, this lowly one will take his leave first. The yellow-robed saint smiled and left, not waiting for the palace master to leave someone behind to receive him. He tore through the void and left. In the past few days, similar situations had occurred in the 12 Towers, White Dragon Gate, Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace, Thousand Charm Palace, Innumerable Green Palace, Fu Saint Ancient Country, and other forces. The forces that had helped Lin Chen previously all benefited from his gifts. With his current foundation, refining saint pills that ordinary people could only dream of in their lifetime was not a problem at all. Lin Chen had killed many geniuses and obtained their storage rings. In addition, the 9 Shadows Saint Realm Assassins had a rich foundation. In addition, Lin Chen alone was comparable to 6 Saint Realm Alchemists. And in the month that Lin Chen had been in seclusion in Purple Cloud King Valley, legends about him had spread throughout more than half of the 36 regions, and his name had spread throughout the world. There were all kinds of forces that were plotting against him, coveting his secrets, or sincerely recruiting him. There were all kinds of forces that were intricate and complicated. At this point, Lin Chen had truly become the target of everyone's criticism. 7 days later, in the Kang region, a vast continent floated in the void. This was the Kang region's Pill Saint Island. Today, the Kang region's Pill Saint Island was filled with people. Countless alchemists had flocked to the island, trying to obtain an invitation to enter the competition. The Pill Saint Island welcomed a fight between immortals in the alchemy canon. All the top rank 5 and rank 6 families and sects had sent out their alchemy representatives to participate in this alchemy canon. Pill Saint Island, Cloud Peak Plaza. I finally got an invitation to refine a top rank 7 elixir in half a month. This test is really asking for my life. Anyway, we won't lose anything. I heard that there will be Saint Realm geniuses in the top 1000 of the genius list participating. It seems that there will be monsters from the Monster Realm Genius list attending personally. Only those who are lucky enough to see these big shots can be considered as witnessing this era. Witnessing them is nothing. Not seeing Prince Lin Chen of the Black Horse Club, that would be a pity. In the Cloud Peak Plaza, many young alchemists were discussing spiritedly. This time, those who could watch the canon were either rich or respectable, or they had passed the test with their own strength. 2 beautiful women in pink robes stood in the center of the plaza. They were one of the staff of the canon this time. They were both rank 7 alchemists at such a young age, and their talents were top-notch. Those men are so noisy. How can they talk better than us women? Young girl by Chun muttered. Her senior sister giggled. This is the canon of alchemy that ordinary people can't reach. Isn't it normal for it to be lively? Bai Chun pursed her lips, and a hurricane suddenly swept through the plaza. A rank 7 overlord eagle flew into the plaza, flapping its wings and landing in the plaza. The overlord eagle lowered its head, and on its head stood a tall and dignified man. He walked slowly into the plaza, looking arrogant and unruly, like a bright jade in the mortal world. He was arrogant and pretentious. It's Master Wu Shuang. It's said that he reached the half-step to Saint Realm 10 years ago, and he also cultivated 2 half-orange level alchemy handprints at the same time. He's really a monster. The audience was speechless and exclaimed. There wouldn't be many participants in this grand alchemy ceremony. They were all top-notch alchemists representing various forces, but each of them was extremely powerful. It's Master Lian Wushuang, ranked 992 on the genius list. Bai Chun's little face was full of admiration and surprise. I'm participating in the canon this time to become the assistant of the Saint Alchemy Prodigy. I wonder if Master Wushuang will choose me to be his assistant alchemist. Her senior sister smiled and said, Don't be love-struck. Do your job well first. Chapter 1139. Young Master Wushuang, please show your invitation letter. The 2 women came to Lian Wushuang and bowed slightly. Lian Wushuang was like a jade crown, his eyebrows full of arrogance. Even when he took out his invitation letter, it was as if he was giving alms to others. He didn't say a word. With a flick of his finger, a bright red invitation letter fell into Bichuan's hand. Then he turned and left. With a wave of his hand, the overlord eagle flew away. Witnessing this scene, the 3 elders sitting in the void looked at each other, shook their heads, and laughed. The people taught by the Myriad Pill Pavilion are still so unreasonable. This kid has obviously advanced to the Saint Realm, but he still wants to use the Overlord Eagle to fly here. He obviously wants to make a big show. Young people always like to be in the limelight. Haha, why not? Young people are always young. If we old people compete, I'm afraid the whole time will be a pool of stagnant water. The 3 elders were the judges of this alchemy ceremony. They were also the top veteran Saint Realm alchemists in the Green Territory. Their alchemy realm was not something that mortals could guess. As long as they waved their hands, there were too many Saint Realm experts willing to serve them. One person's appeal and influence could be compared to a 4th or even 5th grade sec. It was terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, a fragrant wind rolled up from the ground. This time, it was an enchanting and charming woman. Her fiery red robe was like the wings of a phoenix. She was charming and charming. Her expression was lazy, and her figure was hot. The waves shook from time to time, as if they were going to burst her clothes. She was like a phoenix among hundreds of birds. When she stood in the field, she was charming and arrogant, making all the women dim in comparison. Seeing this charming woman who could charm all living things, there was a group of gasps in the field. This person was another influential figure, 870th on the genius list, Kai Mai. It was said that with her strength, she could already refine a 2nd grade Saint Pill. She was a candidate for the champion of this competition. While everyone was still amazed by Kai Mai's appearance, a timid and clear voice sounded from behind the 2 women. That, can I sign up? The 2 women were shocked and hurriedly turned around, cold sweat flowing down. With their spiritual energy at the peak of the Heaven Ascension stage, they were completely unable to sense anyone approaching them. It was a little girl with long hair that reached her waist. Strangely, she did not have shoes, and her 2 small feet were exposed. She was dressed in tattered plain clothes, and there was a small pink pouch around her waist. She was hugging a tattered cloth doll. Her timid appearance was like a porcelain doll that would break at the slightest touch. Only that pair of eyes seemed to want to swallow people's gazes. I am here to participate in the holy ceremony. This is my invitation. The little girl handed over a bright red letter, and the 2 girls hurriedly received it. After confirming it, the little girl retreated and sat on the ground at the side of the field. Could this little girl be Heavenly Fiend Fei Xiaoyu, ranked 688 on the genius rankings? Bai Chun was shocked and lost her voice. It was said that when this woman was born, Even her mother was almost shocked to the point of mental damage and almost died. Her physique was the legendary spiritual heavenly fiend physique. Anyone who touched her would be severely injured by the torrential spiritual energy in her body. It's actually Fei Xiaoyu. Oh my god, the organizers even invited her. Isn't this sincere in deciding the champion? To be able to compete with Fei Xiaoyu in alchemy, I'm afraid only those monstrous geniuses on the monstrous genius list who focus on alchemy. Such a terrifying spiritual energy storm. This old man's half-step saint spiritual energy only took a glance at her, and my consciousness almost fell into it. The spectators were all shocked, but the three old men sitting in the void were not surprised. Instead, they had smiles on their faces. They could not wait for the competition to be even more intense. I never thought that even you would come. Lian Wushuang walked in front of Fei Xiaoyu with a surprised expression. Fei Xiaoyu timidly bowed and said, "Hi, hello, Humph. No need to pretend to be so pitiful. The humiliation of you defeating me last time, this time I will take it back 100 times. Lian Wushuang snorted, but who knew that Fei Xiaoyu's reaction was out of his expectations. Who are you? Fei Xiaoyu looked straight at him, her gaze was deep and pure. Lian Wushuang was startled, and scolded, "What are you pretending for? The last time at True Cloud Valley, when you and I had a competition, I was the man who almost defeated you." Fei Xiaoyu's face tightened as she recalled, and thoughtfully said, "That time. I was only trying to modify the pill recipe, I don't remember you." This reply caused Lian Wushuang's pupils to shrink. She did it on purpose. No, this Fei Xiaoyu did not even put him in her eyes. Save it. Kai Maier walked over with her jade legs, and Fei Xiaoyu nodded and smiled at her. "Sister Maier, hello." Kai Maier returned a smile and looked at Lian Wushuang. "Xiaoyu will not remember the week. Your alchemy skills did not attract her attention, so it will not appear in her memory. Even if you compete with her 10,000 times, she will treat you as air." Kai Maier laughed, causing Lian Wushuang to be so angry that his veins were popping out. He was so angry that he laughed and flicked his sleeve. "Then we'll wait and see. I'll make sure she loses completely this time." Kai Maier laughed but did not say anything. Looking at the direction he left, she muttered with a voice that only she could hear. "There's an unprecedented monster hidden in this petite body. Lian Wushuang, don't dig your own grave," rumbled Tilda. Waves of fire rolled over, descending into the square. A handsome fiery red fox stepped on the flames and arrived. It was extraordinarily handsome, and on its back was a beautiful young girl. She had a smile on her face, as if she was a princess from a neighboring country, quiet and elegant. "It's the 775th genius from Man Yu, Shangguan Liu Li. Is this her companion Fire Fox? It's so mysterious. Legend has it that she was born on the same day as this companion Fire Fox. Their cultivation and cultivation are closely related, they even became saints at the same time. This Fire Fox has even become a part of her body, it can even help her in alchemy. In the past alchemy competitions, there were no signs of her using the Fire Fox to help her in alchemy. This time, she even took out her Fire Fox. This means that this time, this girl will most likely go all out." Many veteran alchemists in the audience exclaimed, and the alchemy prodigies were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Is there anyone in this world who can control ferocious beasts to help them in alchemy? One had to know that alchemy was a very delicate and complicated thing, and the finished divine pill was even more so. A bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon struck from the sky, splitting open the spatial crystal wall. Zap tilde. Bang tilde. After that bolt of lightning struck, it turned into a human form, a young man in rattan armor with a stocky back and a bear's waist. He carried a sacred weapon, a giant axe, and was 3 meters tall. The veins all over his body were as thick as dragons, and his blood was vigorous. His obsidian-like eyes gave many people a strong sense of oppression, as if he was an ancient beast that had walked out of the wilderness. Lei Wutian, 795th on the genius list. This person's alchemy skills are as domineering as his fighting skills. It's said that he can control multiple cauldrons to refine pills, and even many rank 8 alchemists can't compare to him. What a strong aura. A saint's physique refinement, half-step saint's spiritual power, and holy chi cultivation. Even many veteran alchemists were moved, let alone the younger generation of alchemy prodigies. This year's alchemy canon representative competition was much stronger than the previous ones. These alchemy prodigies, when placed in the 36 domains, were at the top of the genius list in terms of combat strength and alchemy prodigies. Some even had the potential to be on the genius list. Even if one ignored seniority, if one placed them among the rank 8 alchemists, they would all be monsters. This time, the Holy Grimoire representative competition was a real fight between immortals. Chapter 1140. Suddenly, when the geniuses had finished their preparations, 2 cursing voices could be heard throughout the venue. I've said it so many times, you were being shameless just now. You were the one who taught me how to play chess, and you've already retracted your moves several times just now. How can that be called retracting my moves? I was just experimenting with a new way of playing. You're someone on the monstrous genius list after all. Can you be a little more magnanimous? Who said that being magnanimous would allow you to act shamelessly? Do you still want your face? All the guests present were stunned. Who had the guts to cause a ruckus here? 2 streaks of purple light descended upon the Cloud Peak Plaza, and 4 people stood on top of the clouds. 2 of the elders had black lines all over their heads, and a man and a woman were still madly matching. That's someone from the Purple Cloud King Valley. My God, it's the little demon empress. One of the top 10 beauties on the monstrous genius list. All of the young male geniuses stared at the little demon empress with burning gazes. That pillously beautiful figure paired with that charming temperament, yet she just had to be born with a delicate and cute young girl's face. She was an absolute weapon to any male. Men admired, women envied, or gasped. This woman was truly worthy of the title Little Demon Empress. Even the Little Demon Empress is here. Doesn't she not know how to refine medicine? I remember that the Purple Cloud King Valley's saint-level alchemist this time is a young man called Chen Ziyu, right? I've seen Chen Ziyu before, and he's not that young. Who's the young man beside the Little Demon Empress? All the alchemy geniuses discussed animatedly, and the 2 elders of the Purple Cloud King Valley coughed lightly. Cough, cough, cough. The representative of the Purple Cloud King Valley has arrived. The person representing our Purple Cloud King Valley this time is this Lin Chen. Everyone quivered. No matter if it was the alchemy geniuses in the spectator seats, or the elders and saints of various forces, they were all stunned. The 3 elders in the air suddenly stood up, and their aged eyes instantly exploded with a bright light. They stared at Lin Chen, as if they wanted to see through all his secret. Lin Chen remained calm and collected as everyone's gazes converged on him. He even nodded and smiled at the 3 old men in the air. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, and he was completely unperturbed. The 3 old men were moved. This young man's bearing was terrifyingly calm. He's that Lin Chen who exploded 9 acupoints in a row? Rumor has it that the Little Demon Empress personally went to help him that day. The relationship between the 2 of them is not a small matter. Didn't you guys hear it just now? The Purple Cloud King Valley's alchemy representative is actually him. It turns out that he has been recuperating in Purple Cloud King Valley all this time. There was an uproar at the scene. The 2 elders and the little demon stepped into the VIP seats. Lin Chen stepped into the cloud top square, with the bright red letter in his hand. The saint stage geniuses on the genius ranking all looked at Lin Chen. They still had many doubts about Lin Chen's legend. It was impossible for a 1st heaven true saint to kill a 4th heaven true saint. There must be a huge secret on his body. Lin Chen had just entered the square, and when he saw Fei Xiaoyu's tattered clothes, he couldn't help but scold her. Tell me, what's wrong with your holy Bible? Why don't you treat such a frail little girl better? Come, little girl. Big brother will give you a lollipop. Oh, I'll help you tidy up. After he finished speaking, Lin Chen placed his hand on Fei Xiaoyu's head. This action instantly frightened many young heaven's chosen alchemist. What the F***ck? What is he trying to do? Mother ***, he's crazy. Doesn't he know the name Tian Sha? The alchemy representatives in the square looked as though they had seen a ghost, and they immediately activated their mental defenses. Even Fei Xiaoyu didn't react in time. Ever since she was born, Not many people had dared to touch her. When Lin Chen approached her, she didn't even realize that Lin Chen was going to touch her. When Lin Chen's palm touched Fei Xiaoyu's head, rumble tilde. With Fei Xiaoyu as the center, the earth-shattering mental storm was like an evil beast that couldn't be controlled by Fei Xiaoyu as it pounced towards Lin Chen. The penetrative power of this mental storm was something that even a transcendent realm expert wouldn't dare to easily block. However, Lin Chen's body surged with a blue light that was like a limitless ocean as it met this earth-shattering mental storm head-on. Hualala tilde. The scene of Lin Chen being sent flying that everyone expected did not appear. On the contrary, the mental storm was like a whirlpool that flowed back into Fei Xiaoyu's body. It was like a rampaging beast that had been appeased in front of Lin Chen. Fei Xiaoyu was stunned on the spot. The mental storm that was wreaking havoc in her body seemed to have been controlled and was no longer rampaging or rioting. Even the little girl's eyes became brighter. Whoosh tilde. A gentle holy aura flowed into her body, washing away all the dust and dirt on her body. Lin Chen draped an aqua blue cape over her shoulders and tied her long hair into a ponytail with ease. A hairpin pierced through the end of her hair as battle chi floated in the air, lifting her up. Her delicate and snow-white feet were now wearing a pair of small and exquisite shoes with little white rabbits carved on them. In just a breath's time, a fresh and refined porcelain doll-like little girl in blue appeared in front of everyone. Look, isn't this much better? Lin Chen pinched the little girl's cheeks with satisfaction. Silence. A strange silence. Even Fei Xiaoyu herself was stunned. She had forgotten when was the last time someone touched her. Fei Xiaoyu was born with the spiritual sky fiend physique. Her mental consciousness was 10 times higher than normal people and her mental strength would grow infinitely, even to the point where the host would need to refine her mental strength at all time. But the effect of this was that her body would be filled with a mental storm and her mental strength would constantly revolve. Once another living being's consciousness tried to touch her, it would be like a barrel of dynamite that would explode with a single touch. Unless the host could perfectly grow to the point where they could precisely control all the mental strength in their body, this threat would always exist. Because of this, Fei Xiaoyu had always been immersed in refining pills, controlling the growth of her mental strength at the fastest speed possible. She had almost forgotten to eat and sleep, forgetting about her image and life. But today, Lin Chen had perfectly overcome this problem. Not only did he touch Fei Xiaoyu, he even easily helped her change into new clothes. Received high-level mental strength of 399 points, mental strength of 500 points, mental strength of 392 points. When he touched Fei Xiaoyu, a large amount of mental strength balls flashed in her body and fused into his palm. Lin Chen instantly gained 70,000 high-level mental strength, a huge profit. Big Brother's hand is so warm. Fei Xiaoyu curiously tiptoed and saw the red shoes with little white rabbits embroidered on them. She smiled shyly. Thank you, Big Brother. Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled casually. You're welcome, it's nothing. Too strong. He actually wasn't turned into an idiot by Fei Xiaoyu's spiritual sky fiend spiritual storm and even suppressed the spiritual sky fiend. Too powerful. It's said that even many sage realm experts can't do this. Heh. Otherwise, how could he be called the most famous person in the sacred boundary in recent years? His reputation is well deserved. This is a man who caused a revolution. Don't look at how young he is. This brat is really good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. TSK. This alchemy sacred ceremony is going to be interesting. The alchemy prodigies and old antiques in the audience clicked their tongues in wonder at Lin Chen's move. The participating genius representatives all revealed a serious or interested expression towards Lin Chen. Chapter 1141. I didn't expect him to come this time as well. My disciple died at the hands of the Black Horse Club's genius. According to the rumors, the Black Horse Club was founded by Lin Chen alone. There was no one else. Unfortunately, this little bastard is too powerful. We can't threaten him anymore. However, some sects were still gnashing their teeth. Because Lin Chen was the main culprit who killed the geniuses of their sects and families in the sacred burial mountain rain. Lin Chen walked in front of the two dumbfounded girls and handed them the letter with a smile. Purple Cloud King Valley's alchemy representative is signing up for the competition. Bai Chun's senior sister took the letter with a smile. After confirming that there was no mistake, she handed it back to Lin Chen with a smile. Young master is really outstanding. I look forward to your outstanding performance in the sacred ceremony. Lin Chen winked at her and said with a naughty smile, don't expect anything from me. I'm afraid I'll scare you in the end. Senior sister Bai Chun was stunned. Scare? What's so scary about alchemy? Boom tilde. At this moment, a beam of spiritual light descended from the sky. Holy light shone in the air, projecting spiritual palaces and lofts. It was like a dream, a deluge of heavenly flowers. Countless alchemy prodigies couldn't help but exclaim. The owner of this beam of spiritual light must have a very high cultivation level. Otherwise, no one below the Saint Realm would be able to create such a phenomenon. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The owner of this beam of spiritual light was similar to Han Yiji. He had an ancient aura, which belonged to a power obtained from some inheritance. A young master in a white robe walked out of the beam of spiritual light. He was gentle and elegant, like a delicate scholar. No one had a bad impression of him. As soon as this person appeared, the female alchemy prodigies in the audience all looked at him with ambiguous and shy expressions. They kept throwing flirtatious glances in his direction. However, as soon as the white-robed young master appeared, his expression became especially passionate. He beamed with joy and loudly expressed his love in the direction of Purple Cloud King Valley. Oh my God! Is this fate predestined by the heavens? My dear, you're here too. The object of his love was obviously the little demon empress. The little demon empress, who was lazily sitting in the VIP seats like a beautiful snake, instantly felt goosebumps all over her body. She even channeled her saint energy to protect herself, her face full of disdain. Who's your darling? Can you not disgust me? Just as the white-clothed young master was about to speak, the little demon empress immediately added on. If you say another word to me, I'll leave immediately. The three old men sitting in the void smiled bitterly. The young man in white was holding a white paper fan in his hand. On the paper fan were the words "the best of all ages." It was very domineering. Unique player of all ages, could this person be? It's the dragon right crystal from the monster ranking. I heard that he's one of the little demon empress' many fanatical pursuers. The alchemy geniuses in the audience were shocked beyond words. Fart. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Dragon right crystal? Long Chumbua? Long Yijing looked at Lin Chen and smiled gently. Friend, why are you laughing? Lin Chen said seriously, I'm thinking of something happy. I've received professional training, so I won't laugh easily unless I can't help it. Long Yijing looked deeply at Lin Chen and then said loudly, the grand ceremony of sacred ceremony will be held this year. I, Long Yijing, will be the host of the alchemy sacred ceremony this time. The judges will be handed over to the three elders. I'm sure everyone knows the general rules, so I won't repeat them. The rules are very simple. Within a month, whoever refines the highest quality divine pill will be the winner. The champion will be given a candidate token for the genius ranking. The second place will be given a middle-grade plant bag of destiny. The third place will be given an orange class technique manual. Long Yijing continued after saying that in a clear voice. Now, the sacred ceremony officially begins. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. Their auras surged like dragons and snakes, and the sound of cauldrons landing on the ground was endless. Many Sage Realm geniuses revealed their 8th grade cauldrons. The three old men sitting in the air waved their sleeves and formed a spiritual barrier to ensure that no one else would be affected during the refining process. Tens of thousands of people in the audience looked at them with burning eyes. They didn't want to miss a single detail. This sacred ceremony was different from ordinary alchemy competitions. Those who could observe it were either experienced alchemists or young alchemy geniuses. Being able to observe a sacred alchemy canon of this level had an immediate effect on the improvement of their alchemy skills. This was also the reason why countless alchemists wanted to break their scalps to enter. Although there were only tens of thousands of people in the audience, the weakest among them was a 7th grade alchemist. In the outside world, they were all alchemists who could obtain a high position in a large sect. Saint-grade alchemists, who were extremely rare in the outside world, were not that rare here. Rumble. Lian Wushuang's spiritual power was like a mountain. The first one to make a move was Lian Wushuang. He sat cross-legged in the air and controlled his alchemy hand seals. He was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. 100 sets of hand seals were formed in half a breath's time. He slapped the cauldron with his palm, and 100 types of herbs poured down like raindrop. His hand seals were very fast, and he had the aura of a half-step sage realm expert. He already had the aura of a great alchemist. What a skillful combination of hand seals. This kid's half-orange grade alchemy hand seals are almost at the peak of alchemy. A sage realm alchemist from a 5th grade sect stroked his beard and smiled. His eyes were full of praise. No. Suddenly, a green-robed old man said in shock, "Old man Yun, take a look. Take a closer look. Lian Wushuang is not that simple." As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Wushuang's hand seals changed again with a boom. His sage realm cauldron, the 5-elemental saint cauldron, shone brightly. A few hundred types of 7th grade herbs and 10 types of 8th grade herbs were thrown into the cauldron in an orderly manner, forming a perfect energy whirlpool that swept up an energy storm. Lian Wushuang's left-hand seals were as fast as lightning, while his right-hand seals were as steady as Mount Tai. The two completely different alchemy hand seals were seamlessly merged together by him. 2 half-orange grade alchemy hand seals. Oh my god, this Lian Wushuang can perfectly control 2 half-orange grade alchemy hand seals. It's not hard to see him using 2 purple grade hand seals at the same time, but half-orange grade alchemy hand seals are on a completely different level. Each hand seal has more than 1 million combinations of hand seals. The slightest mistake will cause the alchemist to lose everything. This means that when he switches and forms 2 million sets of hand seals, his spiritual power and hand seals can't make any mistake. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. None of the spectators were laymen. They instantly saw how monstrous Lian Wushuang was. The young geniuses in the audience were instantly convinced. This spiritual control was so meticulous. His technique was at the peak of perfection, and he did not lose to most of the veteran sage realm alchemist. No wonder he's in the top 1,000 of the genius leaderboard. He's really a genius from the sacred boundary. Wow, oh my god, look over there. Suddenly, another female apothecary prodigy pointed in Lin Chen's direction and exclaimed. Chapter 1142. Yes, his hand speed is very fast, and his posture is very cool. His style is very flirtatious, and his intention is very pure. What a good pair of hands. Very impressive. Lin Dashui commented. Wow, my goodness, look over there. Suddenly, another female apothecary prodigy pointed in Lin Chen's direction and exclaimed. Behind Lin Chen was the burly man, Lei Wutian. All the geniuses present here turned their gazes, and all of them gasped when they saw the scene before Lei Wutian's eyes. At this moment, Lei Wutian became the center of attention. In front of him were 48 lightning elemental peak rank 7 cauldrons. In the middle was a lightning elemental rank 8 cauldron. Electric arcs circled around it like dragons and snakes. Lightning flashed, and it looked like a lightning prison. Ha! Summon 10,000 lightning. Lei Wutian roared and waved his hands. Lightning flashed, and a thundercloud exploded above his head. Zap! 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 Bam! 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 Lightning flashed from the thundercloud and shot into the cauldrons. The entire place shook, and the herbs floating at the mouth of each cauldron were all injected into the cauldrons. The 6 saint acupoints in Lei Wutian's body shone brightly. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and every hand seal emitted the sound of thunder. Rumble tilde tilde. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed like snakes in every cauldron. Removing the shells, extracting the essence, and preserving the energy. Every herb was controlled by a different spiritual power, and there was not a single mistake. Hiss. The corners of many alchemy prodigies' mouths twitched. He's actually using 49 cauldrons to refine pills at the same time? Oh my goodness. Am I seeing things? What a domineering technique. There's finesse in the roughness, speed in the finesse, and stability in the swiftness. This guy's mind is completely different from his rough appearance. And look, he can even control the rank 8 cauldron in the center to refine pills. The supplementary herbs are all in the rank 7 cauldron. That's insane. What kind of technique is that? Many prodigies' mouths twitched. That was too domineering. This kind of technique simply ignored the common sense of alchemy. Mr. Lin took out a chair and sat in the cloud top square. He commented while making tea. The spiritual power output of each furnace is different, but it's very stable. The technique is skillful, and the primary and secondary are clear. The spiritual power is very strong. The corners of the Sky Pride's mouths twitched. Big brother, are you here to participate in the competition? I didn't invite you to be a special guest. The little demon empress' interest was piqued. Her jade-like hands rested on her cheeks, and the corners of her lips curled into a charming smile. That's pretty impressive, rumble. The wind and clouds changed again. Fire clouds filled the air like a bunch of fiery red tornadoes sweeping across the sky. An 8th-order holy fire fox that was 600 meters long appeared. Its slender eyes and faint eyeshadow made it look devilishly handsome, causing many female geniuses to blush and their hearts to race. Its fur was crimson red, and its forelimbs were nimble. Its soft, furry tail was raised, and flames flowed around it like flowing light. Its entire body was magnificent. The fox race was naturally charming, regardless of whether it was male or female, let alone an 8th-order holy beast. It was unknown how many people dreamed of having such a nimble holy fox. At this moment, Shangguan Liuli, who was dressed in a feathered robe, smiled sweetly. With a light wave of her slender hand, thousands of 7th-order herbs and 9 8th-order herbs floated in the air. Shangguan Liuli sat on the head of the holy fire fox and stroked its soft fur. Fire glass, use a small flame. The holy fox whistled softly and spat out crimson flames. Like a tornado, it wrapped around the herbs. Shangguan Liuli suddenly formed a pill-refining hand seal. The afterimages of her slender hands were extremely fast, and streaks of glass-like brilliance surged. Faint holy aura flowed out from her saint acupoints to protect the interior of the furnace. The herbs entered the furnace, and the light burned brightly. Shangguan Liuli's hand seal changed, causing many alchemists to be puzzled. How did this girl enter the next step so quickly? She's ahead of schedule. No, she's not ahead of schedule. Look at the situation in her furnace. Oh my god, this is too magical. Many veteran alchemists were aghast and lost their voices. Strange gugugu sounds came from their throats, as if they had seen something incredible. Shangguan Liuli's hand seal was responsible for extracting the energy essence of the herbs. The holy fox spat out flames to refine the herbs, burning the outer shells of thousands of herbs until they were peeled off. The moment the essence of the herbs flowed out, Shangguan Liuli's pill-refining hand seal controlled her spiritual power to catch all the essence, further removing the impurities in the depths of the energy. The whole process was smooth and flowing. This woman and fox were refining pills. Their cooperation was flawless, as if they were one. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. The cooperation between the human and fox is like waving their arms. There is no gap at all. Too strong. The alchemy canon this time had really broadened Lin Chen's horizons. The sacred boundary was so big, and there were always those monsters that were beyond common sense. Even the 3 giant alchemists in the sky were stunned. Too magical. This woman will become a great talent in the future. With this holy fox, the efficiency and skills of alchemy will improve by leaps and bounds. Only she can communicate with her holy fox. Other people can't do this. This is a companion spirit beast. How magical. I can't be envious. The rules of alchemy were not too strict. As long as there was no help from other alchemists, any auxiliary method could be regarded as one of the alchemist's own alchemy skills. When the 3 alchemists were stunned, the vision appeared again. Kai Mai's eyes were closed, and her red eyebrows were burning with a faint flame. In the next moment, when she opened her eyes, it was as if a fire domain had descended. Her 10 fingers were connected gracefully, and her thumbs opened and closed. Her 10 fingers were spinning with a flowing blade-like flame, and her fingertips were condensed with a star-like flame. In a split second, heaven and earth were filled with a violent wind. The wind borrowed the strength of the fire, and the wind moved. This was actually a vision caused by the spiritual storm triggering the alchemy hand seal. It was not a rare thing for the alchemy hand seal to cause a vision. Alchemy hand seals of green rank and above would trigger a small range of vision, not to mention blue rank and purple rank. But at this moment, the vision triggered by Kai Mai was far beyond purple rank and half orange rank. When she formed the hand seal, her spiritual energy turned into hundreds and thousands of flame images that were 10 feet tall. Like a human-shaped Buddha, they surrounded the entire Cloud Peak Plaza and bowed towards Kai Mai. In the void, a majestic Buddhist voice reverberated and suppressed the aura of all the geniuses. The eyes of the 3 alchemists lit up. This vision is. It can't be wrong. Attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turning it into one spiritual energy. This is an orange rank alchemy hand seal. When all the alchemists present reacted, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Orange rank alchemy hand seal. This level was too high for many people. It was like an illusory legend. A half-orange rank alchemy hand seal was enough to make many saints fight over it. Many rank 5 and above sects and famous families also had 1 or 2 copies. Rank 6 sects might have a few more. But there were too few orange rank alchemy hand seals. Even the rank 6 sects that had stood at the sacred boundary for countless eras might not have one. Only a few rank 6 ancient families or top rank 6 forces that belonged to the alchemy family had the financial resources to possess and pass down an orange rank alchemy hand seal. This is too exciting. This is the alchemy sacred canon. This is too awesome. I didn't make a mistake coming here. I can't believe I can see the power of an orange rank alchemy hand seal in my lifetime. I'm really lucky. Once Kai Mai's orange rank alchemy hand seal appeared, the audience erupted into cheers and excitement. Lin Chen said, "Everyone is so pretentious. Handsome and elegant. I'm the only one who's a fool. I'm just sitting there, not knowing what to do." Chapter 1143. Everyone's passion was ignited. First, there was Lian Wushuang, who used 2 hand seals. Then, there was Lei Wutian, who controlled dozens of cauldrons and shocked everyone. Then, there was the rare combination of human and fox to refine pills, and there was even an orange-grade alchemy hand seal. This alchemy sacred ceremony was really at the level of a fight between immortals. It was so exciting that none of the alchemists present could take their eyes off it. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. If they did not come here to see how the top alchemy geniuses in the sacred boundary refined pills, they would not know how big this world was. Condense. Kai Mai controlled the orange-grade alchemy hand seal and shouted. Flames lit up the sky, and thousands of 7th-grade herbs were transported into the cauldron like flowing water. As expected of a candidate for the champion. This woman does indeed have the ability to win the championship. This is a genuine orange tier alchemy handprint. Moreover, it's an incomparably complete one. It's not inferior to my heaven-seizing manual. Long Yijing nodded in approval. A strange light flashed across her eyes as she stared at Kai Mai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The herbs that entered the cauldron shot out of the cauldron in less than 10 breaths, turning into layers of flowing light. The energy balls floating in the air were all the essence of the herbs. So fast. Oh my God, how long has it been? And she has already refined thousands of herbs. As expected of an orange-grade hand seal. It's not just efficiency. Look, those herbs are covered in a layer of light. That's a phenomenon that adds luster to the herbs. It's a rare phenomenon that will only appear when the spiritual nature and flexibility of the herbs are increase. This orange-grade hand seal is really unique. The alchemy prodigies were convinced. Some of the saint-grade alchemists were amazed. They had a kind of fanaticism that was close to worshipping Kai Mai's alchemy hand seal. Alchemy hand seals and supreme-grade pill recipes had always been the lifeblood and lifelong pursuit of alchemists, let alone these veteran alchemists who had been pursuing alchemy all their lives. TSK, TSK, TSK. An orange-grade alchemy hand seal. I might not be able to afford it even if I sell everything I have. Of course, unless I get my wandering god tree or that weird massage stick, then maybe they'll be able to match the value of an orange tier handprint. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. The grand alchemy ceremony this time was truly worthy of being called a battle between immortals. These alchemy geniuses, each fiercer than the other, hundreds of tricks, a sudden surprise attack. Kai Maier can indeed be called a champion candidate. Of course, the premise is that she doesn't come. A few veteran Saint-grade alchemists looked at Fei Xiaoyu. She was the biggest variable in this situation. At this moment, Fei Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged in the air with her eyes closed and her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't take out her cauldron right away. I've decided. I'll refine this one pill this time. Finally, when Fei Xiaoyu opened her eyes, the corners of her lips rose slightly, and her little face was filled with confidence and ease. No matter what she did, no matter who she faced, Fei Xiaoyu would always have a timid appearance. Only when she was in a state of alchemy would she be the most calm and confident. She waved her little hand and a stream of mental energy flowed like the Milky Way, sweeping up more than 1,000 types of 7th-tier supplementary herbs and dozens of 8th-tier herbs from her storage ring. Following that, her delicate white hands began to form seals. Her speed wasn't fast, but it was very stable. Hey! Strange, where's Fei Xiaoyu's cauldron? An 8th-tier cauldron is extremely important. It has an extremely important effect on increasing the success rate of alchemy. Could it be that she's hiding a trump card? While everyone was still in shock, there was a loud rumble. An earth-shaking tremor rose from the Cloud Peak Plaza, and the entire center of the Pill Saint Island was experiencing an earthquake. If not for the isolation of the spatial barrier, this earthquake would be even more terrifying. Whoosh tilde. Surging starlight flowed like the Milky Way, falling straight down from the 9 heavens. Clouds rose and the stars flashed continuously, turning into a faint star disk that finally rotated to the center of the countless herb. All the alchemy prodigies were petrified. Their mouths trembled as they stared fixedly at Fei Xiaoyu, as if they had seen an extremely inconceivable scene. Many of the Saint-grade alchemists suddenly stood up with shock and fanaticism in their eyes. The mental power inside the astrolabe skillfully manipulated each herb. It was like a nebula, swallowing the stars and absorbing the moon. Following Fei Xiaoyu's hand seals, each herb perfectly condensed the essence of a different attribute. What was even more mysterious was that above the essence energy of the herbs, faint starlight condensed. Hundreds of fist-sized energy essences floated in the air, circulating with starlight. They were like stars hanging in the sky, sparkling with starlight, so beautiful that it was as if they had returned to the ancient times. The eyes of the 3 old men in the air lit up as they exclaimed endlessly. This was another orange-grade alchemy hand seal. Orange-tier low-level alchemy hand, Grand Galaxy Palm. It drew the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power of the 9 underworlds to refine pills. Moreover, the most important thing was that Fei Xiaoyu was refining pills without a cauldron. Is this really something a human would do? All the alchemy prodigies felt their scalps turning numb as they almost went crazy. They were all from the younger generation, but why was the gap so big to such a ridiculous degree? A Saint-grade pill is not some 5th or 6th grade pill. This old man has never seen a Saint-grade alchemist who dares to refine a Saint-grade pill without a cauldron. A Saint-grade alchemist swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Every completed divine pill required hundreds and thousands of extremely complicated steps to refine. Without the support and stability of an 8th-grade pill cauldron, the success rate of refining a Saint-grade pill would drop by more than half. Thinking back to when Lin Chen defeated Chen Ziyu with 2 fingers in Purple Cloud King Valley, he had to use a cauldron to refine an 8th-grade pill. But now, Fei Xiaoyu didn't have a cauldron to refine pills. With her foundation, it probably wasn't an ordinary 1st-grade Saint-grade pill. She used her mental energy to create a cauldron, used her hand seals to control the pill, and used her mental energy to enter the pill. To her, this is the most perfect state to pursue. The 3 old men in the air had sharp eyes and immediately saw through the clues. This is definitely hard for normal people to understand. Long Yijing's eyes flashed with sharpness as he said seriously, her innate fiend physique allows her mental energy to be limitless, like an eternal storm. Using a large amount of mental energy to control the pill instead of a cauldron, she can unleash her violent and rapid mental energy to the extreme. She can draw out the potential of every herb and make the most of them. Using a cauldron is a kind of restriction to her. Refining pills without a cauldron is the moment she can unleash her true strength. Long Yijing's comments made many geniuses come to a realization, and they were filled with envy and worship. In order to control her mental energy and pursue the pinnacle of refining pills, Fei Xiaoyu had always been at the forefront of refining pills. Using her mental energy to control pills was not a problem at all. You are still so strong, but this time, I came prepared. I won't lose to you. Kai Maier was not surprised. Her charming appearance was filled with seriousness. Her hand seals changed again, and the wind and clouds rose. The atmosphere of the venue was pushed to the climax. Suddenly, the little demon empress laughed. Hey, a certain shameless guy, if you don't make a move, you won't have any scenes left. You are someone who represents my purple cloud king valley, not someone who is here to slack off. Finally, a certain handsome guy stood up from the bench. The little demon empress eyes lit up. Is it coming? Is the number one shameless guy in history going to make a move? Lin Chen said, everyone is so awesome. Everyone was showing off, and only Brother Chen was shouting awesome. Chapter 1144. This Immortals Fighting Level Alchemy Cannon had turned to the most explosive page with the clash of two orange alchemy hand seals. The moment the little demon empress words fell, everyone was stunned, then their gazes turned to the silver-robed youth in the center of the plaza. Although he occupied the center position, everyone was attracted by the various geniuses after the cannon began, so almost no one paid attention to him. At this time, Lin Chen finally stood up. Many alchemy prodigies subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Many legends about the Black Horse Club surfaced because of Lin Chen's continuous exploding of acupoints, and the three of them advancing to the Sage Realm. Rumors like how the Black Horse Club's members were all 8th level alchemists would naturally be remembered by these alchemists. Is Lin Chen going to make a move? He waited for so long, could it be that he's hiding some trump card? It's possible, look at his calm and composed appearance, this person is an old hand at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, we can't let our guard down, I don't know what kind of method he'll use to fight the enemy. To be honest, before we figure out his background, I don't think he can take out an orange-level alchemy hand seal. This kind of existence is a peerless treasure. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen walked to the edge of his own spatial barrier and faced Fei Xiaoyu. Everyone was stunned. What was this person doing? Had he lost his mind? If he wasn't refining medicine, what was he doing at the edge of the spatial barrier? Even the little demon empress couldn't see what Lin Chen was doing. The next moment, out of everyone's expectations, Lin Chen's face was filled with a silly smile as he took out a glowing stick made from a 7th level ore. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Do your best, do your best. After 70 more steps, you can start refining the essence of the embryonic pill. Everyone was stunned. Seeing Lin Chen excitedly cheering for Fei Xiaoyu and waving the stick, where was the attitude he had when he first appeared? This guy actually became Fei Xiaoyu's cheerleader. Was there a C in this person's brain? The two elders of Purple Cloud King Valley were so angry that they laughed. What the hell was he doing? The little demon empress didn't care about her image as she laughed like a flower. He really knows how to play, ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. How did Lin Chen's brain develop? Numerous saint-level alchemists cast doubtful and astonished gazes. Was this young man insane? Thank you, big brother. Fei Xiaoyu's little face was burning hot. Hearing Lin Chen's heartfelt cheering for her, she felt a little embarrassed. Lin Chen's eyes became more and more excited. Yes, that's right. Just like this. Seeing Lin Chen's burning gaze, many female geniuses felt a chill run down their spines. This Lin Chen must be a pervert. Who would stare at a little girl like that? This Violet Cloud King Valley was renowned for its illustrious reputation. How could they find a freak to participate in the representative competition? His reputation was going to be ruined by this brat. How could Lin Chen not be excited? When he looked at the other contestants, he was purely admiring them. The former's mental state was even worse than his, Lin Chen's. But when Kai Maier and Fei Xiaoyu made their moves, the mental attribute light balls that they dropped made him unable to remain calm. Kai Maier was still alright. Her mental state was about the same as Lin Chen's, or maybe even a little inferior. But Fei Xiaoyu had a lot of mental attribute light balls. She had already dropped more than a dozen attribute light balls from refining pills. Each of them had a value of several hundred. This was already over 10,000 points of high-level mental energy. Even if Lin Chen went to kill a saint now, it would be very difficult for him to obtain 10,000 points of high-level mental energy. This was simply free. He couldn't wait for Fei Xiaoyu to put in more effort to refine pills. Only Long Yijing was staring at Lin Chen with furrowed brows. Lin Chen, I'll say this first. If you lose this representative competition, I won't let you off. The little demon empress sent a sound transmission from the VIP seats. Lin Chen gave her a coquettish wink. This detail was seen by Long Yijing, and his brows twitched a few times. Then, Lin Chen calmly sat back on the chair, his hands behind his head, and even crossed his legs. How did this look like a contestant? He looked more like a rich second generation who came here for a vacation. Lin Chen said with a sneaky smile. Hey, everyone here is so nice to listen to, so elegant when refining medicine, so many tricks, so handsome in their postures, and so nice in their words. I really like being here. Then, a divine light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and his tone became more serious. It's just a pity that you haven't reached the highest realm of pill refining. I, Lin Chen, will have to end this sacred ceremony of yours. When this was said, the faces of all the alchemists present, whether it was alchemy prodigies or saint-level alchemists, everyone's faces were ugly. They even had a hint of anger towards Lin Chen. Shameless boasting. In the end, I still hate young people who don't have any skills and only know how to talk big. Each generation is crazier than the last. Now that there are 2 orange-level alchemy hand seals, it'll be extremely difficult for this kid to win against them. What a joke. I think he's just an undeserved reputation. Does he really think that alchemy is holy energy cultivation? He's arrogant just because he has some talent. Those who had admired Lin Chen previously had now turned into disdain and curses. His arrogant attitude and condescending attitude showed that he looked down on the alchemy world to the extreme. The highest realm of alchemy? Since ancient times, other than divine-level alchemists, no one dared to say that there was a highest realm of alchemy. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. Coincidentally, the system's screen popped up and completed his request. Automatic strengthening 491 times. Consumed 84 million strengthening points. Half-orange level alchemy hand seal, True Dragon Divine Hand, has been strengthened to +15. Overall increase, 410%. Alchemy hand seals could also be strengthened. Lin Chen was already prepared. When he was watching the battle, he had been secretly strengthening the alchemy hand seals. In all fairness, there were no weaklings in this sacred ceremony. He had to show enough strength to guarantee his chances of winning. With a clench of his hand, all the herbs in the storage ring floated in the air. Then, Lin Chen opened the Daoyuan plant pouch and released a large amount of herb. Looking at the sky full of 7th level and 8th level herbs, the number was so great that it was shocking. What kind of pill is he going to refine? This is more than 1,000. This is at least 10,000 herbs. 7th level alchemists can refine dozens of herbs at the same time. Saint-level alchemists can control hundreds of herbs at the same time. But this number is a little too ridiculous. Everyone held their breaths. Even the saint-level alchemists from various sects were curious about what kind of alchemy hand seals and techniques Lin Chen was going to use. However, he did not move. Lin Chen sat upright with one leg crossed over the other. Both his hands were placed on top of his knees with his fingers crossed. Everyone was stunned. Where was the cauldron? Where was the alchemy hand seal? Could it be that he was bluffing? Was he asking to be humiliated? Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly as he stared at the dazzling array of 7th level herbs in the air. Kai tilde. Crack tilde. The 2 crisp sounds did not attract too much attention. The 300 herbs in the air suddenly cracked open, and the energy essence began to be extracted. The 3 old men sitting in the air were slightly surprised and puzzled. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That's not right. He didn't use any alchemy hand seals. Look again, look carefully. Chapter 1145. Crack, crack. As the essence of the herbs was extracted, the sage alchemists in the front row finally noticed the change. Hey, what's this? Has Lin Chen started using his alchemy hand seals? The two alchemists were puzzled. Kai. More than a dozen green harmonious spirit berries exploded into liquid, spinning and twisting into a light green jade liquid. That's not right. Many alchemy prodigies came to their senses. It seemed that the alchemy had already started. But why was Lin Chen sitting there motionlessly, not revealing the alchemy hand seal? Could it be that he was really just bluffing? Boom tilde. The next moment, his spiritual power appeared out of thin air like a storm. Mixed with pure energy, it engulfed thousands of herbs. Lin Chen's eyes were as deep as the universe, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Bang, bang, bang. His mental strength pressed down like 1,000 mountains, crushing down with pure strength. The 15 body-tempering earth essence crystals were instantly crushed into powder, and milky white stone essence dripped down. The three elders in the air were stunned, confused, and incredulous. They couldn't see through him. Even they couldn't see through what Lin Chen was doing. The next moment, Lin Chen's subtle changes didn't escape the three elders' eyes. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Kai. Crack. Crack. The shells of the 7 blue ocean jade pine cones were peeled off by his spiritual power. Lin Chen frowned. The core of the blue ocean jade pine cones was extracted and merged with the stone marrow of the body-tempering earth marrow crystals. With a turn of his eyes, the energy essence of hundreds of herbs poured down. In the blink of an eye, dozens of energy vortexes were formed in midair. Different heavenly materials and earthly treasures were paired with energy of different attributes. The entire area was filled with the fragrance of herbs. All the alchemy prodigies were dumbfounded. What's going on? When did Lin Chen start alchemy? He was just sitting there. He didn't do anything. He didn't make any alchemy hand seals, nor did he take out the alchemy cauldron, nor did he emit any saint energy. Why did the herbs start to process automatically? This. He cheated. I didn't see him forming any alchemy hand seals. How did he concoct pills? Let's look again. Take a closer look. With the three elders of the Pill Saint Island keeping watch, no matter how much this brat cheats, he won't be able to hide from the three elders' eyes. Many alchemists were shocked and suspicious. Lin Chen frowned as he condensed his wood attribute Saint Qi like a small green dragon from a 10,000-year-old green vine. Lin Chen grinned wickedly. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly mountain snowbone ginseng, a foot-long 8th-grade herb, quietly shattered and fused with his wood attribute Saint Qi. One of the young man's long and alluring eyelashes flickered slightly, and the two globes of energy instantly entered the heavenly mountain snowbone ginseng. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Such a terrifying refining speed was comparable to an orange-tier alchemy handprint. But that's not right. Some of the alchemy prodigies were confused and doubtful. What the hell is going on? He's just sitting there, not doing anything. Could he possibly conjure an alchemist with an orange-tier alchemy handprint to secretly refine pills for him? Long Yi Jing, who was on the monster genius list, looked even more solemn. An extremely ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Impossible. How can anyone in this world do such a ridiculous thing? Long Yi Jing denied it in his heart, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, afraid that he would miss a single detail. At this moment, in the center of the energy storm in the void, where many herbs were gathered, a blue, crystal-like 8th-grade diabeast core was suspended in the air, emitting a deep blue light. Lin Chen blinked his left eye. Bang! The blue, crystal-like sacred water chestnut beast core exploded. Even the saint-grade alchemists were dumbfounded by such a violent processing method. Extracting the energy of the sacred water chestnut in such a manner would easily drain away most of its essence. Although the energy of the sacred water chestnut beast core was vigorous, there were many impurities that needed to be carefully removed. This was not a simple process. However, the exploded sacred water chestnut beast core sputtered out hundreds of streams of light. Each stream of light contained a colorful and complex energy that was enough to easily break through the defense of a 5th Tribulation combat emperor. Suddenly, The mental storm that maintained the hundreds of energy vortexes was like countless blade. If these streams of energy were to be compared to plump and tender fish, the boundless spiritual power would be like countless scale-scalping knife. Kai, kai, kai. A burst of intense smoke exploded, and all the colorful impurities of the sacred water chestnut beast core were removed. Hundreds of streams of light gathered together, and the water elemental Saint Origin was enshrouded in a faint mist, causing many alchemy prodigies to gasp. Oh my God! In just an instant, he completed the step of removing the impurities of the sacred water chestnut beast core? That's the lifetime energy of a sacred water chestnut beast. No, this is not the focus of our attention now. How did he refine pills without using an alchemy handprint? The prodigies were about to go crazy. This was definitely the most dumbfounded alchemy they had ever seen in their lives. The little demon empress became playful, and her beautiful eyes swept over Lin Chen with great interest. She smiled and said, "He's so powerful. Last time, he used 2 fingers to refine pills to defeat Chen Ziyu. I wonder what new tricks he's playing this time. I think he said last time that he wanted to try the highest level of alchemy if he had the chance." The little demon empress did not doubt Lin Chen's words at all. Just like that day when the little demon empress met Lin Chen, who was still a combat emperor, he dared to challenge the mysterious Lin Xingchen. Sometimes, when this extremely thick-skinned guy got serious, no one could guess what he wanted to do. Lin Chen's sitting posture was still upright, and his body was straight. He slightly rolled his eyes, and the hundreds of herbs 300 meters in the air were torn apart with a tearing sound. All the herbs were accurately and precisely disposed of the excess impurities and shells. Lin Chen's eyes darted left and right, and all the herbs were swept into a tornado like leaves by a gust of wind. After each herb was removed from the tornado and its energy was extracted, it immediately melted into the tornado, and none of the energy was wasted. Oh my God! Could it be that his actually? At this moment, dozens of saint-grade alchemists suddenly stood up, and their mouths trembled as they stared in Lin Chen's direction. Boom tilde. A powerful spiritual will burst forth from the seats in the void. When the numerous alchemy prodigies looked at the 3 elders in the air, the 3 respected alchemy giants actually stood up at the same time. The 3 elders' eyes were filled with shock and horror, and their mouths were so wide open that an egg could fit inside. The 3 of them were alchemy giants, and they had experienced the world for thousands of years. They had seen countless monstrous geniuses, and there had never been anyone who could make them lose their composure like this. What kind of scene had they not seen before? But they were still shocked by this scene. That's right, Lin Chen's phenomenon, which defied common sense, caused the 3 old men to be frightened and not shocked. Mother f***. Among the 3 old men, one of the giants cursed out loud. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. This is not AF** King Human. This kid, he's actually refining pills with his eyes. Chapter 1146. Hearing that the 3 giants couldn't help but curse, the tens of thousands of alchemy geniuses were instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire place fell into a strange silence. Only Marshal Lin's lips were slightly raised. One had to know that this alchemy canon wasn't comparable to the previous Four Corners conference. There were dozens of saint-grade alchemists gathered here, and any one of them could be a supreme judge in the Four Corners conference. Their experience was rich and varied, but at this moment, everyone was staring at the tens of thousands of herbs in the air in a daze. No matter if it was a young soul or an old soul, all of them had their hearts turned upside down and suffered a subversive impact. Quick! Quick! Bring the elder some pills, he fainted. Master Liao, Master, what happened to you? Why are you vomiting blood? Grandmaster Liu fainted too. Quick, bring out some spiritual-type pills. The entire place was in chaos. In the audience, a large number of alchemists had fainted from fright. Those alchemists who were arrogant in the past were now frightened. That's right, they had really fainted from fright. This was like a ghost. It was even scarier than seeing a ghost. Especially the older generation of alchemists, they couldn't accept this fact. Bai Chun and her senior sister, who were hosting the Cloud Peak Plaza, were even more flustered as they stabilized the scene. Bai Chun recalled what Lin Chen said when he first entered, and her pupils shrank as her heart trembled. Don't be scared by me. At that time, the two of them were puzzled. How could alchemy be related to fright? Now, they understood. The two elders from Purple Cloud King Valley twitched their mouths. Lin Chen had once again refreshed their understanding. Originally, they thought that refining a peak 7th level pill with 2 fingers was already extremely ridiculous, but they didn't expect Lin Chen to refine a saint pill with his eyes. The little demon empress stared straight at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes were even brighter, and her red lips were slightly raised. As expected, you are the most special. Long Yijing's face was as heavy as water. His gaze was fixed between the little demon empress and Lin Chen, and the light in his eyes became even stronger. The alchemy geniuses who were jealous or mocking Lin Chen looked up at the starry sky like medicinal herbs as if they were seeing a god. They only looked up and worshipped him in their hearts. Many people swallowed their saliva with difficulty, their scalps numb. How did he use the alchemy hand seal without forming it? It's too terrifying. Since ancient times, this old man has never heard of a new saint who could be so terrifying to such an extent. This is the highest realm of alchemy. It's worthy. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to make a SS. TTSS, TZS. This is the one who exploded 9 acupoints and slaughtered 9 saints, deities descending to the mortal world, Lin Chen, God. This TTTT gods is, TTSTS. A large number of saint-level alchemists who believed in alchemy couldn't help but tremble. No matter how many times they saw this scene, their hearts couldn't calm down. It's beyond common sense. That's right, this alchemy sacred ceremony was indeed at the level of immortals fighting, whether it was Lei Wutian who controlled multiple pill furnaces, Lian Wushuang who used 2.5 orange rank hand seals, Shangguan Liuli who refined pills by herself, Kai Mai who also used orange rank hand seals, or Fei Xiaoyu who refined pills without a furnace. Every alchemy representative was extremely interesting, but the one who was on the same stage as them was that youth who exceeded common sense. All the geniuses' light was overshadowed by Lin Chen in the center of the stage. Using his eyes to refine pills. This was something they didn't even dare to think about, but he actually did it. This was no longer a question of whether or not it was possible. It was completely beyond common sense. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Even authors wouldn't dare to write like this. The 3 elders who were sitting in the air couldn't calm down for a long time. When they sat down again, even their breathing was trembling. This child, perhaps, will cause a new revolution in the alchemy world. How did he do it? This level of alchemy skills is godly. I don't know. The only thing I know is that he is indeed using his eyes to refine pills. And from the strange phenomenon during the refining process, he should be using a special alchemy hand seal that can control pure energy. Although it's not orange rank, but the efficiency and quality of refining pills is close to orange rank. Cloud Top Plaza. No matter if it was Kai Mai Shangguan Liuli, Lei Wutian, or Lian Wushuang, when they looked at Lin Chen from the corner of their eyes, they were filled with disbelief. They were all saint-level alchemists and they were very clear about how ridiculous it was to use one's eyes to refine pills. Every alchemy hand seal contained countless subtle combinations of mental strength. If one wanted to refine pills without forming a hand seal, it was like breaking a bird's wings and letting it fly. It was impossible. Big brother, so powerful. I've finally met my match again. When Fei Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, a strange expression and infatuation flashed across her delicate little face. Bai Chun and her senior sister, who were in charge of the Cloud Top Plaza, had intense splendor in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fanatical worship. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes turned again while he was refining pills, and a sharp mental strength swept across the void. Wherever Lin Chen's eyes swept across, it overflowed with a faint mental strength fluctuation. With a swish, the buttons on Bai Chun's long dress were popped open, revealing her delicate and white snow-white legs. The female prodigies in the front row behind her snorted a few times. The laces and buttons of their robes were undone, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and beautiful women's collarbones. Lin Chuan winked at them and smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Tilda, I'm known as the little black dragon of the pugilistic world who can take off people's clothes without using his hands. Beauties, please stay away from me. If you are accidentally stripped naked, I'm not responsible. Ah. Bai Chun covered her snow-white legs with her hands and blushed. The female geniuses in the front row of the audience were even more enchanting. They spat and stared at Lin Chen. Many male prodigies were so angry that they gritted their teeth. This damn man is so flirtatious. As time passed by, everyone stared intently at the cloud-top square. This alchemy cannon was so intense that they couldn't take their eyes off it for even a second. Judging from the quality of the pills refined, Kai Mai and Fei Xiaoyu's pills might be of the highest quality, but the difficulty was also the highest for these three people. The alchemy cannon didn't allow them to fail. Once they failed, they wouldn't have enough time to refine pills of better quality. Finally, on the 15th day, it was the most crucial moment of refining pills. On this day, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Clang, clang, clang. A large number of 7th-grade pill furnaces appeared in the sky above the cloud-top square and fell down like raindrops. The extravagance made everyone dumbfounded. The person who made the move was Lin Chen. He and Fei Xiaoyu were the two people who had been refining pills without furnaces. A total of 666 pill furnaces. Oh my God, what is he trying to do? No, look. All the Saint Chi and herb essences he condensed are all in the pill furnaces. Several Saint-grade alchemists were shocked. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he shot all the herb essences into the pill furnaces. After shooting the herb essences and Saint Chi into hundreds of pill furnaces, Lin Chen stared at the pill furnaces that were lined up side by side. The energy in the furnaces began to rotate rapidly. All the alchemists present were stunned. Lei Wu Tian's rough and resolute face revealed a look of astonishment. He could actually control multiple pill furnaces to refine pills. And there were hundreds of pill furnaces. Just how ridiculous was he? Chapter 1147. Lei Wu Tian's limit was to control 60 pill furnaces. If he wanted to choose the most stable method, 48 pill furnaces would be his limit. But Lin Chen controlled more than 600 pill furnaces in one go. Some of the old and stubborn alchemists trembled and almost fainted from the shock. Damn it, watching this kid refine pills, those with weak hearts would not be able to withstand it. With the support of the Taisha Holy Scripture, my mental control is far superior to other alchemists of the same level. In addition, I have the Wanderer fruit to increase my mental perception and sharpness. Coupled with the Spirit Awakening, my mental power's instantaneous release speed has increased by 2 times. Using my hands to form seals might limit my mental reaction speed. Using my mental power to form seals is my most perfect state. This time, Lin Chen had perfectly reached the highest level of alchemy that he had been pursuing: Taisha Holy Scripture, Saint Realm Mental Power, Wanderer Fruit, and Spirit Awakening. These 4 foundations allowed Lin Chen's mental control to undergo a qualitative transformation and leap. From today onwards, Lin Chen no longer needed to circulate his Saint Chi and form seals with his hands to refine pills. This would hinder his mental power's instantaneous release speed. Only by using his mental power to form seals with his eyes would he be able to refine pills in his most perfect state. Using his mental power to replace his hands to form seals was not without a price. Lin Chen's mental power consumption would increase by several times. Since the 9th day of the alchemy canon, he had been using Ultimate Guiyuan and had consumed more than 30,000 talent point. Ultimate Guiyuan could not restore Lin Chen's Saint Chi. It could only be used to restore his mental power and heal his injuries. With Lin Chen's mental power, he had already completed the initial and middle stages of refining pills. He was the same as Fei Xiaoyu, refining pills without a furnace. Using his mental power to form pill furnaces, he could handle some of the finer details. According to the normal procedure, Lin Chen would not be able to obtain the Demon Genius List candidate token. He had to choose a different method to surpass Fei Xiaoyu and Kai Mai. At this moment, the energy within the 666 pill furnaces were constantly being refined. Every pill furnace was made from different types of rare ores. This was the batch of pill furnaces that Purple Cloud King Valley had tailor-made for Lin Chen according to his requests. Lin Chen's eyes stared at all the pill furnaces. His mental control changed at lightning speed. Every pill furnace's attribute corresponded to the essence of the herbs, which could unleash the energy of the herbs to the extreme. The energy within the pill furnaces are changing, so powerful. Not a single medicinal ingredient has failed. These pill furnaces are actually tailor-made for this time's refinement. If this goes on, he might really be able to enter the top 3. The saint-level alchemists noticed the clues and clicked their tongues in wonder. This style could not be said to be small. Lin Chen, if you don't become the champion, you'll weaken the reputation of our Violet Cloud King Valley. At this moment, Shi Wu Tian to refine the pill furnaces to 4, Lin Chen, to the 4-5. Lin Yi to give her Yuto little to Rareto little Kai to the end. The pressure on all the participating alchemists increased and they did not dare to slack off. Time passed by again. On the 20th day, everyone began to condense the embryonic pills. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The energy within the 666 pill furnaces turned into beams of light and condensed into a ball of light. Lin Chen's eyes focused and the ball of light flowed with a dazzling brilliance. It began to compress and condense into a light blue embryonic pill. He began to refine pills without a furnace again. Next, he used his mental energy to form the pill furnace, which was more detailed and perfect than placing it inside the pill furnace. The other alchemy representatives also began to condense embryonic pills. None of them failed. This time, all the alchemy representatives succeeded. None of them failed. With the ability of a saint-level alchemist, refining an embryonic pill basically wouldn't fail again, unless there was an accident or an arrow at the end of its flight. On the 28th day, a strange phenomenon appeared. This time, it was out of many people's expectations. There were actually 2 people who produced pills at the same time. It was Lian Wushuang and Lei Wutian. Lian Wushuang's pill furnace erupted with energy fluctuations that shot straight to the 9 heavens. A dark green pill the size of a longan instantly flashed in the sky with hundreds of auspicious and holy lights intertwining. Following that, the dark green pill transformed into a small green bear. A thick halo rotated around its entire body. The halo was dense and holy, like a dream. As for the pill that rose from Lei Wutian's pill, it transformed into a thick lightning python. Lightning coiled around it, as if it contained a world of lightning and thunder. The pill reached the heavens and was surrounded by a purple halo. The 2 pills had transformed into the appearance of living beings. It made all the Tier 7 alchemists present envious and amazed. Saint-level pills. This was the lifelong dream of all the Tier 7 alchemists. A holy halo, a Tier 1 saint-level pill. It's much better than an ordinary Tier 1 saint-level pill. These 2 little fellows actually have a feeling of being on par with each other. The saint-level alchemists saw through the clues at a glance. The 2 saint-level living beings had halos rotating around their bodies. This was a phenomenon that represented their quality. Saint-level pills, spirituality, and life had just been formed. Refining a saint-level pill was like refining a brand new life. Saint-level pills had a total of 9 levels. The 9th level was the highest. Every halo represented the different levels of the saint-level pill. Lian Wushuang and Lei Wutian looked at each other, their eyes filled with battle intent. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Buzz tilde. A bright ray of holy light that was as bright as the sun rushed out from Shangguan Liuli's pill furnace. Her saint-level pill was like the jade blood-green pill. It finally condensed into a small fox with a faint green and red color. It was agile and graceful, its body light and graceful. A holy halo rotated around its body. Everyone was shocked. It was another Tier 1 saint-level pill. No, it's a Tier 2 saint-level pill. The 3 old men sitting in the void were slightly surprised. The green and red fox finally gave birth to a halo that was as faint as a cloud. Although it was very weak, it was indeed a Tier 2 saint-level pill. There was a huge difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. It was like the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 saints. The effects and benefits of both were self-evident. Lei Wutian and Lian Wushuang shook their heads and sighed. They knew that their success rate of refining a Tier 2 Saint-level pill would not be more than 20%. They did not dare to try in this kind of competition. There was no doubt that Shangguan Liuli had suppressed the entire competition. However, everyone was still looking forward to it, because the three of them had not appeared yet. Fei Xiaoyu, Kai Mai and Lin Chen. Two of them had cultivated orange-level alchemy hand seals. One of them was even using his eyes to refine pills, which refreshed everyone's knowledge. Day 30. Kai Mai and Fei Xiaoyu opened their eyes at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. Kai Mai's pale face had a hint of charm as she chuckled. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Fei Xiaoyu's eyes were especially deep. She was completely different from the shy little girl from before. She said indifferently, "Bring it on." The two of them shook their pill furnaces. Whoosh tilde. Two rays of holy light shot into the sky. The sky rolled up a dense cloud of holy light. The two's pills started to transform. Kai Mai's pill transformed into a slender and agile red snake. It stuck out its tongue. The holy light was dense and there were layers of red flames floating on it. Fei Xiaoyu's pill transformed into a pitch-black spiritual cat. Its eyes were crafty. Balls of mental storm filled the surface of the black cat's body. It was like a tornado that was destroyed and a storm was created. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The transformation pills of the two girls had 3 halos rise at the same time. Everyone was stunned. It was a Tier 3 Saint-level pill. The little demon empress stared at Fei Xiaoyu's pill and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, Lin Chen won't be the champion. Chapter 1148. The little demon empress wasn't an alchemist, but she was a member of the monster ranking. Her ability to sense energy was far superior to ordinary people. He was able to sense a shocking spiritual energy from Fei Xiaoyu's pills. This was a mental type 3rd grade sacred pill. This kind of sacred pill was usually harder to refine. Look, they're both 3rd grade sacred pills. Could it be a draw? The alchemy prodigies exclaimed in shock. 3rd grade sacred pills. This proved that the two of them were 3rd grade Saint grade alchemists. This identity would allow them to obtain an extremely honorable status in any 6th grade sec. Immediately, a veteran sacred grade alchemist noticed this and exclaimed in shock. No. Look closely, Kai Mai's sacred pill's 3rd sacred ring is dimmer. It's not as bright as the latter. The difference was obvious. Kai Mai shook her head and laughed. I didn't expect that I still couldn't surpass you. Fei Xiaoyu said seriously. No, Sister Kai is already very powerful. I've already done my best this time. Indeed, other than Lin Chen, the most surprising one was Kai Mai. Her public information had always been that she could only refine 2nd grade sacred pills, but her performance this time was extremely dazzling. The difference between 2nd grade and 3rd grade was like a chasm. Boom tilde. At this time, the blue light in the air was about to condense into a pill. The embryonic pill was about to transform into a finished sacred pill. It was Lin Chen. His pill was about to be born. He's about to complete it too. What a strong energy fluctuation. It's almost the same as Kai Mai's. Everyone exclaimed. The 3 elders and Long Yijing, who were sitting in the air, stared at Lin Chen. Not enough, I can't win at this level. I didn't expect to have to try my new move so soon. Lin Chen looked like he wouldn't stop until he shocked people to death. While he stared at the embryonic pill and stabilized its medicinal properties, he slowly raised his hand. Pa tilde. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Boom tilde. A majestic azure dragon light flowed like clouds and surrounded Lin Chen. This dragon light had a hint of purple in it and a hint of green in it. Roar tilde. The dragon roared in the sky, and the clouds change. A holy dragon that was over 2,000 feet long was lying on the plaza. Every single dragon scale was as blue as crystal jade, and the center of each scale was flickering with an azure light. Its pair of purplish-red wings were extraordinarily handsome, and its eyes were a deep blue. Its dragon might was enough to suppress the world. All the alchemists sucked in a cold breath. Lin Chen actually raised a holy dragon? Lin Chen's performance in the battle at the sacred burial mountain range was too dazzling. His holy dragon had almost been forgotten by the world. In the battle at the Holy Burial Mountain Range, Lin Chen had killed 37 saint beasts in a row in the Holy King's tomb. He had kept 6 vicious beast cores for alchemy, and the rest had been refined by the holy dragon's devouring ability. His. Furthermore, when he broke through to the 8th order, the capacity of each dragon's vein had increased by 10 times. There was no need for Lin Chen to say anything. The holy dragon opened its mouth and spat out a breath. The azure dragon's breath was like the eye of a hurricane, whistling through the square. The dragon's breath enveloped the energy within the embryonic pill, and the heavenly defense Divine Sea's bloodline ability was activated. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Shangguan Liuli's beautiful face gradually revealed a trace of astonishment and shock. He actually knew how to use a holy beast to refine pills. Shangguan Liuli's situation was 1 in a billion. It was rare to meet a companion spirit beast that was born on the same day, at the same place, and at the same time. Moreover, spirit beasts were limited. They had to be extremely intelligent beasts. Not just any beast could become a spirit beast. And spirit beasts that could cultivate to the level of a holy beast were 1 in a billion. Therefore, Shangguan Liuli's situation was considered the first in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen, does he have the same experience as me? Shangguan Liuli stared at Lin Chen's mischievous smile, her heart complicated. Bloodline ability, heavenly defense Divine Sea, could mobilize water element spiritual energy or consume the dragon's vein energy, greatly increasing the power of the dragon's breath, greatly increasing its defense, attack, and recovery ability. The pill that Lin Chen was refining this time was also a water element pill. His will was the same as the holy dragon's, and he could perfectly control the heavenly defense Divine Sea's sublimation of the medicinal herb's energy. At this moment, the 3 alchemists sitting in the air had a change in expression. The energy within the embryonic pill is rapidly rising and transforming. It actually fused with Lin Chen's energy to another level. Some sharp-eyed saint-level alchemists also discovered this phenomenon, and the corners of their mouths trembled. This Lin Chen, how many times was he going to exceed common sense? He knows how to refine pills with multiple furnaces too. He can also refine pills without furnaces too. He can even do it with the help of a holy beast. Other legendary geniuses know how to do it too. No, he knows how to do it too. How is he going to let others live? Why is the gap between people so huge? Individual alchemists lamented and sighed, and the older generation of alchemists felt their hearts twitch. Go up! Lin Chen shouted, and the heavenly defense Divine Sea's ability was unleashed to the extreme. Rumble tilde. The heaven-shaking energy of the divine pill illuminated the entire Cloud Peak Plaza. A long and sized azure pill floated in the air and slowly floated down. The holy light started to transform, and everyone held their breaths as they stared at the pill. It transformed into a blue dragon, and its aura was noble and domineering. The dragon's eyes were filled with spirituality and dominance, and when the dragon roared, the number of holy rings on its body started to increase. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. It was also a 3rd-grade divine pill. Moreover, behind these 3 rings, there was a faint white ring of light that was about to take shape, but in the end, it became a blurry shadow. A peak-grade 3rd-grade divine pill. He actually overtook me at the last moment. Kai Mai's eyes flashed, and her heart palpitated as she stared deeply at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I will remember you. You are the 2nd person to defeat me. When the blue dragon was caught by Lin Chen, it transformed into a divine pill and was slowly raised by him. The little demon empress covered her red lips with her slender hand. Victory. The ultimate comeback. At the last moment, Lin Chen played his final trump card. Using his divine dragon bloodline divine ability, he forcefully raised the Saint Pill's Saint Qi and spirituality attribute, allowing it to enter the ranks of peak 3rd-grade Saint Pill. At this moment, everyone was chanting Lin Chen's name. Fei Xiaoyu stood on the spot in a daze, and her gem-like eyes stared at Lin Chen. I lost, but I lost to Big Brother. Although I am unwilling, why am I so happy? I am looking forward to the next battle with him. The admiration in the eyes of the female geniuses became even more intense, and when they stared at Lin Chen, Their eyes were like peach blossoms. A man like this, to the female geniuses who pursued the realm of alchemy, was too tempting. No one was unconvinced of this championship. He had used the most unreasonable method to appear out of nowhere and crush all the geniuses. He had forcefully taken the championship of the alchemy sacred ceremony, which represented the top of the genius rankings. Multi-cauldron refining pills, the assistance of sacred beasts, no-cauldron refining pills, and even using his eyes to refine pills. If the previous alchemy represented gods fighting, then Lin Chen was the god's ancestor. Chapter 1149. The sacred dragon roamed the entire area and collected all the thousands of mental energy balls that Fei Xiaoyu and Kai Maya dropped from refining pills. He obtained 90,000 points of high-level mental energy. Lin Chen even activated Steel Omen on every Saint Realm expert. It would be a waste not to steal. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. After exploding 9 acupoints in a row, he set off a bloody storm in the alchemy world, creating a precedent by using his eyes to refine pills. What a terrifying youth, the 2 elders of Purple Cloud King Valley exclaimed. The little demon empress stared at Lin Chen and agreed, he is indeed very powerful, much stronger than all the monsters I have seen. The 2 elders suddenly revealed a mocking smile. What, has misfallen for him? Hurry up and let him marry into our Purple Cloud King Valley. That's right, this kind of kid, no one can find fault with him. If Miss marries him into our Purple Cloud King Valley, Valley Master will be overjoyed. The little demon empress was stunned and snorted coldly. The one who can make this miss fall for him hasn't been born yet. Lin Chen. Long Yijing looked at Lin Chen with a smile and exclaimed, he is indeed a very interesting youth. After our appraisal, the rankings of this sacred ceremony are Lin Chen, Fei Xiaoyu, Kai Mai Shangguan Liuli, Lei Wutian, and Lian Wushuang. The 3 alchemy giants in the air announced the results and everyone stood up and applauded. Those who had doubted Lin Chen, envied or hated Lin Chen, could only sigh and sigh now. This child's strong rise, no one was unconvinced. Lin Chen, this old man looks forward to discussing alchemy with you one day. The 2 giants went up to greet Lin Chen very kindly, and the 3rd giant began to give out the rewards. Other than the first place reward in the hands of Long Yijing, who was on the monster ranking, the rest were all given out. Although Lin Chen was young, to the 3 elders, he would surpass them one day. In the future, they might even learn from him, so it was not wrong to build a good relationship now. Little friend Yijing, only your champion's reward is left. The 3rd giant turned to look at Long Yijing. Long Yijing walked towards Lin Chen with a gentle smile on his face. His Excellency Lin Chen's alchemy this time is truly the best in both ancient and modern times. It's truly marvelous. I admire it endlessly. I'm sure you'll be able to nominate one of them in the future assessment of the genius list. Long Yijing laughed while holding the fan. Her laughter made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was like a daily conversation between good friends. Unconsciously, she would be immersed in his praise and become complacent. To be praised by a peerless genius was indeed a kind of glory in some ways. In the eyes of others, every single one of the monstrous geniuses on the monster genius rankings was extremely rare, far, and unreachable. Oh! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He did not have a good impression of the dragon Yijing. He even found Xiao Jing more pleasing to the eye. Although Xiao Jing was a dragon among men, the fact that he showed hostility meant that he was Lin Chen's enemy. Although this dragon-right crystal looked gentle and harmless, such people were often the most dangerous. As the saying goes, a dog that bites does not bark. This person was such a person. The people who had to be careful were usually the ones who smiled the brightest. Because it was usually these people who would stab you when you least expected it. I've always done things brilliantly. You don't have to mention something as trivial as alchemy. I'm very low-key. Lin Chen's face was all smiles. Brother Yijing, please hurry up. I'm in a hurry to go back and play chess with my little demoness. Who knows, I might even invite her to my room to play a few more times tonight. We'll eat hot pot, sing songs, play chess, and even study the relationship between the sexes. Long Yijing's paper fan shook, but her smile did not change. Oh! The little demoness you're talking about, could it be the little demon empress? Who else could it be? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Haha, then I won't hold you back. Long Yijing flipped her palm, and the Monster Genius List candidate token appeared. It flowed with a dazzling holy light. Lin Chen was just about to reach out to take it. Lin Chen's fingertip was pierced. He was a refinement saint, and his saint body's defense was far stronger than normal saint. This candidate token was filled with a needle-like invisible spiritual aura. This scene did not escape the eyes of the three elders and the alchemy representatives. The three elders were shocked. Long Yijing was obviously making things difficult for Lin Chen. If it was anyone else, they would have interfered. But the other party was on the Monster Genius List. Even the three of them could not interfere. Lian Wushuang's lips curled up, and she looked like she was watching a good show. Interesting. Lin Chen licked the holy blood on his fingertip, looking evil. What's wrong, Lin Chen? Why are you so careless? While Long Yijing looked worried. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 streaks of light appeared above Lin Chen's head and descended from the sky. 45,000 points of high-grade rune energy used. Using illusion rune. 5 doppelgangers appeared behind Lin Chen. Rumble. A terrifying spiritual wave suddenly descended, and the space trembled. It was as if the stars were moving, and the sun and moon were moving. It shook heaven and earth, and the entire Cloud Peak Plaza looked like it was about to collapse. The spiritual power of the 5 doppelgangers instantly twisted into a rope and poured into Lin Chen's body. The 3 elders' expressions changed slightly. Compared to the 3 of them, this spiritual energy was only slightly inferior. The spiritual power of the 5 doppelgangers was instantly added to Lin Chen's body. He smiled faintly and reached out to grab the candidate token. The sharp spiritual power tore apart the spiritual light of the candidate token. Lin Chen pulled forcefully and snatched the candidate token. Rip. Holy blood splattered. This time, Long Yijing's palm was cut. Sorry, brother Yijing. You looked like you were going to bleed tonight, so I couldn't help but use a little more force. Don't worry, I will use the same amount of force when I drink tea with the little demon tonight. Lin Chen's harmless and radiant smile moved all the alchemy representative. This guy was actually going against a monster on the Monster Genius roll. What made the alchemy representatives even angrier was that their spiritual power had already been exhausted after refining the sacred pill. It was impossible for them to be so calm under the suppression of the Monster Genius roll. But Lin Chen acted as if nothing had happened. Not to mention snatching food from a monster on the Monster Genius roll. Long Yijing's spiritual power was far above theirs. Even so, Lin Chen had forcefully snatched the candidate token away from him. The little demon empress rested her chin on her hand as she watched with interest. A beautiful smile that could charm all living things hung on her red lips. Long Yijing smiled gracefully as she wiped the blood off her palm with a handkerchief in an elegant and dignified manner. Is that so? Next time, you must tell me how much force you used. Lin Chen said seriously. Of course. I will use much more force than I did during the competition today. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.